John, is there anybody in the chat room? Okay. I have to warn everybody, my hearing's not always good. We have drinks in back, root beer, orange soda, they're all natural, and what else? Black cherry. I'm sorry I'm so late. We're only 2 hours late. I'm going to try and go as long as you guys want to go, but I'm not going to do a break and I'm not going to do a second half. I'm just going to do it, so we're not going to break for lunch. We'll just do it until everyone's burned out. I've canceled this presentation a few times only to then reinstate it. So it's made it hard on a lot of people who want to attend. I'm certainly not doing the presentation that everyone's anticipated. I once did a presentation that Lisa put together for me called The Fountain of Numbers. I hope it's right here on one of those folders. I think it is. It happened to be on my phone, and we just transferred the data off my phone. A Fountain of Numbers did not have a touch screen like this. It was done at the Conscious Life Health Expo. I don't know how many years ago I did it. I can't remember at all. A long time ago, though. And so because I did not have an interactive whiteboard, this thing is superb. And when I am using it correctly, it works really well. And so that talk has always been, no talk is better or worse than any other talk, you know, but that one was more fun. It was just a little bit more inspired, and it was called A Fountain of Numbers. So I thank humankind. It's humankind.center. Humankind, HUMANKIND.center. And John is our host. I thank everyone else who wants and desires to be anonymous. And, okay, so I want to get into the presentation, but I also want to, I took the hidden words. This is called The Hidden Words, this book. And it's about 100 plus years old. It's from the Baha'i Faith Sacred Scriptures. And it's very brief, short spiritual truths, 153 of them. And these truths mean something different to everybody. And to me, I see paranormal, altered states, how to breathe. So I've left myself notes to show, this is to show you, well, so for the different ones that cover the word breathing. It starts by, in the name of God, let's see, where is it, if I can ever find anything here. It starts with, He is the glory of glories. He is the Baha o Abha. And the glory of, in the name of God, let's see, part 2. This is Baha'i Verlag, the German edition. And of course, you got them backwards, the versions. In the name of God, in the name of the Lord of utterance, the mighty, it begins. In the name of the Lord of utterance, the mighty. So the name was created by the mystic word, the Aleph, which is the seed of the Hamza, but in Farsi it's said differently than it is said in Arabic. And these scriptures are Persian and Arabic. So I made myself notes, number 6. So this is about the breath, or the Aleph. Let's see, where's 6? O son of earth, know verily the heart, wherein the least remnant of envy yet lingers, shall never attain my everlasting dominion, nor inhale the sweet savors of holiness, breathing from my kingdom of sanctity. I believe this is all linguistics and phonetics for the precise mystic intonation. Then another one. But other people have different views. O ye that are lying as dead on the couch of heedlessness, ages have passed and your precious lives are well nigh ended. Yet not a single breath of purity hath reached our court of holiness from you. Though immersed in the ocean of misbelief, yet with your lips you profess the one true faith of God. Him who I abhor ye have loved, and of my foe ye have made a friend. Notwithstanding ye walk on my earth complacent and self-satisfied, heedless that my earth is weary of you, and everything within it shunneth you. Were ye but to open your eyes, ye would, in truth, prefer a myriad griefs unto this joy, and would count death itself better than this life. There's a lot of feedback, but I'll live with it. Reverberation. Let's see, next one, 28. O essence of desire, at many a dawn have I turned from the realms of the placeless into thine abode, and found thee on the bed of ease, busied with others and myself. Thereupon, even as the flash of the Spirit, and I take that literally, that the mystic word, because it talks about how it shines, how it emanates. Thereupon, even as the flash of the Spirit, I returned to the realms of celestial glory, and breathed it not in my retreats above unto the hosts of holiness. Again, this is all about the breath. This is me being brief. I know it's long. Alas, alas, O lovers of worldly desire, even as the swiftness of lightning, ye have passed by the beloved one. Of course, it's representing God, beloved one, capital B, capital O. It's also a station of the highest station that a man can attain. It's called Mahbub. It's a grade, it's a plane, it's a spiritual office place. And have set your hearts on satanic fancies. You bow the knee before your vain imagining and call it truth. You turn your eyes towards a thorn and name it a flower. Not a pure breath have ye breathed, nor hath the breeze of detachment been wafted from the meadows of your hearts. Ye have cast to the winds the loving counsels of the beloved, and have effaced them utterly from the tablet of your hearts. And even as the beasts of the field, ye move and have your being within the pastures of desire and passion. O brethren in the path, wherefore have you neglected the mention of the loved one and kept remote from his holy presence? The essence of beauty is within the peerless pavilion, set upon the throne of glory, whilst you busy yourselves with idle contentions. The sweet savors of holiness are breathing, and the breath of bounty is wafted. Yet ye are sorely afflicted and deprived thereof. Alas for you and for them that walk in your ways and follow in your footsteps. I know it's a strong rebuke. O son of the wondrous vision, I have breathed within thee a breath of mine own spirit, that thou mayest be my lover. Why hast thou forsaken me and sought a beloved other than me? O son of man, breathe not the sins of others so long as thou art thyself a sinner. Shouldst thou transgress this command, accursed wouldst thou be, and to this I bear witness. The last one for now. O son of man, the light has shone on thee from the horizon of the sacred mount, and the spirit of enlightenment hath breathed in the Sinai of thy heart. Wherefore free thyself from the veils of idle fancies, and enter into my court, that thou mayest be fit for everlasting life and worthy to meet me. Thus may death not come upon thee, neither weariness nor trouble. Okay. There's thousands of Baha'i sacred scriptures in the Baha'i faith. The sacred scriptures are from the Bab or Baha'u'llah that are considered infallible, freedom from error. Thousands, but they all have one thing in common. No matter what scripture you read, no matter which one you pick, it always has hidden, buried deep inside it, the mystical knowledge of the name of God and the mystic word. And that's what I decrypted and what I used out of the scriptures to make the discovery, because this revelation is considered the most recent major religion revelation for our time. the most recent one, the most recent dispensation. And every religion, though people don't understand it, has a built-in expiration date. They're roughly, give or take a couple hundred years, they're roughly 1,000 years apart, the major religions, whether it's the Jewish faith, the Christian faith, the Muslim faith, they're all from God. And each one was written because they're so, as you go farther and farther back, they were written for a different people at a different capacity from a different time. And in this age we're living in, it's called the Day of God. And it teaches that all the remaining knowledge, all the mystical, spiritual knowledge has been revealed, that the youngest child in this time is wiser than the oldest wise men of the past. Okay, now, this was pulled off my phone, and the reason I had a presentation, and I'm saving it for later when it's completed, because it's just not ready now. And I don't want to, no wine before it's time. And when I have the animations I want and the other illustrations, then I'll use it. So let's see if this is touch sensitive. Yes, it is. So I would have done a list view, but I don't think this machine offers a list view. So bottom left, list. Okay, what I'm looking in is for a fountain, looking for is a fountain of numbers. Right there.
It's near the bottom, there's another one.
And there's another one right there. So we have two. And then I have loose things down. Oh, look, we got 3. Oh, 4. Oh, 400. What do you make of that? Well, I expect you to read every one of them. Okay. Oh my God. That's unreal.
Yeah, they're JPEGs and images. So.
Are those JPEGs?
Yeah.
And they're out of it. So that's what's going on. And they're numbered. Mm-hmm. I get it. 71, 74. They're not exactly in order.
They're probably in your presentation.
Say it again?
They're probably in your presentation. So.
You can sort them.
I don't know.
If you click name at the top right left, it
Okay, it'll sort them?
should.
Okay, first let's do what Woody suggested, which is open one of the presentations and see what's in it. Did it open it? No, because it's a JPEG. So we are going to sort them by name.
That's the folder right there. You're inside the folder.
Oh, I am in the folder now. Okay, I'm hitting name.
Sorts bottom left, I was wrong.
Tell me again.
Bottom left is a function for sort.
Right here? Name. Oh, we're 1. Now, will it open it? That's the big question. Hit it?
Well, yeah, you'll have an image.
Give it a minute or 2 or 3.
Yeah, so you'll have an image come up.
What do you think's happening?
It's thinking something.
It can't be loading that long. Swipe down. Don't know what it's talking about, but I'll say okay. Okay, how do I go back? Oh, there we go. It's a black beginning slide. Okay. And I really don't remember this presentation, so it's the first time for me again now. Spirit is irresistible, penetrates everything, and is the source of all motion, vibration, and time. Decocubit, oops, Vortex Based Mathematics. Won't let me slide if it's big, I knew that. How do I shrink it? Huh? Okay. Can I just get out of it? Yeah. A fountain of numbers, spirit mapping on a hypersphere. It's actually a torus. The decocubit, can you see that?
Yeah.
The decocubit hologram, I wasn't going to use this presentation. So I'm claiming that this is a hologram, and I call it the decocubit. It's a toroid number map with numbers and surface topology. The universe is a numeric jigsaw puzzle revealing the transfiguration of the face of the all-merciful. A lot of religious overtones here. Radix 10, decocubit, shear 1. I might come back to that in a second. Another view of it on the surface. Another view of it. just to see if we can even do it, and if we can, let's go for it. We're going to go note. Oh, and what time is it right now? I'd like to know when we began. Welcome to note.
We started at 10:06.
10:06?
Started.
It says load the last unsaved file.
10:23 now.
Should,
Trying to mark it up, Marco?
yeah.
Then do no. Don't do this.
Okay, hit no, and go back. I shouldn't have hit note. I should have hit,
X that out.
huh?
X that out.
X that out.
Yeah, and then on the bottom, swipe up.
Oh, there's Mark.
There you go. Yeah, you see.
Right here.
Yeah.
It's different than the other machine. The location of the menu. So good. I might need to be helped again to remember that. What color are we? Pen. Let's go to here. Let's go to that dark blue. Looks like the pen's way too thick. Hit OK. And yep, works fine. Okay. Because you're a captive audience, I'm going to teach you how I want to teach you right now, which is not necessarily the best way. That's a lazy 8. That's infinity. This is the number 1 right here. This is the number 2. The number 3 is missing. It's right there. Also, the number 6 is missing, and also the number 9 is missing. It runs parallel to everything. It's a higher dimensional world. It's a world that our Western civilization, modern academia, is not aware of. Okay. So now I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So all that is a circle. Divide by 40 equals 9 times 40 equals 360. It's our mod 9 base 10 counting system. And I'm going to show that this is a x, y, z, x, it's actually positive x, positive y, negative z, positive z, and this over here is a negative x. I know it's too hard. And this is a negative y that are mirroring across from each other. Everything's mirroring. Opposite of positive x is negative x. Opposite of positive z is negative z. And to even make things harder, x then becomes the y-axis, y becomes a z, and the y disappears, and the z appears and becomes the x. You've never seen anything that cycles. The closest thing you could do, this is the secret quantum map using numbers and surface topology that no quantum physicist ever dreamt of. Okay, this is all quantum. How things superimpose and how they're entangled and how they fade in and fade out. Okay, so every time I've done something, I put a little check. I'm done. So the number 1, where is the number 1? And all the number 1 is multiples of 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So the multiples of 1 on this map is right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and they're black, so I call those negative vortices. This is 50-50. It's a checkerboard, but it's a 3D checkerboard. The black ones are negative tiles, and the white tiles are positive tiles. So all the black tiles are always going to be going down multiples of 1. Fair enough? Can you see that, or are they too little, the numbers? You can see it? Okay, so if positive x is to negative x, the negative x is going to be going multiples of 1 in the reverse direction. And those are the positive ones, and here they are. Might as well use another color so as not confuse it too much. So now they're going up multiples of 1. Can you see that? Going up multiples of 1? Going up multiples of 1? Can you see that? Okay. So I'm not only done with positive x, but now I'm done with negative x. Okay. Now, to make up for what's going on here, it should simplify it, but I don't know if it will simplify it, but I'll try. Oh, boy. That's only a vertical axis. This axis here, x, can only be the vertical. It cannot be horizontal now. It cannot be used again because I've used it. That's why it's a check. There cannot be duplication, no redundancy, and there cannot be omission. So what happens is, I'm leaving that symbol alone because it's going to get too messy. So I'm doing it again over here. You know there's an invisible 3, 9, and 6 right there. There's your 1 and 8. We're only talking about the vertical or x-axis right now. Okay, so you're all adults. We don't have any children in this room right now. But it means we all graduated elementary school, probably. Okay? They should have taught us, and they didn't in elementary school, that 1 and 8 are mates. They're polar number mates. They left that out in our education, okay? So multiples of 1 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. When I get to 10, I'm going to reduce it to 1, but there's a 10 there. When I get to 11, I'm going to reduce it to 2. 12, I'm going to call it a 3. 13, I'm going to call it a 4. That's called decimal parity, or casting out nines. I am not ascribing any superstitious relationship to it at this time, although I might. Excuse me, ma'am. There's no rest for the wicked. Okay. So now, if there is an axis down the middle of this symbol, AXIS, okay? And if there's an axis and there's a mirror, it's like axis, there's a reflection. It's Alice in Wonderland through the looking glass mirror, okay? So 8 and 1 are the same distance from the axis and they equal 9. Now 2 8s, I'm going to do 8 as a multiplication series, but I'm going to reduce it to discrete numbers. So 2 8s is 16 equals 7. 3 8s is 24 equals 6. 4 8s is 32 equals 5. 40 is 4. That's a 4. 48 is 12 is 3. 56, 11, 2. 64, 10, 1. 72, 9. It's the exact same pattern mirrored. And always equals 9 from the distance of the axis. 8 and 1 equals 9. 7 and 2 equals 9. 6 and 3 equals 9. Okay? And that will only occupy, so 1 and 8 are doing the opposite. Just as I said that was multiples of 1, I could have said it was multiples of 8. 1 times 8 is 8. 2 times 8 is 16 is 7. 3 times 8 is 24 is 6. 4 8s is 32 is 5. 8 times 5 is 40 is 4. Okay? So I'm going to do 7 and 2 and 4 and 5 next. There are only 6 multiplication series in Mod 9 base 10. What happens with 396 is not a multiplication series. It's a higher dimension, it's a flux field. It's invisible, flux fields. One part, it's spirit and magnetism coupled together, the 396. So, but before I explain the 7 and 2 and 5 and 4, I'm going to explain what is not known. This wasn't known, but this is just tools that I'm explaining you. Right now I'm just explaining number mates. But I'm going to take it, there's so many more things to explain, but I'm going to explain right now the most important aspect of it that they missed, which was this. Maybe I should use gold. Where's my pen? This line diagonally here is our world. Everything in our world moves diagonally. It's the third dimension. And it's the pathway of superconductivity. This map is the secret of superconductivity. So if you follow this right here, I'll try not to write over the numbers, as it's going like this diagonally, you got the number 1, you got the number 2, you got the number 4, you got the number 8, 7, 5. And bear in mind, that's a negative 1 right there. Negative 1 because it's black. And that's a positive 2 right there. So everything has polarity. So using this map to explain that, I'm going to go negative 1, positive 2. Do you see that this symbol is following that pathway? Do you follow? Can you see that? Because 1 went to 2, 1 went to 2, 2 goes to 4, but where does 4 go? To 8. Okay? And where does 8 go? To 7. And where does 7 go? To 5. This happens to be 2n, the basis of everything in computers today. It's the basis of everything. Microbiology, and it's the binary code in a way you've never seen it before. Because I dimensionalize the binary code into 3D, which they cannot do today in computer science. So 1, 2, 4, 8. Now I'm going to 7, but I can still call that 7 a 16. Or I can call that 16 a 7. So there's the 7. The next number is an 8. And 16 doubled is 32. And what does it land on? The 5. And I went from the 7 to the 5, and there's the 7 to the 5. And then the 5 goes to the 1. And 32 doubled is 64 equals 10 equals 1. Does everybody follow that a little? So what I'm doing is I'm taking the binary code and I'm putting it on a lazy 8, on a horse track. So then I'm going to go 64 doubled is 128 equals 11 is 2. 256 equals 13 equals 4. 256 doubled is 512 equals 8. 1024 equals 7. 2048 equals 14 is 5. Okay, so I took the binary code and I put it into a repeating pattern of only 6 numbers, and then it repeats over and over again. I compressed the binary code into 6 numbers, the maximum amount of data compression. Okay? So, but what they don't know in computer science today is that you can never have a single binary code. They must come in pairs. Okay? They just don't know this, but you will. Because I showed the binary going up to the right, but what I didn't show was a binary going down to the left. Sure enough, instead of a negative 1 here, this is a positive 1. It's in the white. That's a negative 5. No, what did I do? Oh, that's a 7. My mistake. Couldn't see it. That's the one right here. This thing is perfect. If there's ever an error, it's man-made. I have found that there is such a thing as absolute perfection, that there is such a thing as fixed constants in our universe. So positive 1 is white, negative 2 is black, whereas over here, that was a white positive 2. Now I'm to a negative 4 here, but I'm over here, I'm to a positive 4, because it's white. Everything is the reverse. 2 binary codes never come alone. Because there's a third component, a third source creating them, which is in the center, which I'm not going to explain at this time. But you can see that binary code going down. So this whole thing is a coil, and that's what I'm famous for. And they named it after me. I didn't call it the Rodin coil. Bill Ramsey named it after me, and it stuck. I had a too long name for it. I call it, the original name for it was the flux thruster atom pulsar, which did not stick. Okay, so if you look diagonally, you will see there's only 3 number patterns over and over again. Doubling going, this is actually from bifurcation or clefting, but we'll call it 2n. The binary code going to the right, binary code going to the left, and the flux field, 396693, which I haven't explained. over and over again. So let's now take, because I put checks on 1 and 8, so now let's do 4 and 5. I could have gone through lots of slides, but I'll stay on the one I'm at. I think it's easier if I just don't jump around. And it would have been much easier if this was animated, but that isn't happening. So now I'm going to do 4 and 5. So where's multiples of 4 and 5? Well, there's your 9 right there. There's 1 4 is 4, 2 4s is 8. So let's do what is the pattern for multiples of 4? I'll stay in gold. 4, 8, 3, 7, 2, 6, 1, 5, 9. Okay, because that's 12, 16, 20, 24, 28, 32, 36, 40. Do you see where I got that pattern from? I took multiples of 4, I reduced them to single-digit numbers. Okay? And same with multiples of 5. Where's multiples of 5? 5, 10, 15, 20 equals a 2. 25 equals a 7. 6 times 5 is 30 is a 3. There's a hidden time component in this because I am now 6 tiles away from the 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This time component is literally embedded in everything, controls everything. And it's all based on the axis, from the distance of the axis, which is the source. This is the source right here. And that is the missing 0. You cannot have 0 on a circle, 360, or it wouldn't work. There is a hole in the center of the circle, but you can't see it. It's the top-down view. This explains how 0 works. If you stop abusing 0 and you don't make mistakes with 0, then you don't have irrational numbers, you don't have endless non-repeating decimals. This is nature's math. Endless non-repeating decimals is a default language in mathematics that says operator error. That is human error. There is no such thing. And it forces you, by not letting you get an answer, to keep you from abusing mathematics. Go ahead.
Is that you?
But it's too echoey, so I can't hear.
You just said that numbers after a decimal and not. Can you say what? Are you basically saying that pi is not
That's right.
an existing number?
That's right. I'm saying, Lisa asked a friend of hers once, who is a geometer, said, have you ever considered, famous geometer, said, have you ever considered that pi may not be an endless non-repeating decimal? And his answer was no. Okay? No one can see the forest through the trees. But you can only so long keep on erring before you realize you got to retrace your steps, and that it must be operator error. It must be man-made error. Okay? Did I answer your question a little? Because I hope to come back to that later.
I mean, the fact that I'm still with you is great.
Wait, huh?
You're good. Thank you.
All right. All right. So, okay, I'm questioning where I should go on this for a second. I didn't write out 5s, multiples of 5. So let's do.
Before you go on, Marko, I'm still really curious about the pi thing. I understand pi as a relationship, as sort of like a ratio. And I know it's not satisfying that it doesn't kind of end, but I wonder, where is the relationship in the VBM? For example, like just the simple pi being the diameter to the circumference of a circle. You said that has to do with misusing 0. And there's something that's missing in my understanding there. I'm hoping you can help me kind of close that gap a little bit.
Okay.
Like, would you have a corrected degree?
I understand. I'm going to do multiples of 5 and then answer your question.
Understood. Thank you.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45. Right? Multiples of 5. But I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go 5, 1, 6, 2, 7, 3, 8, 4, 9. Okay? Because that's, let's see if I can do it where you can see it. 5, 10, 15, but it's a 6, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55 equals 10 is 1, 60 equals a 6. Can you see that? So I just used up, before I go into 0 and pi, which is very challenging, of course, I've just used up that axis, right? That one's done. Are we in agreement? Only thing I haven't done now is the 7 and 2. Okay? And that's horizontal. Okay? It's horizontal. It's all multiples of 4 and 5 will always be horizontal. Can everyone see there's nothing, no other multiples of 4 and 5 anywhere else but horizontal? Can you see it's always horizontal, 4 and 5? Okay, so nothing moves horizontal. Nothing moves vertically in our world. You can't force, you can't coerce, you can't push something to go horizontal or vertical. All things precess, all things warp if it has mass, and anything that has mass is in our world. The third dimension is concrete, physical world of mass. That's what we occupy.
Can you say that again about the vertical and horizontal? You can't force anything to go vertical and horizontal?
It's pretty, if I was trained properly in school, which I am not, if I had gone to college and studied astrophysics, for instance, or many courses cover it, mechanical engineering, I would be able to say it better. I would be saying that everything precesses. I would say that everything with mass warps. It's called precession. Okay? So they know, for instance, so they even proved Einsteinian relativistic equations by looking at an eclipse of the sun and seeing a distant star behind the suns, that the sun gravity was bending the light. Okay, and that proved relativity, as I understand it. That's my crude analogy, as best I can do. Okay? Everything with nothing with mass goes in a straight line. If you're in archery, we've all played with a bow and arrow, okay? The farther that target is away from you, the more you're going to, at some point, have to have a parabola. You're going to have to shoot over the target to hit the target. Okay? What I have found is an energy source that is coming from the center right there, shooting out in all directions. And that energy is irresistible, and it's shooting from the inside of this donut, this torus. And when it emanates and comes through, it creates those numbers. I found what numbers are in relationship to particle physics. And this energy is unique. And I refer to it as spirit, but in science they don't. In science they call it inertia ether, dark energy, monopole, tachyon. In religion it can be spirit, prana, chi. There's endless names for it in religion. But what's unique about it is that it always comes with magnetism. And when it is emanating in one direction, the magnetic field is going in the reverse direction. And because only magnetism occurs with it at the same exact moment to give slippage and free play to it, you can harness that magnetism, because magnetism is the very origin and source of our electrical power generation today. No magnetism, no electricity. So the saying is he who controls magnetism controls the universe. Now, I'm using this as a nozzle. Okay? It's called a pinch point. In science, in fusion, hot fusion, it's called toroidal pinch. Okay. Now I said I would come back to the 0. I'm going to skip the 7 and 2 axis for now. I'm just going to skip it because we'll never get through the slides if I, and I can always come back to it. So now I'm just going to hit close. Let's go to another slide. Okay, these maps are not right. There's supposed to be a flipping and an inverting, but I didn't have the budget to get the illustrations done the way I needed, so it was too hard, too intricate, so you're not seeing the inverting. But that's not complete, that model. That's a cross-section view of the torus. I haven't explained the windings, how they go around in spires, how no winding is ever side by side. And when this is made as a machine, which it is, you don't get a toroidal field, you get a poloidal field, a whole different type of field energy than you would in a conventional toroidal motor coil. Now, that's a hole. That's your 0 right there. Okay, let's see if we can see. That's the hole. I'm not going to explain that because it's just too hard, all this. When you bisect pi, because mass can't travel in a straight line, going back to pi, you can't go through the hole, okay? So I am not the first person to say that. It was actually Scott Gosler that explained very clearly that anything, if things went through the hole, you have a potential logjam, okay? And if you have a logjam, nothing's going to move. And if nothing moves, this right here is compressing at one end and decompressing at the other end, only to come around, implode again, and come back out the other end, okay, to have a one-way positive stemic flow of implosion, explosion, compression, decompression, black hole to white hole, okay? And if that hole was blocked up, it would overheat, incinerate, and shut down. It would burn out. A black hole at the center of our Milky Way is pulling in other planets and other stars into the center of the black hole, not to the very center, but around the center. Because at the center, it's a nozzle, it's a funnel, it's an aperture, okay? And then it shoots it, when it gets to the very center, it releases spirit in all direction, omnidirectionally. It's omniscient. It's like, it's literally being wrung out of matter. And then that matter is spun around, it's a hot gaseous plume, it goes out into the ergosphere, outer environment, it takes heat away from the core, and it eventually forms more stars and planets. That's why our body is made out of countless stars of the past. We're made out of stardust, okay? But nothing goes through that hole. So I'm going to talk about that hole, okay? So that hole is not there if you bisected it. It is defined because everything that is going around it is a diagonal. If there was a horizontal or straight line, that hole would be occluded. It would be blocked up if things moved in a straight line, but they don't. And so what happens is those spiral galaxy arms that we see in the Milky Way are, what's the word for it? What's in a camera shutter called? Aperture. They're creating an aperture. And, and that aperture is all diagonals. No matter how small that aperture closes in, it may block light in a camera, it can stop a photon, but no matter how small it gets, it's impossible for that aperture to seal up that hole. Okay, because it can't touch the aperture in the center. Why? Because it's diagonals. Okay, and that aperture is defining 0 and explaining 0. Okay, the whole secret of vortex based mathematics and this class and using it is to get the whole back into the center and to create perfect equilibrium movement around that hole and to create perfect temperature, perfect electrical moments, perfect magnetic fields, and perfect spirit uniformly dispersed evenly throughout the torus, where there's absolutely no over-accentuation, there's no imbalance. The uniformness is the discovery. And that's why I'm taking different mathematical relationships and showing that they're all embedded into a single mathematical unity, that everything's working together as one. And I haven't even scratched the surface. But I have made a mess. So I'll keep going. Let's see. What do I do?
Look up. Yeah.
Oh, close. Thank you.
Is it too early to ask how black holes relate to this?
It's not too early. Okay, the question was, how do black holes relate to this? Okay, we're going to stick with the math, but I'm going to answer the question first. So, but this is a Marko answer.
I like Marko answers.
Okay.
Is a black hole basically just like the result of this non-perfectionism that
You got to speak louder for me. Is that black? It's because of the echo.
Is the black hole like it's a representation of this non-perfectionism that we're trying to get to?
No, a black hole. So what you have is you have an optical illusion. Let's first. So we know a black hole. First of all, the hole in this math, they say that you cannot go into a black hole mathematically without mathematical disintegration. That's not true in this math. In this math, you go into a black hole and you come out the other side intact mathematically. Okay, and the principle. So right now, I'm discussing everything based on a duality, but it's an optical. And then I'm about to say that there is no such thing as a duality. It's an optical illusion. So let's take the black hole. What is the opposite of a black hole? What would you call the opposite? A white hole. The best example of a white hole is a pulsar. They go billions of light years across the solar system. Eventually they form planets and stars. When you see them shooting, they're just a plume of gaseous matter. Can anyone describe a pulsar any better? I believe every pulsar.
Is it different than a star?
Huh?
It's different than a star?
Than a star?
Yeah.
Well, a star. No, there's stars pulsars give off light. So if you were looking at a pulsar, you couldn't distinguish between it and a star, because they're sources of illumination. It's just that a pulsar is decompressing while the black hole is compressing. I believe that they happen simultaneously in conjunction. I believe they're a part of a process of renewal. It's an ecological system of renewal. The thing is that when you have a process that's the first, and you have a process that then is a result. Neither one of them is better than the other. Neither one of them is superior to the other. The first process is you have to have a coil. Okay? Sooner or later, that coil gets sprung. Okay? But they're both connected. The simple way of describing it, it's truly how even children describe it, is compression, decompression, implosion, explosion, black hole, white hole, male, female, because it is the basis of gender. But what I'm thinking about right now is that it's a ratchet, that it's a one-way street. It can only go in one direction, that it doesn't back up. And it's serving a function, which is maintaining a constant temperature, heat dissipation. Maybe I'll come back to this later, I don't know. Let's see, did it have a number, that slide? No, you don't see the number. This is showing a solar system. There's a map behind it, the toroidal number map. My claim is I've discovered the underpinning geometry of the universe. I read the comments when people watch my videos, and they say, it's pretty harsh. Like they say, does the universe really need an underpinning geometry? I can't tell you how many jabs I get, how many swipes. But what I'm claiming is that this thing is a motor. It's an engine. And that everything has to maintain a fixed temperature or it incinerates, even a black hole. If a black hole gets too hot or too cold, it will self-destruct. Just like the human temple, body. 20 degrees above 100, we're dead. 20 degrees below 100, we're dead. Okay, everything's about sustained. And in computer science, and everything I'm talking about today, I'm bringing back to quantum computers, because I claim I have a computer above a quantum computer. I claim to have a hypercomputer, the ultimate computer. And this hypercomputer has no decoherence. In other words, it has no friction, no noise. The quantum information is preserved eternally. I'm claiming that this is a map of what eternality is. Okay? So in computer science today, Google, Microsoft, everybody, Apple, they're all trying to create a quantum computer that the noise does not destroy the data. Either it's retrieval or it's preservation of data. And this map here is that solution. This is the solution of entanglement, superposition. It's the secret of entropy, getting rid of it. But they will claim this is impossible. Okay? That's the first thing they'll say. Because this is above perpetual motion. And they don't even accept that. When I first gave my first talk for Defense Science Magazine at Aerospace America in San Diego at Brownfield Air Force Base, my opening statement was that I have discovered the source of the non-decaying spin of the electron. So that defies perpetuality. But anyway, I'm not a scientist. I'm just trying to share a discovery that I made. That's all. That came out of religion, no less, by decrypting the name of God. But I should be reading all this, but I'm not.
Can I ask one more question?
You can ask as many as you want,
Just to kind of like get more in the present moment so I can keep following you.
but you have to always talk loud.
Okay. So you're saying your black hole theory that anything that comes in actually does come out.
Correct. Versus dissipating and evaporating and turning into nothing.
Right. Goes back to this theory that nothing is ever destroyed. So even if it comes out something else or whatever, like it's still coming out. So it's not going anywhere and just like disappearing into the vastness. It's coming out.
Well, at the very pinch point of the black hole, I believe that there's something flowing from another world into this world that's driving that black hole. I believe that spirit is coming from, whether you want to call it the heavenly world or you want to call it the higher kingdom or whatever, into our lower world, okay, the physical world of matter, which is called the contingent world. But what this map allows me to do is to show how this world is being constantly renewed by a mist, a spray of positive emanations that are coming from another world. That we are constantly being supported and dependent from another world.
Okay, I can agree with that. And then the second part, because it's been a minute since I've been in science class.
Wait, you spoke too fast.
It's been a minute since
Oh.
I've, been in a science class, okay?
Yeah.
So, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, this is gonna sound like a kindergartner, but like, our theory all started with the Big Bang, right? Like, that's how we officially believed how it started, and so, is your torus a representation of, like, before the Big Bang, or the result of the Big Bang, or?
It's a very clearly put question. I can't do justice to how many theories, hypothetical, floated theories are out there. Even when you say Big Bang, or if you even say steady state universe, the scientists have multiple spins on what that means and how they construe it. So just even a single description has a whole bunch of interpretations. But the thing is, for every compression, there's a decompression. If the fact that they think that, so I'm saying that I'm saying that sometimes they call it so I'm claiming that the toroidal model, this model, is constantly that it's an infinite process. I'm saying it's an infinite process where the beginning and the end and the pinch point, which is the origin, are one and the same. And I'm saying that so I'm not agreeing with the Big Bang.
Right, because the Big Bang, there wouldn't be any, there has to be the compression, and if there's.
A compression, there's
You
a
just can't have something
decompression.
exploding without compression,
Correct.
and they are not able to basically.
So I would say that the Big Bang is being fed. Bang to me is an implosion. Forgive me for acting like a child too. Okay? But a bang is not an explosion. Anything that bangs is an implosion. A boom is an explosion. Okay, for every bang, you must have a boom.
Okay,
I think you have to remember that the Big Bang Theory is just a theory.
right, and I'm just trying to do like.
Zenka, you don't have to keep your arm up unless you want a transfusion. You just yell at me.
Okay,
Or you can throw,
too, but,
Yes,
go ahead.
okay, so you were talking about how everything has to be very balanced, right? And when we move toward enlightenment.
Balance is different than equilibrium.
Okay.
I'm saying uniform. I'm saying equal dispersion. But it's too complicated. I have to go into it, but go ahead.
Okay, so, and as we move closer to God, we move into ease and grace. So my question is.
As we move closer to God,
Everything, it's effortless. Things have become effortless.
I've never been there, but I've heard it's nice.
Okay, well, my question is would there be a way that you could take your math and analyze a person or a creation and understand, like, oh, those numbers are throwing this off, so you could measure the distance to perfection?
Oops. It's called a touchstone, you're saying, and you're also talking about calibrating things. I'm sure you could. You can do anything with this. We used to say, people used to say that we don't live in a picture gallery, perfection. What's the saying? Perfection's not real. It's not a perfect world. This says it is. This says everything is aspiring and being catapulted. It's literally like a catapult. It's a springboard, okay, of information, of influence. So it proves so I don't think there's anything you can't do with it, because once you realize that there is absolutes, there are fixed constants, that there is such a thing as perfection, but I haven't scratched the surface of it, of what perfection is. I've been very lucky though. I have an advantage over you. And my advantage is I've been doing this since I was a teenager, over 50 years. And I've seen the finest people from Microsoft and from the universities and even recently, corporate engineers realize and say that they've never been able to find any discrepancy in it whatsoever. It took many years to figure out how this works. It was discovered by Thorpe. It's called prime number squared, the creation equation. What's important about a prime number is that a prime number is indivisible. Essentially, it's a attribute or a quality of God. Every world that God fashioned, every world that has been created by God's handiwork has an emblem, has a sign of God in that. And that reveals God. In the world of mathematics, primes, when you square them, primes are indivisible, and that's an attribute, that's a quality of God. I like to study, and it's heavily addressed in the Baha'i Faith scriptures, what we call them virtues, but these are the most beautiful and comely names and attributes of God. And so, Professor Thorpe went ahead. I did the original toroid number map, but I did not know the principle that I had discovered. Okay, and that's why I enjoy collaborating with scientists, degreed, PhD, professional scientists, because they like to translate my work into conventional mathematics language, and their own language, and they like to prove it to themselves. They're not happy that I take it out of religion. Scott Gosler said it really well. He said, I'm a mechanical engineer. I don't do things the way you did this. You took the most great name of God out of the Baha'i Faith scriptures. You decrypted it numerically using their alphabet. It's called abjad numerical notation. Every letter has a numerical value in all the major religions: Aramaic, Hebrew, Persian, Farsi. The alphabet is said to be a spiritual language. They say the sound embodies the essence of what it's describing. So I took the name of God using their numerical system, not using English, which I don't use at all. I don't want to do something that's arbitrary. And I got this numerical equation. And then it was Scott's job to figure it out, what it is, and to make it into an energy device. I put together a team of scientists. And Scott said, when he made the first discovery of what that symbol was, he said, after he discovered it, which I've totally skipped all that, when I met with him months later, he said, I have to prove things to myself. I'm an engineer. He says, you did it by synthesis. You start with the answer, and then you applied it to the question. You took the name of God out of the scriptures, and you applied it to motors, electrical engineering. He says, I don't do things that way. I start with the question and then start trying to figure out the answer. And he says, I am not happy until I prove this to myself, that it's real. He says, you know it's real, but I have to prove it to myself that it's real. Well, Scott did. And if Scott hadn't, you wouldn't have this toroid number map right now, because it was because of him that I was able to take it from a funny lazy 8 symbol, which I call God's light cone. It'd be better if I was showing this all with images. But it's simply put, so yes, everything in the scriptures talks about it. Everything in life needs a North Star, a guiding light, a touchstone. Okay, and there is, and in our world, the control is the gyroscope, is the axis. And any prime squared, and it has to be a prime number. In the case we count in base 10, mod 9, it comes from 3 squared. 3 is the first true prime, and it's a man-made error to call 2 a prime. 2 is not a prime number. And so 3 squared makes mod 9. 9 is the axis. What is the attribute of the gyroscope of the axis? You cannot knock it off center. It never goes off axis. It has no pitch, no yaw, no tilt. And so what happens is any multiple of 9 is the opposite of 0. And I haven't explained all that, and I really should. So 9 will always be 9. Multiples of 9. 9, 18, 27, 36, 45, 54, 63, 72, 81. It always equals 9. So let me see if I can show these things in different ways. I guess since we're here, although I would have gone to the God's icon, I think I will show it here. So this is the toroid number map that we've been looking at so far, okay, that we had. If you were a mathematician, which I doubt anyone is, but if you are, say so, you would know that you can't see the z-axis, that the z-axis is invisible. So here's our, okay, let's see. Mark. Okay, I do it. And I'll change my color. Okay. Okay. So there's your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's your multiples of 4, 8, 12. There's your circuits going this way, 3, 9, 6. Your 4 and 5s, 4, 8, 12, 16. And again, multiples of 8, 8, 16, 24. But you're missing the z-axis. That's only the x and y-axis. Multiplication series are axes, okay? So what happened to the 7 and 2 in the symbol that I didn't check off? Everyone still follow me a little? I've said that there's an energy, spirit, and what's unique about spirit, it has an attributive quality, is it doesn't bend. When it rarefies the torus skin and creates a number, up to that point it has been traveling in a straight line, okay? Spirit travels in a straight line. And so what happens, is that Gabby? No? Is that Gabby? Looks like Gabby.
Yeah, hello.
How are you? I decided to do it. Okay. So what happens is, pick me a number, Harrison.
We had 7 and 2 originally, right?
Well, they're the z-axis on this map. There's 3 maps. Pick any number.
Digital root number?
No, just a number that you like.
4.
Okay, you like that 4 right there?
That's a good one.
Okay, so if that 4 was created by something shooting through it, then that 4 is creating a shock wave of kinetic energy. Does everyone understand what I'm saying by that? No. If I take every physics book, probably the #1 most picture on the cover of physics books in the world is ripples in water, either they're a raindrop or a pebble, a stone going into the water, making concentric circles, making a waveform. Are we in agreement? So if that 4 created a shock wave, okay, then what happens is if you add up all the numbers around that 4, they will be the sum total. This is how I do things. It's like my own bizarre approach to everything. My conclusion is that all those waves and rings must equal the source of the energy that generated them. Do you follow what I'm saying? And a 4 generated that wake, those waves. So I'm going to add up 2, and remember, I don't ever use any number more times than any other numbers. Here's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's this. If I have 1,000,000 9s, I'll have 1,000,000 8s, 1,000,000 7s, 1,000,000 6s. You have to have impartiality. You cannot force any outcome in this math, no matter what. Okay? Coercion is not allowed in this math. It has to be completely impartial. So I'm going to add up the numbers around that 4. And 2 plus 9 equals 2. You can make it a big number, but I'm going to just keep reducing it. 2 plus 3 equals 5. 5 and 3 equals 8. 8 plus 6 equals 5. 8 and 5 is 13 equals 4. 7 and 4 is 11 and 2. I did it wrong because it should have equaled 9. 2, because I end up at 5, and then I end up put it with 4. It's waves of 9. So 9 and 2 is 2. 3 and 2 is 5. 5 and 3 is 8. 8 and 8 is 16 equals 7. 8 and 7 is 15 equals 6. 7 and 6 is 13 equals 4. 5 and 4 is 9. And 9 plus 4 equals 13 equals 4. So that 4 just generated that wave. Let's take the next wave around it. 1 and 1 is 2. 6 and 2 is 8. 8 and 5 is 13 equals 4. 7 and 4 is 11 and 2. 8 and 2 is 10 equals 1. 4 and 1 is 5. 5 and 2 equals 7. 9 and 7 equals 7. 7 and 7 is 14 is 5. 5 and 4 is 9. 9 and 3 is 12 equals 3. 3 and 3 is 6. 9 plus 6 equals 6. 6 and 6 equals 12 equals 3. 6 plus 3 is 9. Plus 9 is 18. 18 plus 4 is 22. It equals a 4. No matter how, what I discovered is a kinetic energy that can be harnessed. What you're seeing right there can be used to replace petroleum. It can be used to replace combustion fuels, the combustion engine, gasoline. It can be used to replace everything that we know, because you're seeing a map that is revealing communicated agitation, a kinetic energy. The numbers are not moving. In vortex-based mathematics, numbers don't move. In our math today, we move the numbers around and hold the function stationary. Like if we're at a clothes store and we're going to buy some shirts, we'll add it together and come out with the result. In vortex-based mathematics, the numbers are nodes, stationary vector interstices, and the functions move instead. It's a complete reverse 180 degrees opposite. So the only way I could have discovered something new and still be able at the same time also say that what mankind's doing today is wrong is because I found that everything is just the perfect exact 180 degrees reverse of what we're being taught in school. No one ever thought that you could piece numbers together like a jigsaw puzzle, above, below, to the right, to the side, and that they would be able to be modeling quantum physics. There's a video on my YouTube channel at markorodin.com, markorodin.com. And in it is Tony and Ruhan, both physicists, saying that they found a quantum wave in this map. They found Hilbert space, and they found the Dirac formula. Essentially, this is a quantum map, and above quantum. So I did multiples of 4. Okay, so I'm going to have Zenka, since you have something on your mind. I'm going to have you pick a number, Zenka.
8.
Which 8?
That one right there. Yep.
I'll use a different color. Why not? Which one?
That one right there.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that one.
Oh, red's probably not good because the map's red. I've been in the mood for some dark green lately. Let's see. There we go. Okay, so I'm circling the 8. Now I'm going to do the first wave around it. I will do the second. This will go on no matter how many waves you go. But what's so profound is the waves will pass through each other without ever interfering with each other. This is why I'm saying that this has no decoherence. It preserves data information eternally. Okay, 4 and 3 equals 7. I'm going to end up on that 7 up there. 4 plus 3 is 7. 7 plus 3 equals 10 is 1. 9 1 is 10 equals 1. 7 1 is 8. 8 and 4 is 12 equals 3. 8 and 3 is 11 equals 2. 7 plus 2 equals 9. 9 plus 8 equals 17 equals 8. Okay? So this is, they call it cymatics. It's like when they put sand on a drum and you have vibration. It's passing waves through another. And then the next one will work too, but I'll skip it. Okay. Let's see, while we're here. Let me think for a second. I guess I'll just go with what we got.
Are you going to talk about the 7 and 2 axis as well?
That was a 7 and 2 axis. It can only be seen by the waves because it's perpendicular, it's orthogonal, it's tangential.
So because it's waves.
Speak loud for me.
It's waves of 9.
The waves of 9 are the aftermath of something piercing the skin of that torus. That's a skin. It's called surface topology in mathematics.
How does that connect to the 7 and the 2?
Speak loud for me.
How does that connect to the 7 and the 2?
Okay, make it hard on me. Okay, I'm going to answer this question. Is everybody okay with that? It's going to take a lot of jumping. Okay, this is a blow-up of a smaller map. I have to make it, how do I make it small? Will it let me move it now? Yeah. Way over here, it would be nice if I had had it, but we're going to have to use this. Thank you, Lance, who did this for me many decades ago. I would have preferred using our other number maps like we had, but I don't want to scroll looking for them. It would have been too hard to find them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get hard. This was the legend, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and you always had that 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5 in it. But it cycles. Everything is based on thirds because it's the prime 3 squared. So this legend over here is not multiples of 1 and 8. This could have been multiples of 8 too. I'll just show you to be thorough. 2 8s is 16 is 7, 3 8s is 24 equals 6, 4 8s is 32 is 5. So if you can count one way in multiples of 1, you're also going, you can count in the reverse direction multiples of 8. No problem? Okay, but this map over here, and this map, this generates this map right here. But this map's, we haven't begun to discuss, and I mean, I know we scheduled 8 hours, so I know that I could go into depth. But right now, I'm just going to say that that dark black line right there always equals 1. And I use that to get rid of friction in electricity. I use it to create superconductivity. I use it instead of rubber or shellac and magnetic wire, they coat it to keep it from short-circuiting out. And what this line here is it never changes. It always equals 1. 1 times 1 is 1. 2 times 5 is 10 is 1. 4 times 7 is 28 equals 1. 8 times 8 is 64 is 10 is 1. And this is called an electron harmonic shear. Essentially, it's like in Planet of the Apes. When Charlton Heston was not supposed to go into the forbidden zone, to the nuclear wasteland desert, okay, it was, that forbidden zone is a wall. And this black line is like a fence. It's a barrier. It's a wall. You can't cross it. It's also the same as a grain in wood. And you have to always work with the grain in wood. And I tried to cover that in our presentation we did this week, but I just didn't ever get it done. And that's why we're having to use these old illustrations. And it would have been nicer if I even had an animation. But because this shear comes from spires, and I'm not even going to touch upon it. What spires are, how they work in relationship to the spiral and the relationship to a coil. But it also relates to how a black hole implodes. Everything's based on spires. Did my hand do that? Oh, the fly did it. Well, I guess the manufacturer won't warranty that. Okay, so what am I trying to do? Now I go to this shear over here, we have multiples of 4, 4, 8, 12. I didn't have to have multiples of 1 because bear in mind, I don't really care about anything except the two circuits and the flux field, the 396. The two circuits, the 124875, because you've never seen that before. That's new. That's all I care about. And I don't care about anything else except the 396, 693, the higher dimensional flux field that runs parallel to the circuits that's in the center of them that displaces them and distends them apart from each other. Okay? You can see it right there, 396, 693. Every one of these maps look the same to you. 396, 693, there's the circuit, 124875, 124875, 124875. That's all I care about, okay? 124875, 124875. But nobody's ever seen that before. Nobody ever showed it to you before. No one even knew it existed in modern times. This has been known by the ancients in past civilizations, 396, 693, and it's in the religions, and it's in the scriptures, okay? But now, instead of doing multiples of 1 through 9, I'm doing multiples of 4 through 9. 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 28, 32, 36, 40, 44, 48. Let's see. 48 plus 4 is, 52 equals 7. Thank you. So, no matter what, that symbol, that 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5, 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5, I call it God's light cone. It's always there. And my claim is you cannot find anything in creation, nothing, physical, material, mathematical, that was not created from that. Okay, so, and of course there's multiples of 5, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, but the symbol's still there. So now we're going to go, and the circuits are still there. But in a minute we're going to see there's a difference between these three maps. But we'll do this one next, multiples of 7 and 2. 2, 4, 6, 8, 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, which is 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28. Okay, or backwards, 7, 14, 21, 28. Plus 7 is what? 28 plus 7. 7. 35 equals 8. Okay, so now the symbol's still there. 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5. 3, 9, 6. When Tesla said, if you only knew this magnificence of 3, 6, and 9, you know the secret to the universe. It's actually, the 9's always in the center of the 3 and 6. And 3 and 6 can never touch, and it never connects horizontally on the base. But I'm not explaining all that. I'm just giving blatant pronouncements right now. So what's the difference between these three maps? On this map, you can only see multiples of 4 and 5, 8 and 1, but 7 and 2 vanished. You know it's there by the waves of 9. But on this map, we now have multiples of 7 and 2. It reappeared. 7 and 2. 4 and 5 reappeared. No, shouldn't say reappeared. 4 and 5 are 7 and 2 is the horizontal. 4 and 5 is the vertical. And 8 and 1 vanished. You see how 8 and 1's gone on that map? There's no multiples of 8 and 1.
But you do have the doubling circuit.
Speak loud for me.
Sorry, you do have the doubling 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5 that runs along the diagonal in each case.
Always have to have that.
Is that not the 8 and the 1? Or are you thinking only in terms of the vertical and horizontal grids?
We're only talking about cross sections right now. Even 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5 would never have anything to do with the number of polar mates 1 and 8. How would you even connect them, are you thinking? 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5, which is the binary code reduced to 6 digits. How do you equate that to 1 and 8?
It's a doubling, isn't it?
It's an optical illusion that it's doubling.
Okay.
But even doubling, how would you equate that to the 1 and 8?
Is that not the series as you drew on the original map that ran parallel, or that ran?
Here it is right here.
Yeah.
1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256, 512, 1024, 2048.
I see. I'm misremembering something. That's what it was.
You're just what?
I'm misremembering, when you had the 1 and 8 and you did their multiples.
Horizontal.
That's not the 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5. I misremembered
No,
that. Yeah.
no.
Okay.
Because because that's what we're going to go into next. As soon as I finish the point here, I'm going to come back to that. And I need to make a pen in a mess, but suffice to say that any multiplication series, okay, is going to not be the way things move, because what we're looking for is how things flow, the pathway they take. We're looking for the stream's bed, the river's bed, okay, so that we can know how energy flows as it moves into the future. But what multiplication series are their cross sections of space. Okay, yeah, they're framing it, which makes, forgive me, because I just get impassioned and I get carried away. That's what makes this thing float and makes it round. And we haven't even tried, I haven't even tried, and I don't think I could even answer it, why a circle works in relationship to a line. Because that's like the ultimate enigma to me, is the relationship of a line to a circle. And then in the scriptures, when you read it, it refers to God as being the central orb of everything. He who is the central orb. So, but I'm going to stay on track with my point and go next to this map. We did those two. This now is completely different. It's multiples of 2 and 7. 7, oh, but this shear here, this one was always shear 1. And I haven't even begun to explain shears. And this is shear 7. 4 times 4 is 7. 2 times 8 is 16, 7. This dark line always equals 7. 1 times 7 is 7. And there's more to explain. This one and that one are two different ones. One's a positive, one's a negative. Just as this 2 and 5 right here looks like that 5 and 2 over there, but this one over here is a negative 2, whereas that 2 over there is a positive 2. Okay, it's a very elaborate system. So this always equals 7. So, but this map over here always equals 4. Oh well. 2 times 4 is 4. 1 times, wait a minute. Oh, I'm doing it wrong. It's this line here. 1 times 4 is 4. 2 times 2 is 4. 1 times 4 is 4. 8 times 5 is 40 is 4. 7 times 7 is 49 is 4. There's 8 and 5, but one's negative, the other one's positive. And then this is different multiples. 7, 2 7s, 14 is 5, 21, 3, 28, 10 is 1, 35, 8, 42, 6, 49, 4, 56, 11, 2, 63, 9. It's, or multiples of 2, 2, 4, 6, 8, 1, 3, 5, 7, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28. Go ahead.
How many different maps are there? How many?
3 in base 10. But it turns out, again, this is what Farron Thorpe figured out, that, and he did these in his head, and I was, in my unfinished presentation, I show all the original maps done in his hand. It's amazing what he did in his head. Base 7 squared is mod, no, next prime after 3 is 5. 5 squared is mod 25, base 26. It makes a 3D torus. But instead of 2 conductors, there's going to be 4. And there's going to be more maps than 3. Same with 7 squared. 7 times 7 is 49, base 50, and it's going to have 6 circuits. But that shear comes from spires. It's a hidden grain. But what's missing on this map here, then? What's missing? We got 7 and 2 is the vertical axis. That's done. We have the horizontal axis being 1 and 8. So 5 and 4 vanishes on this one. 5 and 4, oops, vanished on this one. I guess never tap the board by making a point. 4 and 5 vanished on this one, and on this one, where's 9? 8 and 1 vanished, and on this one, 7 and 2 vanished.
So is that because it's the z-axis, the 7 and 2, that's why they vanish on the first one?
I don't think I can actually say. I don't think I can do justice to what's transpiring.
Well, to build on that, on the circle you had before, when you labeled the axes, you did have z at the second position on opposite sides, plus and minus z.
You're speaking too fast for me.
I was saying that it's consistent with what you drew at the beginning.
It is.
So
Let's, oh boy, we went way back, didn't we? Okay, this is a presentation of Fountain of Numbers. These are maps that I could, oh, we never did 7 by 7.
let's talk about this.
Okay. This is 3 by 3. God, do I want to get that hard? You're going to force me. Okay. This thing is a hologram. It scales from micro to macro. The whole thing is a fractal, as Benoit van der Brot would call it. So what happens is, and this is not how I wanted to do it. I wanted to have them all drawn out and ready, but this is what we got. If you take 5 by 5, let's take that one right here. Oops. Better make it a little smaller. No, I guess it doesn't matter. Well, it's going to grow really quick. This, how I'm explaining to you, we can get away with this because you have me physically here and we're talking live. But this is not the right way to teach this kind of stuff. It's just too hard. But that's okay. So what's happening is, so I'm all about making energy, creating machines, motors, things to get rid of nuclear weapons, to get rid of the combustion engine, to solve mankind's energy needs, an energy source that is non-polluting and non-destructive. So I'm going to take the number 1 right here, and I'm going to do it 5 by 5. You normally see me do everything by 3. My eyes are a little bit bad. Certainly crooked. Okay. So that has 1 in the center, okay? And if you add up all those tiles, it's going to equal 1, okay? But you know the next number that comes after the number 1 is either 5 or 2. 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5. So here's a 5 right here. So now I'm doing it 5 by 5. I'm compressing this whole thing, or decompressing it, because it can be either way. And then the next number before 5 was 7. So what I'm saying is this, there's a significance about that, but I won't, oops, I drew the line too far. I don't know if it let me do it. What do you know it did? Okay, 3, 4, 5. So what's before 7 and 8? And what's before an 8? 2, a 5. No, a 4. A 4. What's before 4? 2, 3. So what happens is the angle, the ratio, the proportion of this is perfect. You still with me on that a little? If I take the ones over next to it, it'll either make 396, 693, or 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5 in the reverse direction. Okay, so what's before 2? It's going to be a 1. There's your 1. So 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5. So now I'm going to do any odd number. So now I'm going to do 7 by 7. So I'm going to take the 1 again here. And now I'm going to go like so. This whole map explains everything, every relationship of even, odd. Okay, tell me when I've hit 7. 3, right there. There's 1. Of course, there's 2. What's the next one going to be? That 4 right there. So this thing scales. Do you see how I was using the word scaling, what I meant by that? Over and over again. 8. Fair enough? Okay. Now I'm going to do even amounts instead of odd. So we're going to start by 2 by 2. Fair enough? And what do they always equal? 9. Does everybody see that? So any even amount will always equal 9. That's 18. What is that? 7, 5 is 12. It's 27. Still equals 9. 9, 9, 9. Does everyone see that?
So every box of 4 equals 9?
Every 2 by 2 tiles will equal 9. Any even amount. Okay?
There's something interesting about this is if you go from right to left along the diagonal and begin in a 1, skip 2 spaces, you'll find a 2, skip 2 spaces, 4. At least what I've noticed.
Well, you do it.
Do it?
Do it.
I want to come up and try and do it.
And let's see.
Is it
So
still
how is
working?
this?
Uh-huh. You can erase what we got there. 1, 2.
Is there any meaning to that? The fact that it goes that way?
I'm sure there is.
Okay, have you?
Keep that. Every 4th one. I think it's been,
It might be just coincidence.
no. 1, 2. No, it's every 3rd. Wait a minute, 1, 1 and 2. I think if I describe it, I would probably do injury to it, but I'm always looking for the holes where the 396693 is, where the window is.
That's the orientation, based on how that.
Well, you're looking at a handedness of a coil so that behind it you have an underside and you can see through the window, through the hole, because only 2/3 of this coil is solid. When we take Bucky's,
And they're interwoven fractally, those 2, 1, 2, 4, 7, 5s, and that's why you always have, you say it's fractal, and you can find that practicality anywhere within the system. I think that's why you see it within that horizontal plane as well. It's just another fractal expression.
but I'm looking for the physical component.
Speaking of,
Go ahead.
I wonder physical electron spin, you mentioned before that this thing has a handedness, it flows in one direction, and electrons have spin that flow in one direction, but they are.
You gotta speak slow for me.
Okay. Electron spins can flip from one polarity to another.
Yeah.
Is there a rendition of this map that is, I think the one you have now is clockwise, the shear is clockwise? Is there a rendition that's anti-clockwise? Because you can have one of 2 polarities of spin for an electron, and if it flows in one direction, that would align with the concept of a spin that goes in one direction. But we can observe a flip of a spin, right?
Well, isn't that what everybody's looking for, is to try to determine what whether it's up or down?
Right, and I'm wondering if you've seen maps that are that have the opposite handedness.
I'm real careful about handedness because in discussing it, not because your question is invalid and not right, and definitely it is answerable, but because of the fact that I try, anything that I try, that I want to be sure that I have not influenced the outcome or the results by not being impartial and not understanding. So when I try and do things, I try to start with I try and preserve an orientation all the way through the whole thing so then I can really see what's going on. But I would say, like your question, and there's other scientists working on vortex-based mathematics, making discoveries and doing things. And they have a lot to say on handedness and chirality. But the thing is that I think, because I'm just trying to preserve my most rudimentary discoveries that I've made, that I have avoided going to a lot more complex discoveries because of the fact that I could not keep and preserve the orientation, consistency throughout all of it. And even in explaining this, I've seen a few times how I don't go into it with the class, the handedness, and how there's something going on, because it's just a whole nother rung of complexity. The beauty of this math is if you had the resources and the computers and an office environment, a laboratory environment, to maintain continuity throughout the whole thing and preserve the information. The biggest problem that I know of that everybody has when doing this is that there's so much being discovered every second that you can't, unless you write it down and preserve it, it just snowballs. Yeah. So to answer your question, about up and down and stuff like that, this does, because I am at this point the last word, until you're giving classes, then you're the last word. There is a preferred frame of reference.
Okay.
There is an up-down, a right-left, a front-back. So there is a preferred frame of reference in all of this. Certainly, there's certain things that I've maintained integral throughout this. I won't go into it on this map, but I've certainly maintained the polarities of the tiles. In all the things you see me ever doing in class, you'll never see me changing polarities, oddly enough. But there's a lot of things that still I would have preferred having them been completed before this class by other scientists, not just myself, that we all are still trying to wrap our head around, which is, and it may have been answered already, but it's just so much that I'm trying to still keep up with. But one of them is how do you take all the separate toroid number maps in the base system and combine them together? I think Greg did do work extensively on that, and but my question is what are the different conclusions? Are we looking at a single map and all the numbers superimpose on top of each other? Are we looking at, I don't think we're looking at onion skins. I don't think they're layered like a glass onion, embedded inside of each other. I shouldn't have, I made the discovery, and it never would have been, I'm the operating wheel, and it would have been lost. If I didn't pursue it, you would never be seeing it now. So I realized that if I didn't do this, then it wasn't going to get done. So I devoted my entire life, regardless of the penalty and what happens, because I don't charge for classes. I know the money today doesn't even cover the overhead for the auditorium, and it's all going for the auditorium. I don't charge for my classes, and I don't expect to be compensated. I do this because I'm trying to not take it to the grave. I'm trying to make sure it survives when I'm gone. And so there are much more better suited people than me. This should be in a university. It should be a teaching curriculum. You can't even imagine how much we've missed already for elementary school children. So if I take 4 by 4, they'll all equal 9, no matter what. Okay? Even amounts reveal 9. Odd amounts equal whatever's at the center. I would be teaching this at the universities, but I just haven't, you know, we're in Sedona, the closest universities are Prescott, Flagstaff. And I do have a red carpet to go into because of my peer review, and they've seen it. But it's just, I don't have the, if I was to teach there, I'd have to bring up a board, I'd have to get a storage locker up there. I just don't have the resources to start teaching there. I'd like to. I would do it at the university. It wouldn't be this. I would be a whole different way of teaching. But okay, so even amounts equal 9. Odd amounts always equal the number in the center. Okay. I know all of you were like flies on the wall listening to us talk. He is an engineer. And that's why we're talking about it. I did even and I did odd.
So Marco, back to this goal, this pi and why pi isn't right. It seems like your work is pointing us to God and perfection in 9. So maybe we're off track with pi because we're measuring the beauty of the natural world, but because the natural world is not heaven yet. So we're measuring an imperfect step on the way to perfection. So maybe 360 is even the wrong number to describe.
No, there are quantum amounts, and they do have to do with 9. And the natural world is a perfect world, believe it or not. It has an inherent potential to mirror and reflect perfection. Were you going to say something? Don't raise your hand unless you're just scratching your head.
That was really beautiful, by the way. Regardless if you.
I'm listening. Keep talking.
So the map that you just showed us is a close-up of one of the shears, correct? You showed us-
Correct. One of those three, precisely.
Okay,
There's only 3 maps,
okay. And then.
and they cycle,
Right. In a cycle.
and they may combine. We don't know.
And that's what you were kind of going off, because I'm thinking, okay, I'm sitting here, and he's basically showing us a map of all of existence. And he's saying there's 3 maps.
Map of all existence.
And that's kind of what you and other scientists are trying to kind of figure out is like, do they all interlock? You know what I mean? On like a grid system, are they on top of each other? You know, like.
I never asked your first name.
Oh, Estelle.
How do you spell?
Estelle.
E-S,
T-E.
a cell.
Oh, and I want to make a point. My name is rooted from the philosophy of Chaldean numerology. So, what you were talking about, I wasn't born with this name. I chose my new name a couple years ago. And these teachings were apparently, supposedly, what Yeshua was learning back in the day when he like disappeared for however long. And it's exactly what you're talking about, how each number represents a certain vibration. And when we're born into this universe, we're gonna give this.
Don't talk that fast. When what?
Like when we're born into the,
Born
it's
into the
idea,
universe.
We're born into the universe, we're, given a destiny path. And
Destiny
based on
path.
The destiny path associated with your birth date, right? So anyways, my destiny path wasn't working out so well, so a couple of years ago, I took control. So that could
Cool.
be a conversation for later, but I respect what you were talking about in numerology.
Well, actually, without going into it, I actually agree that we can't let things control us. We have to learn how to control ourselves,
Yes.
even if all this is still true.
And so, tell me more about why you believe duality doesn't exist.
We will. Right now, I have to pick one person. And that person is the avatar for everybody. So you're going to be the avatar. You ready? Because for some reason we've been going along this line, so I want to stay along this line. This is the missing 0. This is the 9 above it. It makes a perfect straight line. Do you see that? Well, let's capture it. We gave a couple classes last week, so I'm being redundant to some of the students, but they'll be patient. So how do I do this? I go over here, and I hit that. And I'm going to make some points now, a cell. And these are, I consider, axioms. So what I'm trying to point out what are called universal truths. In science, they call it priorities, okay? They're not theories, they're theorems. They're absolutely unviolatable. And if you see any error, then you can tell me, okay? So here goes. And I like having a black background, kind of helps, so that's why I'm doing this on this map. So 9 lines up over 0. And this isn't really touching here. There's a hole, a vortex well. And 9 lines up over that 0, but no other number lines up vertically. And I refer to 9 as the W axis. It's the 4th axis. We already had the X and the Y and the Z, but now I'm saying there's a 4th axis. And I actually show it shooting out from here, because I believe it's the pathway that spirit takes. So I don't want to over flatter myself, but so I am really reaching, but I believe this map is showing the invisible of the invisibles. Okay, it's showing something that is so invisible that is that there's no trace of it. Okay, so what happens is this number 1 does not line up over anything. This number 3 does not line up vertically. The number 2 doesn't line up vertically. The number 4 doesn't line up vertically. Only the 9 lines up over 0. Okay, and that's anything that this map does is not by accident. Okay, so of course nothing lines up over the 5, nothing lines up over the 8, nothing lines up over the 6, and nothing lines up over the 7. Okay, because of this vertical, so there's a lot to be said in engineering, in electrical generation and production about orthogonal, perpendicular, tangential. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, I might as well use the map. If I just go, no, I thought I would have had an arrow. Pen. Use my hand then. Okay. So now I'm talking about a theme called tangential, perpendicular, orthogonal. Okay, so now instead of 9 lining up over 0, we're going to look at the horizontal. 8 and 1 is horizontal. So what was that question though that you had? Because I wanted to come back to it. You're taking notes. Do you remember what your question was? No. It was going to be about
Duality.
Oh, about duality.
Right.
Don't forget that question. Okay. Okay, we're going to talk, I'm going to now go into duality with this, except as soon as I show everything is horizontal. Does everyone see how everything's horizontal, lining up with something, except the 9 and the 0? Fair enough? Okay, I'm really proud of this next point I'm going to make, because it's irrefutable. But I don't want to do it yet. So I'm going to leave it that we're going to go to duality. Duality is an optical illusion. Okay, but I'm not going to go there yet. Well, okay, why don't I be trusting and just go with the flow and go with it? Elsie, you still there?
Still, yep.
That's the best I can do. You ready?
Yep.
I'm going to fall. We agree that 8 and 1 is a duality. Multiples of 1 go up 1, multiples that go down 1, they're horizontally on the same plane. In other words, they have parity, P-A-R-I-T-Y. They're mirror images of one another. They have bilateral symmetry. Fair enough?
Okay.
Here's the shocker. I'll use another color. It's very beautiful. What color should I use? Dry green. 1 and 8 are opposites. They look like a duality, but it's an optical illusion. To get from 1 to 8, I have to go 1 step, 2 step, 3 steps. 1 and 8 are 3 away from each other, not 2 away from each other. Let's go the reverse direction. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. They're not a duality at all. There is this mirroring that this looks like a butterfly and it looks like 2 wings of the same bird, and that it has 2 lobes and it has an axis running down the middle and it just folds on itself. It's based on thirds, nothing to do with a duality. Let's do 2 and 7 look like a duality. We know multiples of 2 is 2, 4, 6, 8, 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. I don't know if you can see through me. And multiples of 7 is going to be 7, 5, 3, 1, 8, 6, 4, 2, 9. Perfect mirrors, except they're not a duality. Okay? What are they? They're based on thirds, because from 2 to 7 is 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. In the reverse direction, 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Everything is created by a third force, okay, that is invisible, that cannot be seen. The yin and yang is 3 parts. 3, 6, 9. See how the 3 and 6 end in the middle of nowhere? That's how this whole discovery was figured out, was because of that clue by Scott Gosler. He figured it out. So what happens, 3 doubled is 6. 6 doubled is 12, which is you're back to the beginning again. 12 doubled is 24. You're back to the 6 again. 24 doubled is 48, is 12 is 3. What's the duality? The 3 and 6. But 3 and 6 can never touch. 3 and 6 can only connect to the 9. And there's no horizontal line whatsoever in this map. That would be the biggest error in the world, to connect 3 and 6. So what happens is the third part of the yin and yang, which I did not want to act like I can see it and I understand it by being so egotistical, is the boundary condition, or the shear, or the gap space. It's the number 9. It's the third part, which you can't see, which is always invisible. 9, 9, 18, 27, 36, and it's the axis at the center, and it's the control. So we call this, we have many names for it. It's a zenith, but it is the control. Apogee, I'm making a big mess. So 4 and 5 are going to be separated by 3 again. 1, 2, 3, or 1, 2, 3 to become a mirror. Okay, there's more. We're only interested in use and applications to technology and hardware. So I'll only clean this. So here's the caveat. This is the binary code. 1 doubles to 2. It's an optical illusion, though, because it really comes from bifurcation, splitting. It's a chain reaction. It's called a combinatorial explosion. It's a geometric expansion. That's 3D, not 2D. They're only looking at a 2D in compressors right now. But 1 to 2 is 3. And then 2 goes to 4. But 2 to 4 is what? 6. Okay? There's your 3 and 6. Okay? And this is the binary code. But this right here, you can call it a pyramid or a triangle, whatever you want to call it. Doesn't matter to me. You can call it a vector. It would be more accurate of the 9 of its shooting. Okay, and a preferred frame of reference. This model here, this is God's light cone. The bottom is completely different than the top. That's why I say everything has preferred frame of reference and spatial orientation, because the bottom's different from the top. But watch this. What is the binary code being wrapped around a triangle? If it was binary, it could not. It could not have, I call this, and it might be abuse of the word, this is, I confess, I call this angle and ratio, the 3 and 6. I say it's being wound around a triangulated spindle, okay? Now, that is not normally how people get angle and ratio, but if 4 goes to 8, what is it going to do? 3. 8 to 7 is 15 is 6. 7 and 5 is 12 is 3. 5 and 1 is 6. It's always 3, 6, 3, 6. It can't be if it's binary. Can't be. And here's why it's not binary. I'm going now into, let's call it evidences and proofs, but it's not to burden you with the evidence and proof, it's just to show the beauty of it. So first I'll show the beauty. 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5, and then it repeats again. 1, 2, it's recursive. I took infinity, I showed infinity is not infinity of direction, that it's periodic. It is a loop, that it is recursive. So it begins over and over again. And 1 to 2 is 3, 2 to 4 is 6, 4 to 8 is 12 is 3, 8 to 7 is 15 is 6, 7 and 5 is 12 is 3, 5 and 1 is 6. So it's always the perfect opposites of anything is 3, 6. Okay, which I'm saying is the yin and yang. And I'm saying the yin and yang is not 3 parts because of the invisible 9, which is the source. Now I'm going to go take you on a roller coaster ride. I'm sorry. Okay? The easiest way I can do it is just tell you, instead of trying to explain it. If my hand works. When 9 is positive, we would always have thought that the yin and yang is based on 1 is positive and 1 is negative, or vice versa. It's not that way at all. When 9 is positive, 3 is negative, and 6 is negative. They're both the same polarity at the same time, because 9 is the control. I can't do enough to respect and emphasize the secret of 9 and what's going on with the 9. So, and this is spirit. And this is a magnetic field. No, I'm not making some contrived correlation. Okay? These are the poles of the magnetic field. And this is the source that the magnetic field is responding to, that it's always aimed at and focused on. Because this came from there, which you could call God if you wanted. So what happens is, now that I have 3 numbers that have polarity, it means I have to have 6 numbers, because there must also be a negative 9, and there must also be a positive 3. And again, I'm not explaining this, I'm just revealing it. Okay? And the pattern of this is this. Negative 3 goes to positive 9, goes to negative 6. What do you think the next number is? It's not back to 9. It goes from negative 3, positive 9, negative 6, and what's the next number? Positive 6. Negative 6 to, except they don't really touch, there's a boundary condition. But it's hidden right behind that 6. All the knowledge of the universe, this is why I call it God's light cone, is compressed in the smallest amount of space. Anything to be known, past, present, or future, is in this shape, in this diagram. This is a blueprint schematic. It is the secret to everything in the universe. And so if I've just left now the positive 6, what am I going to go to? The negative 9, hidden behind that positive 9. There's really 18 numbers here, but they're so well hidden behind each other you can't even see them. Okay? And then the negative 9 will go to the positive 3. So where do we see that? I hate to leave this map, but sometimes you just have to.
Why do we assume that there's a positive 6 for a negative 6? How can we automatically, is that a rule that I don't know, or?
Don't think anybody I paid you to ask that question, because it's a perfect question. Okay, you see the map, it should have polarity, but it doesn't. I made it big so you can see it. You ready for it, the answer?
Yeah.
Going up is positive, so this, let's see, this is positive 3 right here. I'll just put polarity. Oh, I didn't grab it yet. Okay. There we go. What color am I? That's fine. So let's find a positive number. 1, 2, 3. That's a positive 3. Agreed? No problem? Because it's going 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
These should be black and white. There should be animations, but it's so hard to not have it. This right here is going down, 8, 9, 1. That's a negative 9. This one right here is going up. It's positive, just like that other 3. See how the 3 and 6 are the opposite of the 9 in the center?
Got it.
And do you see how that 9, I think you do have it, 6, 7, 8, 9. So let's go to the next 9 over here. Look, it's not the same 9. It's going up, 7, 8, 9, 1. But this one, 9 over here, is going down, 7, 8, 9, 1. This 9 over here is a positive 9. And the 2 3s, the 3 and 6 on each side of it are negatives. Do you see that? Okay, to help you with it, and thank you, we would never have known it without this toroid number map. When I did this toroid number map, it took me 24 years from getting from God's light cone, that symbol, to create this toroid number map. And how I did it was with the help of Scott Gossler, and that's a long story. And this was the first map ever done of a prime number squared, which was 3. And once this was done, I knew that I essentially destroyed every pillar in mathematics, all the foundations of mathematics in academia today. Because it gave a whole new axioms, whole new laws of how things worked and transpired. So what is happening is this is now palindrome, and they're flipping. And every number is a mere opposite. And it turns out that these are called underpinning nested vortices. And this is the boundary condition. This is called a world boundary condition. And I believe that this is how you control this as a spaceship, by these small vortices over the major vortices, by their activation rate. And I have maps where I've mapped what's on and what's off when. And then they're staggered. If you look very closely, this is the last point I'm going to make on this map right now, and then I'm going to go back to where we were. By being staggered like that, everything's aimed at the center. And each one of these tiles is like a crystal mirroring the center, each one of these numbers. And I know which numbers are on and which numbers are off when, and the ratio is 1:6 from spirit. And it goes into family number groups, which I haven't gone into yet.
Does this relate to the Fibonacci sequence?
Goes right into it. I'll be glad to go into that at some point. It's completely solved. These are completely in it, but we'll see. Because I want to make a different point right now. So remember to go to Fibonacci. So what did I want to say? 3, 9, 6, 1, 2, 4. Let me see if I can remember what my point was going to be. Oh. Yeah, to control it for a spacecraft. Here's the thing. It's an optical illusion, the duality again. On our diagonal world, it looks like, here it is. +2, -4, +8, -7, +5, -1. See how it never breaks that binary flip-flop rhythm? Here's a -1, here's a +5, -7, +8. It looks like it's negative, positive, negative, positive. It looks like it's binary. It looks like a duality. It is not. The minimum set of anything is 3. Minimum number. There is no duality or things wouldn't ratchet forward. Things wouldn't be a one-way street. Things wouldn't have a positive flow. By being 3, it creates that forward motion direction. The duality is just because the third part's always invisible. Because this duality over here actually has a mirror duality. Here, this was a negative 1, but if we go over here, this is going to be a positive 1. Now it's going to be a -2, +4, -8, +7, -5. It's a complete mirror reverse series. But where's the third part if it's not a duality? We're going to go back to the other map. It's that in the center that is keeping them apart, distending them, displacing them, and that is not empty. That's a higher dimensional flux field. Okay? The flux field is everything, so I'm going to...
And we're always reading the numbers up, right? Whether it's diagonal or...
I didn't fully understand.
We're always reading the numbers upwards, right? So like the 4, -8, -7.
I just, you mean going multiples of 1 up? 4, 5, 6, 7, is that what you're talking about? I'm trying to maintain a continuity in the explanation.
Yeah,
As,
I don't want to keep interrupting you.
no, I don't mind, and I'm sure your questions are very good. I like your questions. So the only thing is, so I don't mind, is we'll never get to Fibonacci, which is another question you asked. I think you're being very helpful, personally.
Okay.
That's why I give classes with people. See, I'm about to start teaching by myself, speaking to the camera, and I'm not looking forward to it. I have to say, it is the most unappealing thing that I'm about to do. But the problem is that I have terabytes of data. I have so much that I am forced to have to do that, and I am not looking forward to it. But that's what I'm going to do. I've made that decision. Unless I have every slide done and I can just go in slides in order, which I don't have the resources for. Okay, so here is, remember we circled the 396 before we left the 2 circuits? Okay, so this is the third part. Again, this white line is being woven around that red. Why is it a dotted line? Because it's a flux field. That's why it's not a solid line. Okay, and to finish up the theme, but that was the main point. This 396, the binary code isn't binary. That's all my point is. There is no duality. There's always a third point. We have God in the center. It isn't that the female is positive and the male is negative or vice versa. It's that we're in sync in relationship to the number 9. And if we're in sync together, then we have a Korean band. Okay, so what happens is, if this is, I got to grab it. We go +1, -2. So the thing about this binary that is very important is you can't never break the binary flip-flop rhythm. Back and forth, one or the other, okay? Except the 9's the control, but we know that, but no one else does. So positive, negative, and you can never leave the train track. Positive, negative, positive, negative, and you're back to positive. You never broke your rhythm. Rhythm's everything. One problem. What happened to our negative one? Because now we have 18 numbers, because if we have a negative one, we've got to have a positive one. Where is it? It's hidden behind this. Completely hidden. Okay? And it's a complete mirror reverse opposite. It's going to be -1, +2, -4, as you saw on that other map. Now, that other map, I'm not going to explain it right now. I'm just going to totally skip it, because it's too much work for me right now, because I'm getting tired. Shows that the coil, that is a coil, what we're looking at, the other map. This is a coil. And that other map is wound in spires. Not wound where every wrap is side by side and every turn, but it goes around in a star, a very important type of star. Okay, and it applies to music, it applies to Fibonacci, it applies to everything. But unless I have the illustrations, I'm not going to go into it. So Now I exit out, I hope. So I don't even know what's ahead. Again, I haven't seen this in years. So this is showing spirit emanating. We call it the dandelion puff principle. See the dandelion in there? And it's creating those numbers. But it's only 1/6 of those numbers because those emanations.
Can you make it bigger, Marco, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
I didn't do this illustrations. Someone else did it, but it is right. So many people have contributed, over dozens of artists, to this project. Okay. So numbers come, everything's focused from there. Oops, from there. That's where there's something emanating. It's called the primal point of unity by me. Okay. I'll just keep going. So that's where the 0 is. So this explains it a little bit better, how all the positive tiles are white. Come on, I'll make you big. Not only one. Oh, I can do it. See all the positive ones are white? Positive tiles. But in between, the negative tiles are going to be the numbers in between. That's a 1, that's a 7. Remember, that's a multiplication series, and you're going to have multiplication series this way, like 5, 10, 15, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a double coordinate system. The standard Cartesian coordinate system is not correct the way they do it, with positive ones below, negative ones through down below, positive to the right, negative to the left. This instead takes a double coordinate system because I don't use squares, I use diamonds. This whole time. And it's really made out of great circles, this whole thing. Okay, so now we're going to go look, this was the positive numbers, now we're going to go look at the negative numbers. Oh no, I wanted to stay on that map. So here are the negative numbers over here. And then you put them together, this double coordinate system, and it reveals 3D space, the inverse square law, how it works. Here's it going down, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Here it's going 4, 8, 3 instead of 5. One's negative, one's positive, and they go together. This is, again, the dandelion puff principle. It looks like everything is spiraling, but they're really shooting out in a straight line from the inside out. And it imparts the spiral that we see, the disketting of the solar systems, the spiraling of the Milky Way. I'll make it bigger. Spirit's positive emanations. So again, what's unique about spirit? It can only travel in a straight line. And this positive emanation creates negative draft counter space, which I probably don't have a map handy. Yeah, there's not one. I barely remember any of this. Waves of 9, we already saw it. That's samples of coils that they've made. I mean, I claim, and I don't believe in winding it like with stranded wire, but I claim that this is the secret to over-unity, free energy, perpetual motion, zero-point energy, which makes me a laughingstock and makes me seem like I should be in a straitjacket, but that's how it goes. There's Tesla's quote, if you only knew the magnificence of 3, 6, and 9, then you would have a key to the universe. And then I say it's 396. God, is this old? So I relate this to the mind. I'll keep going, but if I come back to it, I come back to it. That's how I learned all this. I'm not a mathematician. I learned it because I figured out the secret of intelligence, the secret of how the brain works. How's that for a claim? That's even better than over unity. Okay, it all has to do with what I call biophysical harmonics. It's all harmonics. Okay, oh, here we go, biophysical harmonics. Models the all coherent brainwaves of God. And I show recursion. Because I claim this is also the ultimate encephalogram pattern, waveform. Okay. Now I'm going into family number groups phase 1. So there's too many ways to show this, how it relates to the multiplication series and stuff. And this could be torturous because seeing it on the toroid number map, and my goal is not here to torture you, so I'm just saying the flux field starts first. There's the flux field, showing when 9's negative, 3 and 6 are positive. When 9's positive, 3 and 6 are the reverse. That's what we already talked about, the yin and yang. Any questions? No? Okay.
Don't forget about Fibonacci.
And are you gonna talk about the brain?
I can when we're done, or unless I have a good slide that'll segue. There's what we already saw. 3 and 6 are the yin and yang. 9 is spirit's W axis. Another world and another dimension. The flux field's another world than our physical third dimension. By getting the third dimension right, I get the higher dimensions right. I don't even have to worry about them. It's all automatic. We live in a deterministic universe. They're showing the Lorentz butterfly and the great attractor. Polar number mates. Oh, that's what we talked about. There you get to see it again as a little reinforcement. Okay? I say it's the origin of the base 10 counting system. I'm about to show you, as we get to it, there's the mirroring again of the multiplication series. Powers of 10, I haven't explained that yet. I'm saying Alice through the looking glass mirror. It looks like bilateral symmetry. It looks like it's a mirror parity, but it isn't. There's a third invisible higher dimensional force creating it. This is just the result. Family number groups. That's what we were supposed to be going into right now, but I think it'll be hard. Oh. But there it is, 147, and the other group is 285, and the 369 was the first one. I haven't explained, but I'll just glance through it. This point here is completely different than this point here. Just the length of the lines are different. This is a short line, this is a medium line, this is a long line. Each one of them represent a number, and they represent spatial orientation in space, going through space, defining space. Bifilar Mobius circuits. We showed what looks like 2n. Here you haven't seen this yet. One of my favorite sayings is nobody gets off the submarine alive. And just when you felt comfortable with 1, 2, 4, 8, now we're going to do something completely different. We're going to do 1 is to 0.5, 0.25. So now I'm doing decimals or fractions. But I said that I didn't say, but this is the most predictive math there is. And so before that was a 5, now it's a 0.5, but it always has to equal the number that it lands on. That's following the 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5. So if that's a 1 and a 5, that must be a 7. And sure enough, a half of 0.5 is 0.25, but 2 plus 5 equals 7. Half of that is 0.125 equals 8. Half of that is 0.0625, which equals 13, which equals 4. You know that's a 2. And what's half of 0.0625? 0.03125, which equals 3,125 equals 11 equals 2. Does everybody see what I'm doing? Remember, I said it's perfect, that 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5. Okay? So there we go, even higher fractions, but I won't try and do it. We haven't been using these maps because they're so blurry, but we haven't made new ones yet. Okay, now this is very important because I'm trying to compound how things really work. So here we have, this was 1, and that was 5/10. But what is the number right here? That's a 10 instead of a 5, and that went from 1 over 1, or 100%, to 5/10. That's power of 10. 1 times 10 is 10. And 10 times 10 is 100. And a half of 0.5 is 0.25, or 25 hundredths. I'm going to wait 1 second. I'm sorry you're cold. I get so hot standing up here.
No, that's fine. There's blankets.
Okay, but I'm not gonna, like I said, nobody gets off the submarine alive. So Zenka, where did that 100 come from? Okay,
I was getting a blanket, but,
okay, we're gonna do it again. A half of one was 0.5, remember?
right.
But it's 5/10. Half of 0.5 is 0.25, but it's 25 hundredths. 1 times 10 is 10. That's 100%, 1 over 1. 10 times 10 is 100. 10 times 100 is 1,000. What's half of 0.25? 0.125 thousandths. So this has nothing to do with base 10 being 10 fingers. It has to it comes from this symbol. You still with me? What's so important is the tens are always lining up. The hundreds are always lining up. The ones are always lining up. I couldn't see if my eyes didn't line up because light's polarized. Originally, when I did this math, I called it polarized fractal geometry instead of vortex based mathematics because of that disketting lining up. So, but then instead of keep on going around, it goes here, it inverts, comes upside down the other side, and this becomes 625 10,000ths. So it went from 10 to 10,000. Next one will be 10 million, and then 10 billion, then 10 trillion. And then half a 0.0625 is 0.03125, or 3,125 hundred thousandths. See how the hundreds are lining up? The powers of 10 are much more complex than they explained to us. They say in school, in computer science, all computer scientists today are completely crippled because they count in a 2D operating system, the binary code, and they're taught that you can think in any base number counting system, hexadecimal, base 21, base 15, base 12, BS. Any base number system has to be a prime number squared to be 3D. And any base number system from any other type does not have the coherence. It has what are called rips and tears. This base system in the toroid number map has no rips or tears. It's seamless because of this. So then it goes, and it is working like an egg beater. See how I went down, went around? The two lobes, the two sides are working together. If our sides weren't working together, we'd be in big trouble. Okay, so then it goes to a million, to a billion, to a trillion. This explains anything to be known in the universe is hidden in this symbol and revealed by this symbol. Okay, I'll keep going. So now I'm explaining how 124.875, 124.875, no matter how big the number gets, it's really periodic. That's well known in computer science, but not that it's 3D. That's what they don't know. This is the different torus shears. That's too much. At some point, I'm just going, it's just not appropriate to go any further at this time. This is the numbers being created. Brad Maxey did that, prime numbers squared. I hope, I'm sure we will, we'll get to another base system. We'll get to the next prime 3 squared. There we are. This right here was done by Professor Farron Thorpe. He calculated this all in his head, I might add. And what a job he did. Base 10 you already know. 2 circuits, 1 gap space. When you go to radix 26, which is the next prime after 3, which is 5 squared, you then have 4 circuits now, 2 pair. The gap space gets longer on top of it, okay? The high dimensional flux field never gets wider, it always gets longer. This is a 3D, and it's actually omnidimensional base number counting system. This is the computers of the future. I call this the decaQubit, okay? It has no rips or tears. It is seamless. It does have a grain, though, like wood, which is what you see there. It does have a handedness. It has all those other things.
You said it's 5 squared, but it would be 5 squared plus 1, right? Because 5 squared would be 25.
Well, no, 5 squared is 25, and it's
But it was radix 26.
I was wondering about that too.
because any base is one number less than that base because of the missing 0. because 0 is not a number, it's an absence. Should I have, and so radix means the same thing as base. So what I'm saying, at least as I understand it, my definition. So radix 26 means it's mod 25 base 26. Did I answer that?
Yeah, so 49, 7, the next prime would be 49, 7 squared plus 1, which would be
50.
base 50.
But it's not really plus 1.
Okay.
It's just because they include the 0 when they're saying the base, but every mathematician knows that 0 is not a number, so that's why the mod and the base. So mod 9 means, and base 10 are synonymous with the same thing,
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
because 0 is an absence, and that's what this discovery is about, is how to put the 0 back into the center.
That makes sense, yeah.
It's a good question. So now this is 5 times 5, 5 times 5, and now replacing 9 is the number 25 at the center. I'm sorry they're so blurry. You know, I did everything I can to solve these problems, and I just can't solve it. It's too much for me to do. So then you have 7 times 7. So now here's our mod 49 base 50. Can't see a thing. Suffice to say that 49 is right there. Oops. Was right there. Okay. And how many conductors are there now? There's 6, or 3 pair. So there is a pattern in prime numbers, but only from squaring them. The prime number squared represents, or the torus, this model, toroid number map, represents God in the world of mathematics. Every world is not bereft of God. Every world has a avatar of God, an axiom of God.
How does the base, these other bases, these higher bases relate to our natural world or the hologram, or how?
You gotta
what
speak
are
loud
they?
for me.
Yes.
How do the other bases?
Relate to the natural world, the hologram? Like, are they other dimensions? Or are they just more powerful components? They're more powerful computers. Like, how do you relate them to?
As Charlie Chan would say, good question, grasshopper.
Show her 5.
Huh?
Show her the 5 sequence. Yeah, that's.
Well, we're not going to address that today because that's still left to be resolved. So, but the question was, these are tools. They're tools that never existed before. They come out of the side door, out of right field. To me, I see very clear relationships to engines, but motors. Not everybody's going to see that, or it takes them a long time before they get there. It shows that things are not random. It shows that there's a supercoherence. You might even say a all-coherent intelligence behind everything, that there's an invisible hand behind everything, that nothing's by accident. Your earlier question, which I still don't even want to go into it now, but I'll glance on it, is that to receive divine guidance, to get inspiration or illumination, is always been the purpose of the fable, the end goal. And so it turns out, I'm just letting you know, but though you should be able to see it yourself, this is a coil. All of these maps are coils. And these coils reveal how energy flows, the pathway it takes with least resistance. It's called the longest mean-free pathway of least resistance, which equates to superconductivity. It means no random parasitics, no friction, no noise, no random collisions whatsoever, no entropy, no decoherence, no wasted heat loss, no overheating. And so it turns out that this coil here, the coil that is the most important coil of all coils, is the human temple, the brain. Our nervous system, everything's a coil. Our DNA, helically coils, spirals, our protein folds, coiling, protein folding, our muscles, everything. And our brain, with the folds, is a coil. So, it's a very crude analogy, but we've seen them play on glasses, Nutcracker Suite on YouTube. And they play the glasses, right, with the water in them, stuff like that. And we know that if a violinist or a singer can shatter a glass by hitting the resonant frequency of that glass. Okay, I did all this work not only to try to create a new technology that would get rid of the combustion engine and to obsolete nuclear power, and that could be used as a nozzle to take man anywhere through space. I did this because the ultimate machine is ourselves, is the human temple. In all religions, it teaches that the human temple is the throne of God. They say when God takes possession of it, it says the house is ashine with his light. Okay? And so the harmonics of this, what you were seeing over the surface of it is called harmonic cascadence. I call it harmonic cascadence, the waves of 9, revealing that there's a potential and kinetic energy in these maps. And I mean, Russell Blake from Microsoft, I don't need to cite my references right now, but he said it so well. He said, he was the director of future operating systems, advanced operating systems for Microsoft, the director, senior researcher. And he said he's never seen so much coherence. I call it super coherence, or Lisa does. That this is, so most people don't understand that you are a violin or a guitar, you're a musical instrument, but you're untuned. And you never ever thought that you could take your instrument and you could turn it into a Stradivarius. You don't do it by saying so, fa, la, ti, mi, do, by taking singing lessons that way. The name of God in all the religions, all the scriptures, was the ultimate mantra, the ultimate way to breathe, ultimate way of meditating. In the scriptures, it's very clear, but I don't want to burden us too much in this class. But the quote in the Four Valleys, the Seven Valleys and the Four Valleys, translated by Marzieh Gale from Persian and Arabic to English. I only read her translation personally. The other translations don't compare. It says, if the mystic, the fourth valley, this is the highest level of attainment, says, if the mystic knowers be of those who've reached to the beauty of the beloved one, this is the apex of consciousness and the secret of divine guidance. This is the center of the mystery. He doth what he willeth, ordaineth what he pleaseth. Goes all into about manifesting, co-creating with God. He says, O my servant, obey me, and I shall make thee like unto myself. I say, be, and it is, and thou shalt say, be, and it shall be. It goes heavily into linguistics and phonetics. It says, whatever high proofs and wondrous solutions are recounted herein concern but a single letter, a single point. The B is talked about as a trumpet blast, a bottomless sea, blackest of nights. This is mysticism. This is stuff I don't think you normally read. This is stuff that is all I read. And so it talks about the crimson pillar and the snow white path. Red, it would be the lowest frequency, but the lower frequency penetrates everything, just like gravity. It's a very subtle frequency. Everyone's always working on the high, I'm working on the low. The aleph, the breath. So how did I get into this? But I'm a Western civilization person, born in California, grown up in America. They say when the spiritual knowledge was revealed in the East, they say the wonders of science were manifest in the West from the same spiritual energy. I'm just trying to make a machine, okay, because I'm an environmentalist, like we all know, you know, that we can't keep on dumping plastic into the oceans forever. That's non-biodegradable. We can't keep on, I mean, I grew up in LA, Mulholland Valley, Encino, Beverly Hills. You just go up to Mulholland when I was a kid and you look over the valley, you could literally walk on the smog. It was so thick and so black. That was before the catalytic converters came out and other things. I don't know what they're polluting anyway, something else. But the thing is so I'm an ecologist, I'm an environmentalist because I grew up at the beach, I grew up in the mountains and the streams. By default, that's what I am. And so I felt that I had to do something about it. And so I'm applying it. But that is really, I only benefit from applying it not because it gives us free energy and endless, unexhaustible energy, but because of the fact that it also shows me the math and the cogs and the gears and the levers and the workings of the machine. It helps me understand the syllables of the name of God. And it allows me to see other patterns in the name of God. And it allows me to see it in life, like Fibonacci. So I don't know when and if even Fibonacci's in this, but we'll try. So we'll show it, how it even permeates everything, even life, like the Fibonacci does. So let's keep on going. But this is a milestone. What this does is there's a lot of things in Vortex Based Mathematics done by my students, friends, or peers, or colleagues, or whatever you want to call them. This is a milestone. She's singing in other prime numbers. Randy's done it into the thousands in primes. Professor Nelson did it on the Great Pyramid. That's another milestone. He did it Philitaxis prime number sieve. So we're showing 3 squared, 5 squared, 7 squared. So these professors and corporate engineers all made independent discoveries on their own. They all solved for themselves and were able to explain what this is and how it works. I try to get them to write white papers. Some of them have. Professor Nelson did. He has written many white papers. Russell Blake from Microsoft, he's written many patents instead. And in those patents are hidden secrets that you can't imagine. A lot of times, this never sees the light of day because it's too valuable and worth too much money. There's the different radixes that's showing top down, bottom view, bottom up, side view, cross-section views, 60-degree angle views. Be fun to show how things are working, but I don't even know what time it is. I don't want to exhaust you. That's the logo I designed based on the 12475 in the wings, and there's where the 0 is, and there's where the 9 is. That's the logo I designed for the Baha'i Faith. A lot of artists contributed to that. Sherry, Terry.
I wonder, I know you're getting on, but before we get too far, I'm curious about, with the number maps, they all seem to have a pretty regular pitch in terms of how they wind, and I think you've mentioned before that that's not technically, physically how you would like to see it embodied. In terms of a physical
Pitch, I'm interrupting you. Pitch
Go ahead.
is not the same on all of them.
It's not the same.
No.
It looks similar. Okay.
In fact, there's quantum rules that I've never gone into, and probably the most common errors made by people, is there's different relationships of multiples of 9. It creates a different pitch. The Rodin coil creates a poloidal field because the pitch is completely different than a standard wound coil, which is so many turns and so many wraps. They create a toroidal field. The Rodin coil creates a very gradual slope, which creates a different kind of field. So pitch is a whole scientific. Pitch requires an R&D facility.
Makes sense. You mentioned, sorry, if you don't mind, one more. Parasitics, it just seems that it would be quite a particular angle.
Absolutely.
If you're pushing things to-
Absolutely. You're saying that in working in electromagnetic fields. The pitch, the parasitics, the angle of the winding, but also that's heavily controlled by the spires, which is the star configuration. In music scale would be like the circle of fifths. So you're talking about not only, and when those spires, when that winding, as you know, because you've made them, get side by side and the windings come together, that's a whole nother, to parasitics, that's controlling parasitics. That's taking parasitics and making it work for you by creating a grain, a harmonic shear.
And the counter space is what you're talking about when you say the spires?
Counter space. No, typically when I use the term counter space is the positive emanation creates negative drift counter space. With the spires, I don't talk about counter space. With the spires, I talk about that which we talked about in the other class, and you guys will just have to be patient, was that that there's really only one spire, in the sense that the grain, because of the fact that they're all coming from the winding going around in star configuration, like when winding a standard 36 Rodin coil, you would have been every 15th and would have gone around 5 times before they lay side by side. But those spires are all connected. In fact, that's the secret of it. It avoids duplicity. And I used an analogy in the last class, but there's only one line in between all my fingers. I may have 4 fingers, but all these gap spaces are connected. There's only one space. Same with the spires, and same with the gap space inside it. There's only one flux field gap space. It looks like there's one every 3rd winding, that big space in between them. But in reality, they're all connected together as a single unit, the gap spaces. So, but that controls, but the pitch, the grade of the slope, the spires, which create a grain, and then how many turns and wraps versus what your multiples are. Whether in the standard coil, I did 18 vertically, 36 circumference. But the quantum rules and how this all works has never been accurately defined. And of all those ratios and angles and everything like that. How would, if I had $100 million and I could hire electrical engineers and we could fine tune it, and I think the engineers would figure it out.
For sure.
You had suggested once with Greg Volk that the ideal way to build it would be a 5/12 pattern, or the circle of fifths, as you say, which would give us the 5 turns colloidally and about a 22-degree angle. Why is that the recommended pitch?
When was that said? I don't think that is per se the recommended.
It was
Was
in
it
It was in a paper
Volk's
with
paper.
Volk's paper and yours.
Greg? Well, you have to ask Greg. Greg is brilliant. He was the president of the biggest theoretical astrophysics society in the world at one time, mostly from Europe, were the scientists. All counter stream, swimming, inventors of their own, disagreeing with everything, a lot of things. And it was quite a group to bring them together. Greg started making discoveries on the Rodin coil 20, 30 years ago, 25 years ago. It's just endless. It took him many decades before he figured out how to turn it into processors or machines and things like that. He graduate of Stanford, electrical engineer, and an expert on alternative energy technologies. And he emceed for years Tesla Tech, and hosted. So Greg's mastered Vortex Based Mathematics. I'm very lucky. There's still much more he has to learn. There's much more I want to share with him and teach him and go over that we haven't had the time. He brings to the table something that I can't. He can, because he's fluent in all languages, whether it's algebra, calculus, trigonometry, certain quantum languages, he brings, a lot of your questions he's addressed, especially about handedness and chirality.
I'll have to read deeper.
Well, he hasn't written, they're not available, the papers. Do you know he's writing a book, 150 pages? He's already done. It's called The Rodin Universe. And you can call, you can text him or email him and see if he'll share it with you. I'm sure he will.
That sounds like fun.
He's very generous. But I don't even come close. I don't even pretend to be able to read calculus or the other languages. I have to take it, Russell Blake from Microsoft, when he translated my work, it was called The Mathematical Formulation of the Rodin Torus. It's 70+ pages. He did that after taking classes on Vortex Based Mathematics from me. I can't read that document. In it, he says it's the most coherence ever done in mathematics. But can I don't speak those languages. I never had the time, never had the strength. Maybe I don't have the aptitude. Okay? So it has been my goal to have people write white papers. Russell Blake said he wanted to bridge the gap between me and mankind by him writing those papers. He said he wanted to do that, contribute that to me, because in the first cover letter he wrote, he says, when he did the mathematical formulation, it became immediately clear to him that my work was a form of math that had been overlooked by conventional mathematics. And the thing is that this is the only math that combines incongruent mathematics, different branches of math together, coherently. And so so I've spent my money in the past by compensating these people, underwriting them, scientists, to write white papers to explain this in a language that more normal people could understand. Me talking is like I'm speaking Greek to everybody.
Yeah.
So that's, and I'm aware of it, and I'm not proud of it. But their papers and what they've done, most people get lost. You'll see Ruhan and Tony's videos on my channel. Have you seen them?
That's actually, I wrote that down as a list of things to do today. Yeah.
The problem is that they are on the other side of the spectrum of me. Everybody thinks I should be in a straitjacket, but when they talk, everybody thinks they should be in a straitjacket too, because they're at the very apex they're at the very height of knowledge of calculus. Tony worked at the Salk Institute in Torrey Pines. And he went to Berkeley. He was at Berkeley in the DNA. His credentials are unbelievable. Okay, and so they're in bigger trouble than me because even less people understand what they're saying than me. So I try and bring in as best I can, and I bring in everything they have to share, the way they do it. I don't try and moderate them whatsoever. If I can clarify or help them, they'll ask me, and they share with me. But the thing is that we all have one common problem. This discovery could easily be gone tomorrow, could be lost. It's very very few views when the videos are put on YouTube. There's no good book that's in the bookstores on it that doesn't have errors, that isn't going, there's a book needed to go into all the details that I'm trying to cover here at greater length.
To systematize it is tough. To systematize it is tough.
It's
Systematize? To make it into a system?
systematizes itself. That's the nature of the beauty of the discovery. That it's, and so I worked in the last 72 hours, what did I do? I worked in trying to create modules. I tried to create modules on a lot of stuff. Here's, like, I need a module on abjad reckoning, which is if you type in ABJAD, that's where I got the numbers from. The B was a 2, the aleph was a 5, and there's the 5, it's in there anywhere. Aleph is a 1, the ha is a 5. Semitic languages, what is the mystic word in the most great name of God? Base 10 origin, there's the powers of 10, wheels and wheels, it can go on forever. Sample coils, Lazar made that one. Other base prime number systems. So now you can see it clear. This is mod 49, base 50. Now there's 3 conductors. These are different multiplication series. There's so much more to know about these, but it's not written on this map. And I certainly can't remember it by heart. Okay, how they work. So these replace the binary code, if you can believe that. 3D binary code.
Have you
Yeah.
heard of ternary?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. This would be doing it correct. So this is endorsements, Russell Blake from Microsoft, saying that what I just told you, he did the formula, and he says that my work isn't just on the surface, but into the interior as well. In other words, the rodent torus is 3-dimensional. To make something 3-dimensional, you can't have any error, or it's not 3-dimensional mathematically. And to have 3-dimensional is to, he's saying that it's going to revolutionize everything, surpassing such inventions as the steam engine, the internal combustion engine, and the electric power generator. I would call that as emphatic of an endorsement as you can get. And he's qualified. That's the thing. Well, here he says, this fantastic coherence has existed since the beginning of time, but is yet to be harnessed by mankind, and the potential is truly mind-boggling. So this is his resume. Because he wanted to be the bridge, he gave me his resume, everything, and said, use this to explain my discovery. So who was he? He was the, let's see if I can find it. It's not actually the reference I wanted, but that's okay. Oh yeah, it is. Senior researcher, advanced technology, Microsoft, 88 to 96. He was actually the director. Here it is right here. Systems, Performance Manager, Advanced Operating Systems. There's nothing higher in Microsoft, at least in my book. Okay, that's future operating systems. Okay, from 88 to 93. That's the kind of peer review that I consider qualified. Okay, and it just goes on all the other corporations he worked with, Sun Microsystems, it just goes on forever. I'm very blessed to have good peer review. Let's see. If you look at DNA and you look at God's light cone, you see how it snaps in? The angle, the ratio. Even though it's a double helix, if you go to Google and you type in DNA, major groove, that red line is called the major groove of DNA, MAJORGROOVE. And so I shared that with the head of technology transfer at UCSD La Jolla. And That's the highest position of all in UCSD La Jolla, because he has to be the most diversified, broadest scope, greatest encompassment, because he's in charge of the licensing of all the breakthroughs and discoveries in the UC college system. And so he has to understand every application, every branch of physics, math, computer science. And when he looked at my work, he said, of course you're right. He says, we know DNA has a backbone that's made out of phosphates, and phosphates always have a negative electric charge. And of course, with any negative electric charge, there's always an associated magnetic field. That's a spirit magnetic field that is responsible for all the mitosis, all the DNA sister strand unraveling, encryption functions of DNA. So here I did DNA. And so I'm saying that evolution, as it's taught in school, that, and Darwin did not preclude this. That's the thing, is so many people misrepresent things. I show that DNA does have what is called a bioetheric template, that it does have a morphogenetic field, that there is, that would be represented by the 396693. And so over the skin of DNA are underpinning nested vortices. On DNA, they align the world boundary conditions. And that controls sister strand, mitosis information. It controls cleavage and receptor sites. So I'm saying that life is not random chance, life is not haphazard trial and error. I'm saying there is such a thing as a DNA bioetheric template, a morphogenetic field. This is a quote. I guess we're getting kind of close to the end. This is one of Randy's favorite quotes, Randy Powell. This divine fire burneth of itself with neither fuel nor fume, that it might draw away such excess moisture and cold as are the cause of torpor and weariness, of lethargy and despondency, and lead the entire creation to the court of the presence of the All-Merciful. Whoso hath approached this fire hath been set aflame and attained the desired goal. Oh, this actually wasn't the quote. I put this in, I forgot. And whoso hath removed himself therefrom hath remained deprived. Where was Randy's quote? These are Baha'i scriptures I recommend for everybody to read. I have links. When you go to markorodin.com, you'll see links in my, under more and more description, and to these tablets. Breath of the Spirit, so mysticism unveiled, Baha'i, the day of God. The tablets are Breath of Spirit, Tablet of the Hori, Tablet of the Virgin, Ode of the Dove, Discourse of the Temple, Fire Tablet, Inumbration of His Enrapturing Call, Tablet of the Immortal Youth, Hidden Words, Life Force of God's Throne, the Seven Valleys and the Four Valleys, Long Healing Prayer, Prayers and Meditations, the Book of Certitude. I've read the Book of Certitude 50 times before I ever began to understand it. God Passes By Baha'u'llah's grandson, Shoghi Effendi. He was a master translator. The Dawnbreakers by Nabil. It talks about the 360 derivatives of the most great name, the Star Tablet by the Bab. Baha'i Faith Glossary by Marzia Gale. And just a general information website, BahaiWorship.com. So I am teaching religion. I am saying that there's a religion that almost nobody's ever heard of, knows nothing about it. That's my logo done by Richard Karsgaard, times, divide, plus, and minus in a circle. We're pretty much done with this presentation. So it's open floor. Let's see, how do I close out? Then what? Mm-mm. Where did, Brian? Where is that file? Go to where? My files? Oops. How do I go back? So, I'm pleased that we did a fountain of numbers because it's been under my skin for years to redo it. This is just kind of like a catch-all. Brought way too many things. I was looking for some.
You're in the JPEGs again.
So it doesn't do thumbnails.
It does, on the bottom left.
Oh, thanks. Wow. Too many. So this is what you just went through. Fibonacci. Okay, what do I do?
I got the screen to my computer.
How do you do that?
We can do it with an HDMI to HDMI.
There's already one of them.
Yeah.
Boy, I'm getting hot. I can do fountain of numbers and bring it up, although it doesn't do the, huh?
It is in fountain.
I mean, I can, oh, I see what you mean. What was this? May 20th. Nothing there? Nothing there. Okay, so I'm going to let her set up and stop trying. So you remember the claim I made? I said that those circuits and that gap space, that flux field, the 396693, is inherently embedded, that nothing exists independently of it. It's a crazy claim. That you will find it, if you're capable and know what you're doing, anywhere you look. So there's a lot of things that, I'm just flesh and blood that I haven't had time to address that I'd love to address in extreme depth. But the Fibonacci I did that one when I was a teenager. I had that done in the third year of high school. I've been doing this a long time. I became a Baha'i in my third year of high school. So, okay, so I'm going to go out of this. Just going to go out. So does anybody, while we're waiting, have a question?
If spaceships run, they say that Drunvalo's teach us that the spaceship is our bodies and that there's so many different kinds of ways to do that. So this would be the same nested understanding. I wonder if we can do propulsion systems using
If we can
this.
what?
If your structures talk about that sort of, you keep saying it's like an engine, I wonder how we would apply that to our bodies and our DNA.
I know that's a question that a lot of people really is important to them. Your question is important to a lot of people. So, you weren't here. I think you were out of town. Were you here when I spoke at the Red Rock High School?
No.
And I made a mistake because they asked me, how does this relate to the Merkaba? My answer was, I said, I'm not going to answer that because I don't feel qualified. I haven't had time to address it. And so I had to say, I don't know. But in the presentation we've been doing, but we're not doing right now, but we've been creating, we show, we go into all of that. First of all, the Merkaba is called the Ba. And we don't need my illustrations because I can just share it with you. The Ba is the everywhere in religion and scriptures and in ancient civilizations and profound cultures. Okay, so I'll give examples. Maitreya Buddha, who is always painted red, said all illumination is in amit abha. Abha is the superlative case of baha. Ba and abham is the heavenly, invisible, spiritual world, the higher kingdom that's inside of the physical world, that's hidden, that's everywhere. And the baha means glory, abha means splendor, and the baha is supposed to be the physical world, the contingent world, the world of creation. These are all derivatives of the most great name of God, Baha. And the Bab did a tablet that there was 360 derivatives of the most great name of Baha. A lot of times online you'll see tablets and they say that it's that tablet. It's called the Star Tablet, and it is not, because they confuse the different tablets together because they're all they're written in a 5-pointed star, a high cow. And so they confuse the Surah high cow or a Sadarato high cow, which is the tablet of the temple, with the Star Tablet, but that's a whole nother problem. So anyway, so Baha, the Ba, in Egyptology was the soul. When the pyramids were built and the soul of the pharaoh, when the Ba bird was supposed to descend upon the pharaoh, if it didn't descend in 3 days, the pharaoh would not go to the afterlife. Thank you. And so that's called the Ba bird. It had a human head, but wings of a bird. You'll see drawings of it online if you do a search for the Ba bird in Egyptology. So back to Drumbelow, then you have, and we were having dinner the other night, I'm allowed to say, with Greg Braden, and Greg Braden took that picture, the original picture of the Flower of Life. What pyramid or where was that? I can't remember. And that, he brought it here to our United States, Western culture. I think at that time he was living. Huh?
I think it was Abydos.
Abydos?
Abydos, I think.
Abydos?
I think that's where he discovered it.
But the Merkaba that Drumbelow talks about, again, Merka, I don't know what it means, but we're talking about the Ba, okay?
Merkaba means chariot of God.
Means what?
Chariot of God.
Chariot of God. So, vehicle of light. Or green wrapped car.
It's actually a counter-rotating vehicle of light.
Counter-rotating vehicle of light. Now, I don't claim to do justice, and last thing I want to do is not give the due regard or respect to these topics, okay? Because these topics are like, in Raiders of the Lost Ark, are like they're actually capable of revealing extreme potential in everybody. They're like Aladdin's lamp. Okay, you can get anything you wish, do anything you want. In this world, our feet get us around, our source of mobility in this world. But in the next world, the Ba is said to be, and the Ha is said to be compression, decompression, the source of our mobility, the source of our wings of our soul in the next world. It's the wings of our soul. So to give you examples, we've already discussed it. In that abjad, in all those maths, whether it's in the math of Arabic, Aramaic, Arabic, which is the Quran, Aramaic, which is the Bible, Hebrew, which is the Torah, Farsi, which is Babi and Baha'i, and in all those languages, the B is given the number 2. And we saw that that the number 1 connects to the number 2. Number 1 represents the breath, represents God. The Aleph. Should I help with this right here? Okay. And thank you for coming, Lisa. I'm glad you came. Oh yeah, someone's with your dad. Okay, so that 2n, they say, creates, in the Quran it says Bismillah. They say the entire Quran's in the Bismillah. And they say the entire Bismillah is in the first letter of the Quran, which is the B. And the B is written with a dot underneath it. And they say all of the knowledge of the Quran and everything is in that point, in that dot. Okay? It's written like this with a dot. There's nothing more sacred, nothing more holier than what I'm talking about right now. And that numerical value, abjad, of that B is the number 2. Okay? I can give you endless references in other religions as well, and cultures and ancient civilizations. So the binary code looks like 2n, 1, 2, 4, 8, 16. I have not gone into this, explained it, how it actually comes from bifurcation and clefting. And there's no point in going into it now unless I have the graphics to do it. But 2n is more of an artifact. It's what I call aftermath. It's even more complicated. But it is still the root underlying. So it says in the scriptures, when the point was manifest, it circumambulated, went around through the whole universe, created every planet, star, form of life. It talks about it in the Baha'i scriptures, in the Quran, how this point manifested all the other letters, all the other numbers. So, but this is known by the prophets and the manifestations of God, by his chosen ones, his holy ones, his oracles. And they all brought a revelation. They were all infallible. It was all freedom from error. And if there's mistakes in it, it comes from the translators, not from the original scriptures itself. And it talks at length about this. There's so much more, and even one of the most famous translators, Edward Granville Brown, Edward Brown said he felt that even the most devout religious adherent could not translate these texts because they were so difficult dealing with the names of God. I don't have any trouble with it because it's something that I've become ingrained with because I've been doing this all my life. So what are we looking for? The many Fibonacci sequences. Okay, go ahead. So here's one. You ready?
Do you want the one with your yellow lines?
Do we really have it?
Yes.
Sure.
Or do you want these?
It's not in the presentation.
No, I put it in.
Oh, you did?
Oh, that was the Enneagram. Sorry, that was not Fibonacci.
I didn't think we got it in.
No, it was in Fibonacci. It was in the Enneagram.
Enneagram. Oops. Okay, stay right there. You done?
I am.
Okay. You can't see through me, can you? Okay, let's do this. I'm going to go like this.
You just try to make it bigger, Lisa.
I will. I can do it
Okay.
because I got a mark on it anyway. I hope I can do it. I think I can. Oh, no. How do I do it?
He's got control now.
Huh? I don't have control.
You didn't do your screenshot?
Huh? So go ahead and make it bigger first.
You have to save
But
it.
I think it's big enough. Can you see that?
All you have to do is save it, and then you can do whatever you want to it.
Then I have to find it where I saved it. I'm going to just stay where I'm at. Change color. Okay. Okay. Fibonacci sequence. Now, bear in mind, you could have done this. This is child's play, okay?
Just save it down there.
Huh?
Save.
No, I'm happy with that size.
Okay.
I'm okay. How do you do the Fibonacci? 1, 1, 1, 2. There's many Fibonacci's. We're doing one of many. I've broken my nose many times, and I've been sick in the last month from overwork. That's affecting me a little. 1, 1, 1 and 2 is 3. 2 and 3 equals 5. 5 and 8 is 13, but I put a 4 there. Do you follow that? 13 plus, let's see, 13,
21.
yeah, equals 3. 21 plus 7, 28, which is 10, is 1. You want to keep counting them all for me?
Sure, got them. It's, after 21 is 34.
Wait a minute, 21 was
21
there,
is 3.
34 is there, so 21 and 34, or, huh?
Goes to 55 after that, which is 1.
Okay, just call them off first.
89.
I won't add them yet.
89 is 8.
Next one,
144 is 9.
next,
233 is 8.
next,
577 is 8.
next,
6, I'm reading, 610, 7. 987 is 6.
thank you.
1597 is 4. And then it just gets in bigger and bigger. 1, 5,
Well, wait.
6. Keeps going.
Well, but what happens is when it gets to this number, it repeats again. There's only,
24 digits.
There's only 24 discrete numbers in the Fibonacci. So even the Fibonacci is not infinite. There's a repeating pattern in it. Does everyone follow that? If we had a good slide presentation, we'd show all those numbers, but I'm sorry we don't. I only have the end result. So then we take every fourth number. We start with 1, and we go to 2. And then we go to 4. Every fourth number, 8, 7, 5, 1. It's a hexagon, and it's 1, 2, 4, 7, 5. And it's going to the right. It's going clockwise. But then we go counterclockwise, 1 to 2, 2 to 4, 4 to 8, 8 to 7, 7 to 5, 5 to 1. Okay, so there's your circuits. Remember, they must come in pairs. Then we have 3, -3, +9, -6, +6, -9, +3, -3. So you have the 396, 693. And then, what is not drawn on this, because I only finished it last year, a lot of it, Phil was working on the Fibonacci, and his discovery helped me then make this discovery that I finally finished. And there's 6 numbers that I haven't explained yet, which is this 8 goes to that one goes to that 8, that goes to there, that goes to there, that goes to there, and that has to do with the shear or the insulation. So, point being is that the Fibonacci, that I made a claim that these circuits are embedded in everything, the flux fields and everything. I did not expect the shears to be in that same way. And I haven't explained how the shears work. In fact, I haven't explained any of this, really. I will say it for the sake of saying it, not for the sake that it's going to make sense. 1 times 1 is 1. 8 times 8, I'm one step away in each direction, is 64 is 10 is 1. 1 times 1 is 1, and 8 times 8 is 64 is 10 is 1. The requirement of the shear is that it never changes, no matter what you do to it. Just as I said, if I started on the 8, I would have been 8 times 8 is 64 is 1, and 1 times 1. This is shear 1. So I actually, when I make this map next time, I actually will call it shear 1. I'll update it. And now, where the beauty shows up is the coherence, the consistency with the next Fibonacci's because I know there's many Fibonacci's. So I'm going to etch out, I'm going to get out of this, X out of this, and now I'm going to go to a whole new Fibonacci, one that you probably don't often see, which is 1, instead of having 1, 1, was 2 really the last number before 1 began? Huh. Either way, it's always right. Anyway, 1, 3, 1 and 3 is 4, 4 and 3 is 7, 7, 4 is 11 is 2. Of course, these would be large numbers. And anyway, it makes a pattern. After the 24th number, it repeats. And there you see in blue the circuits going clockwise, the green going clockwise, the blue going counterclockwise, the red going 396, 693. But this is a completely different map. This is sheer, oops, I didn't take a picture of it. Isn't that funny? I get a whole different menu when you're on that. Okay, so it's going to go 7, 2. You notice they're always the number mates. Maybe we'll do Professor Nelson's pyramid too, since everybody's so patient. Probably like that. But anyway, and this is shear 4. 7 times 7 equals 49 equals 4. 2 times 2 is 4. It's always 4. Or I could have gone, anyway, so this is shear map 4. Okay, but there's your circuits. There's your 396, 693. What you're seeing there is a even dispersion of spirit, actually, and the magnetic field. But I haven't gone into that because I haven't gone into family number groups. Okay, so I'm going to X out of this one. Now it's a whole new one. Okay, so this is Fibonacci 1, 4. 4 and 1 is 5. 5 and 4 is 9. 9 plus 5 is 14 is 5. 5 gets confusing. Let's see what I did. 4 and 5 is 9. 9 plus 5 is 14 is 5. Oh yeah, 5 and 5 is 10 is 1. 5 and 1 is 6. 6 and 1 is 7. It's the same thing. And there's your blue counterclockwise, 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5. There's your 1, 2, 4, 7, 5 going to the right. There's your 3, 9, 6, 6, 9, 3 gap space. And now we know what shear this is. Did we just do 1 and 4? So this is going to be shear 7. And here it comes. So 4, can't see, 4, 5, of course. 4, 5, because they're polar number mates. 4, 5, 4, 5, 4, 5. And 4 times 4 is 16. 4 times 4 equals 16 equals 7. And 5 times 5 is 25 is 7. This map is shear 7. It's right there. Now, are these all three happening simultaneously? Are they entangled? Are they super positioned? Someone's going to figure it out someday. And they're going to know how to use this. And they're going to know how to use this to end disease and apply it to biology. Because I've always claimed that you could end all disease and produce unlimited food. But I don't do it on a gross level, how everybody else is doing it with the Rodin coil. And I do it where I actually go internally, inside the cell. And I use flux fields like you would use a syringe. It's called a pipette. I go internally. But I don't ever see me getting to that in my life, unfortunately. Okay, I'm closing. And this one we don't need. I don't know it was the same thing. I think it was just explaining it a little bit more. So, what else do you have in your bag of tricks? Do you have Professor Nelson's pyramid?
Do you want to do the Enneagram, or do you want to go to the pyramid?
I think I'll go we'll save the Enneagram because while it's so beautiful, the pyramid is kind of more fundamental to the point.
You're doing great, Marko, thank you.
You're welcome. This is going to be a little weird. It's bad enough that I'm claiming that numbers are real, that nature is expressing herself with numbers, okay? That numbers don't move, that they're stationary vector interstices, they're nodes, and the functions move instead. But I had nothing to do with this. This was my best student. His name was Professor Scott Nelson, world famous plant pathology, devoted his life to vortex based mathematics. On the top editorial board in plant pathology. One morning I got a letter from him. He was the only one I ever gave a diploma because he was that good in vortex based mathematics. And Professor Nelson wrote me a letter saying he had this strange symbol that he took out of the Keys of Enoch. And in that chapter of the Keys of Enoch by J.J. Hertek said he was invited to go up into space with the aliens in their spacecraft, and he saw rivers of light going through space. And he asked the aliens, I'm just kind of paraphrasing, what that was, those rivers of light. And they said it was the energy grid for the universe, and they gave him this funny mathematical symbol, okay? And that 131919, I would never in a million years been able to decrypt it, okay? So all the things that I'm telling you about, a lot of them were done by other people that I never would have done, that they exerted themselves. And believe me, this Professor Nelson said when he did this, he just cleared his whole mind. He'd already known vortex-based mathematics and the toroid number maps. And so what we get is, if you look closely, these multiplication series, I'm not explaining it yet. If you look really closely, there's your 396693. There's your 396693. There's your 396693. There's your 396693. On the torus, these circuits, this one's going down, this one's going up, are spirals. Instead, and the multiplication series framed them in. Now the multiplication series are where the two sides of the pyramids meet on the edge. Here's 4, 8, 12, 16. Here is 5, 10, 15. Here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All the steps of the pyramid, all the horizontal sides are circuits, and the flux field gap space. Using that numerical code. He says he folded it out. He unfolded it. Did anyone say anything?
Would you like to show those circuits?
I'm having a little trouble hearing.
Do you want me to show you those circuits?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would like to see it.
Let me know when you put the one that you.
So again, this is something I wouldn't have done in a zillion years, okay? So we went ahead, Kyan and I, and finished it and did the other two pyramids, showing the circuits, showing the underpinning nested vortices, which I haven't gone into that much. It's a little bit too elaborate, but anyway, that's all based on Professor Nelson's work. And again, the multiplication series are on the edges, and there's the circuits. Wherever the circuits come together, I'll show you the beauty of it.
You want me to?
No. No, go back. Well, capture the wrong one. It's too hard. Let me close. Go back. Back. Well, this will work fine here. No, I can't make it big. Can you make it big?
You know, you do is save it and then you can stretch it.
Well, I don't want
Or I
to.
can go out of-
Huh? Okay, I won't worry about it.
I can make it bigger for you.
No, no, no. None of it's that important.
Can you go back one slide, because I think you just showed us like some really big, incredible, like business.
Huh?
What are your harmonic shears?
Is that what you
I
wanted?
wanted to see it again. It was like going fast.
1, 4, and 7. Let me know when you're done.
Did you show them where the symbol of the Hertog symbol was matching the 113, 111?
We did on the first page. Scott had it. Okay, I have one more. Go back one. I have one more point to make on this, and then I'm going to move on. I'm going to take, just to show the beauty of it. You know that oh no, that's not what. Let's use this one. Here you have 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5. 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5, 1. It ends on 1 right there. But so does that one. 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5. 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5, ending at 1. Do you see that? And it began over here, 7, 5, 1, 2. So the corners, the multiplication series, are always another step on the pyramid. And here it is, 1, 5, 7, 8, 4, 2, 1. It ends 1, 5, 7. The point is that the numbers on the corner, I'm not deliberately in control of. It's being generated by the circuits being at right angles. Does everyone follow that?
Could that be related to the inversion that you talk about? And how,
Well, everything's related to the inversion.
how that would happen? Because it's kind of like it folds in on itself, and this is an example of showing how there's an overlap between two circuits sharing.
There's nothing more important than inversion, and of course we haven't talked about it really, but it's all fair game. And so the 396, 693, 396, there's the 6, and there it is, 3396. It ends on the 6, and over here, 966 ends on the 6, 33966, it ends on the 6. I don't know what you would, I'm just showing the beauty of it.
I'm over here smiling because on the left-hand side, when the 5, right? So this perfectly supports the duality, right? The 5 in the middle of the bottom line, the horizontal orange line right there. That's the 5, right? That's how you started to explain the duality, how it goes to the left and to the right. But then there's a third energy which goes directly up to the horizontal, which is spirit, the red box. It's all
Going to the one.
Yes, so it's all going to the one.
The reference point.
Yeah, the reference point.
Okay,
If you X out, I can show you what she was just
show me what?
saying.
Okay. I'm not sure what I'm looking at, but let's just keep on going.
Now you add the nested vortices,
Well, I'm not worried about all that. It's too much.
and then you aggregate it.
Okay.
So Marco, could this be contributing or creating the pi ray that's supposed to,
Speak loud for me.
could this be creating the pi ray that's supposed to,
The what?
pi ray that comes out of the pyramid down into a pyramid at
What's it called?
PI ray?
Pi
It's,
ray?
Yeah, it's preservative.
But the answer is yes.
Okay.
Yes. The forces are all, these are all energy devices.
Yeah, like a lens of sorts. So.
The fact that the pyramid and the map maps, the pyramid number map using Vortex Based Mathematics matches the toroidal number map gives a whole new way to research it further. But I'm convinced that they're both energy devices based on the number maps. And I never would have figured that one out in a million years on my own. Okay, let's keep going.
That's the end of that sequence.
Okay. What happened? You want to go to Enneagram?
Okay.
Yes.
Before you move on, if that's isomorphic to the, it has the same properties and everything as the torus map, can you help me find a shear on there? Because it looks like
Sure.
7749 is
Sure.
4, right? Like,
Say it again?
I see like 7749 is 4.
I'd be glad to go into the subtleties of this. Eventually, you'll know it's second nature. You would know it, but
Would you like a bigger one?
it would help. Not this one. I'm using the three. Yeah, those would be fine. That's what I want. Leave that.
They're a little small, let me go.
Yeah, yeah.
Is that okay?
No, because I don't have all of them now.
Okay.
I say it's small, but that's the breaks. Okay. And I'm Mr. Like It Big.
Marco, try to zoom in right now. Can you?
I tried.
Save it first.
Okay, I'll listen to it, but I don't think it's going to matter. You want me to hit the save? Device shall not make any copies that are copyrighted. Well, good thing this isn't copyrighted. Saving, got 3 little dots. Okay, but now I got to find it. Lisa? That's why I haven't. Because then I'm going to have to go leave this.
Try clicking.
Huh?
Click select on the left right there, Marco. The left arrow on the bottom.
Oh.
On the bottom bar.
There's a
arrow.
cursor.
No,
There's
left, on the very far left.
Just go.
Do mark again. Mark. And then
It's going to give me an open option?
we'll click on the arrow on the far left of the other toolbar.
Horizontal.
There's a
Over
cursor.
there?
There's a mouse cursor on the far left of your selection bar. Okay, okay.
Oh, thanks.
Not gonna let him. But if you go into more, I think there was a folder option,
There
somebody
is a
pointed
folder.
out. Okay.
Finder.
Say, as you get, before you get going, like really going,
There it is.
does the number of courses, like layers on the pyramid mean anything to you? I think it's like 300 some odd, like layers of masonry.
It would, but I've never been able, you know.
Right. Time, resources, and energy. Yeah.
Thank you. Why don't you stay close if I need you? Okay, so all this stuff means something. Everything means something.
For sure.
You were asking about the shares.
I was.
Is that big enough?
That'll do.
Thank you, Brian. Well, now I got a finder. Okay, so I'm hitting mark.
You're on.
There it is. I think we use a different color this time. Use blue. Okay. It's too easy. The 396, 693 is always in the center, right? So there's your shear, there, to there. It actually goes like this. Does a right angle like that. Goes a right angle like that.
Would you
This
like
is-
to draw 'em, or do you want
This
me
is
to
a
show
hidden
you?
grain. Huh?
Would you like to draw it, or do you want me to show you shear one?
And I think it's labeled actually down there, sure.
I think I'm okay.
He has to draw them,
Uh,
right?
Huh? I don't know.
We have them if you don't, unless you want to draw them, which is kind of cool.
I don't know. There's going to be a lot of other data in the other maps, so that's why I'm just keeping it simple, so we don't get overwhelmed. 2 times 5 is 10 is 1. 1 times 1 is 1. 2 times 5 is 10 is 1. 4 times 7 is 20. This is shear 1.
That's super clear, yeah. So what goes on at the apex there, that central 9?
That's what Woody was talking about. Why, now I know it's a pi ray.
And it
Said
needs
it's
to
a
be
lamp,
capped
but
with
the-
metal, right? It needs to be capped with gold to work, right?
Maybe,
I'm not sure, I mean, this is a long time ago, I was looking at
But
that.
the 8 digits around that block.
Probably.
Huh?
The 8 digits around that block, I don't think they add to that, I might be wrong.
Where the shear is every third, so this is going to be the next shear.
So the apex doesn't do anything because
Oops.
it's not all
No, I don't, I'm having trouble hearing because I'm still recovering from being sick and I'm getting a little worse. I'm losing sound in my left ear right now.
Oh, no.
It's just because I had an infection. I didn't want to take an antibiotic. And I am getting better. Okay, so that's your shear. And then you have your underpinning nested vortices, which I shouldn't go into but, because we haven't talked about, but I will. Let's see, 1, 2, 4. Those are the lines for them right there. There it is. And some are imploding and some are exploding. But I'm not going into too much depth.
So the apex and the diagonals, things get weird though, right? Or does it still work?
I'm not sure what you just asked. You want to show me what you're talking about?
I guess if you sum the, I think it should, so 8, right, 10, 8, that's not 9.
You're going too fast.
The,
Oh yeah, you're having a problem.
And
You're having a problem about it always making 9?
Right.
Because you're going over the edges.
Ah, there it is.
It will up to the edge. I don't know the phenomenon of what the reason is of how it's working. But everything seems, so when I did it for that pi ray that he was talking about, to get that pi ray, okay, in my maps, if we go to another illustration, I actually was showing that there was like a conveyor belt, and it was all hypothetical. This is like, I've reached in life, but this is like the biggest reach, okay, okay. But let's look at the other maps. See, if you're working with this and you'll learn, maybe you even understand things that, and then explain to me. So I go out, except there was another shear, and this one would have been, hold on, this would have been shear 4. Because 8 times 5 is 40 is 4, 7 times 7 is 49 is 4. This is shear 4, right? And this one over here is going to be shear 7. 1 times 7 is 7, 2 times 8 is 67, 4 times 7 is 4 times 4 is 67. Okay, I'm out of it. Let's see, well, I can move it, or can I? Okay.
Can I read that little paragraph?
You want a root
really
beer?
quick?
You don't like root beer. I got black cherry.
Make it really big.
Go to,
Maybe switch a slide.
if you can X out, I can take it.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to find. Yes,
I am X'd out. That's why I can't find it.
no, because this is a,
It's just that we're stuck in some other.
yeah, because it's a picture. It's a photograph.
Okay. We want to go back to her? Okay.
Now how
You
do
have
we-
to see, you have to go to HDMI.
Yeah.
No, you won't find it there. You'll find it over here.
Menu right there, it's right there.
You'll find it down here. And you go,
Go menu.
yeah, there you go. Which one's hers? There you go. If she's in it. Woo-hoo, good job.
So I believe that's your circuits.
Huh?
I believe that's your circuits and your underpinning necessity.
Well, we keep going.
Yes.
So when you were doing that, that's why it wasn't working. You can really see it now, how it's not giving you a full wave or full ring. You actually got 2 waves and rings. There's something else going on now. But let's go to another map. That's that.
That's the most advanced one showing the.
No, no,
underpinning.
just keep on going through them. I'll see.
I'll go easier
No, go another way. That's not it. I had something in mind.
That's it.
Um,
That's the last.
But, well, okay. Go to the very beginning of the whole thing.
Playing the whole sequence in order.
No, I'm not going to explain. Okay, next one, please. Next one, please. Okay, that's what I wanted. You see how I believe there's some kind of conveyor belt thing going up? That's what I was trying to communicate. Now, I could be wrong. I don't know what's going on. But but it was, I'm still learning. But we had to do these. The maps I'm happy with. There's more things could be done, but you know, when you're dealing with perfection but anyway, there's showing the vortices and how they cut off at the edge. Here's showing the shears. This is 4, 8 times 5 is 4. Okay, keep on going, Lisa. This is showing the 3 maps. Professor Nelson only did the first one. And when he did his, they did not, or when he got it out of the Keys of Enoch, they did not have 9 in the center. But it still made a map, this map. Do you follow what I'm saying? Go all the way to the front of the book. Professor Nelson's. Stop there. They had 1 in the center, like that. And you see it's still built out with the multiplication series, because Professor Nelson knew in between a 3 and a 9, there must be a 9 and a 6, 6, because he was so fluent in this language. But at the capstone, instead of having 9, you got 1. Don't ask me why, any of this. This isn't my work. I only finished it because it never was finished to doing the 2 other maps. And if no, it's not there. I mean, you can even read, is Professor Nelson's letter in there or no? Let's just keep going. We'll go forward, and if it's there, we'll see it.
I can definitely get that for you.
Well, I don't need it. It's just if it was there.
Not in
Because we'll go to the Enneagram next. Next. I doubt if it's there if we haven't seen it already.
It didn't make Science to Sage.
Hmm?
It didn't, this is Science to Sage, it didn't make this.
The letter didn't make
But I
it.
do have it. If you-
Okay. That could be a research project of its own. It deserves it, certainly. Trying to show the direction of the circuits. Everything else. I don't think it was that helpful, really. If I was to do that all over again, I probably wouldn't do it that way. Okay, just go all the way all through it. It's fun.
That's it.
That's it. Okay. I could be wrong, but what I have is I have the one, well, it's not showing it well. Yeah, look how these are such different. I wonder why that is. Here we have, well, it's going to be a different shear. 1 times 4 is 4. This is shear 4. I show the 2, 4, 8, and then it goes 8, 7, 5, but I show it jumping across. Like when you have a spark plug in an engine, you have a little spacer and you create a gap. That's my, but who knows, until other scientists verify everything I'm doing, but that's how I see it.
Yeah, there might be a spark gap in the material.
That's how I see it, exactly. Okay, now we're going to leave this and we're over at the Enneagram. Okay, so everybody knows the Enneagram, sort of. This is a mistake in the Enneagram. The 3 and 6, there's no horizontal line in the Enneagram. Over the ages, over the time, somebody threw that in. That's not right. Okay, I'll explain more in the numbers as we go along. Okay, I hope. It takes a lot of different maps to explain this, like you can't believe. Okay, but next, please.
So did you just say that the bottom opening was a mistake? That was,
That horizontal line is not a part of the Enneagram. That's a man-made error. I'm saying that every depiction that everybody has of the Enneagram is wrong.
this is really similar to a star that I've been drawing since I was a child.
Good.
An 8-pointed star, except it doesn't have the opening at the bottom. This is like, it's been so prominent.
Okay.
This is pretty cool.
I think we're going to skip this one for now. Skip that one. So these really aren't as helpful for me as I wanted right now. Mobius circuits around decavue skin. So you can't see how I did that. See, so it's not helping because you don't have the maps. So keep going. Okay, that'll help. Okay, you ready? Every circuit, this has a handedness, and the gap space is going counterclockwise at the top, coming, I don't know if that describes it easily enough. You can see that it's going up here, down here, that the handedness will say is to the right. I'm not sure if I'm saying it right, but do you see that handedness? Over and over again, 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5, 3, 9, 6, 6, 9, 3, 1, 2, 4, 7, 5, except they went around many times before they laid side by side. But now we have a new pattern, counter-diagonal. And that is over and over again repeating. And it flips. Goes 9, 7, 4, 3, 8, then it goes 8, 3, 4, 7, 9. Here it goes 2, 5, 6, 1, then it goes 1, 6, 5, 2, 9. It keeps flipping. Do you see the flipping? Over and over again. It's going to be 18 digits, but it's palindrome, and it's the same pattern over and over again. If I take it like from over here, here it is right here, 2, 5, 6, 1. Well, here it is right here, 2, 5, 6, 1. Does everyone see that there's only one pattern going counter-diagonally on the whole thing? That repeats over and over again. So now we take that pattern, and I put it in a circle, which is one of my favorite things to do. And I put 9, 2, 5, 6, 1. And on the other side of that is 7, 4, 3, 8. See? 7, 4, 3, 8. 7, 4, 3, 8. It's over and over again. And I put 7, 4, 3, 8. And then I connect the 1 to the 2, the 2 to the 4, the 4 to the 8, the 8 to the 7 to the 5, and the 5 to the 1, and I get the Enneagram. There's your 3, 9, 6, and it came from the skin of the torus. And that's just the beginning of the connectedness. So the circuits, the Enneagram, the skin of the torus are all connected. Does everyone see that?
Do that again.
Pi did that diagram. Pi did that. His name is Mr. Pi.
There's always this flip-flopping going on in Vortex math, this duplicity, like wanting to go one way. It's almost like that screw in space that wanted to flip and turn around. There's this reciprocal activity going on that's keeping all things in reciprocal motion.
Well, you reminded me of the scriptural quote in the beginning of the Four Valleys. He says, "When once thy name was on the tongue, the lovers caught it, and it set the hearers and the speakers dancing to and fro."
Same with macabre science.
Yes, the two counter-rotating star tetrahedron.
They're
Yeah,
one and the same.
one and the same. It's all unity in that oneness. Yeah.
And it always goes back to source.
Okay, next, please. Thank you, Mr. Pi, who did that. So then, so I'm just following the sequence order of this. And tell me when you get too tired, because this goes on forever. 2, 4, 8, 7, 5, 1. The eye of Horus is the same equation. They give one, the 2 is the smell, the 4 is the sight, the 8 is thought, 16 is hearing. And each part of the eye of Horus, so this is the most repeatedly found talisman in all Egyptian digs, most reoccurring. So there's your 2, your 4, your 16, 32, 64. And their pyramids are, there was more pyramids named after the Ba, it's called the Ba bird. Believe me, they had this secret. I don't think they shared it with the general population. I think it was kept secret because I think it was too sacred and too holy, and I think that the generality of mankind, they felt, would defile it. But there it is, 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5. That really isn't relevant. There's the parts. There's the bobbird, human head. Okay, so on that pyramid, that's providential. That's the all-seeing eye of God, at where the 9 was, where the apogee 9 is. So I actually personally believe that it's God's neurons, that it's all perceiving, because spirit is literally giving a feedback to another world. 7 values and 4 values from Mars. There's the bobbird. That's Egyptology there. And I didn't add that in. That was there. The red there. Maybe we should, oh, there, in his feet, above the head, the red globe. They put my symbol in it, but it almost obscures it. I almost would rather have it without my symbol. So there's your 3 and 6, and there's your 9. They knew it. And the red is the color they use in the scriptures for it. Verily, he who journeyeth unto God, unto the crimson pillar in the snow white path. It's red. It's the Aleph. It's the pillar. Will never reach his heavenly goal unless he abandoneth all that men possess. And if he feareth not God, God will make him to fear all things, whereas all things fear him who feareth God. And then it says, speak in the Persian tongue, though the Arab please thee more, a lover hath many a tongue at his command. Because the Hamza is silent in Farsi. Okay, next please. Yeah, pi is fail-safe. So I say that by violating that whole, but you can't bisect it. And that's the mistake they make. I'm sure this article is not easy to read. Let's just keep going.
That's it for pi. Just if you wanted to say anything else about pi, that's the end of that module.
I know.
So we can go anywhere you want.
I don't know where to go. Where did this come from? Which presentation is this?
We just covered that module.
Mathematical enigmas? We went through it that quick?
Where we kind of
Yeah.
nonlinear.
Do we have a folders on, so show me what other folders we made.
Do you think that the Baha'i architecture like somehow entrains the body while you're there under that perfect, more perfect math?
I didn't fully understand your question, but everything's constant training. We're literally on a springboard, a catapult of growth at all times in every aspect, spiritually, morally, ethically. We're learning the universal axioms of God, and it causes us to have to mature and grow. I'd rather go, I don't want to go on the road and quote right now. Let's go to some, do we have anything under some of the contributors?
Yeah,
Although-
you're gonna see a lot of that in the sequence, which is why I went there.
All right, well, just go ahead. Doesn't matter to me.
Have you gotten pushback for any of this information that you put up? Have you gotten pushback from it, like the information?
Have I done what?
Have you received, like, have you felt in the last 20 years that people don't want this information to be out there?
No, I've never ever had a threat. I've never had a problem. The problem is that I've done nothing to make money with it,
Yeah.
and I refuse to. So, and I don't patent, I don't copyright, and that's not how our society works. But the government, I've had nothing but wonderful support from. I started at the very top. In 1988, there was an aerospace convention where I was living, and I went to the head of the Aerospace Museum, and he said, "I'm sorry, it's been cut off." I said, "I'd like to present. I've made a discovery." He says, "I'm sorry, 6 months ago it was cut off." He said, and then he looked at me and he stopped talking. And he says, "It's not up to me to make the decision." He says, "The editor is James Martin. He's the editor of Defense Science magazine." He said, "It's up to him. And he's handling all the speakers." And he gave me his name and number. I called him up on the phone in 5 minutes. I said, "Take a pen and paper and draw this put 1 to 2 and 2 to 4 and draw this diagram, make a circle. He said, this is the biggest discovery that's ever been made in anything. He said, I'm going to write your paper for you. He says, I'm going to put you under power and propulsion systems. Before me, and he did. And before me was Boeing Electronics, Boeing Aerospace. After me was, I think before me was General Dynamics, the biggest weapons manufacturer in the world. Some people got it and some don't. I can get through any door. Always have been, always, it's just a gift.
Do you think that any of the science and math that is currently being put out into the world right now is pulling people away from your discoveries? Like, we talked about how this needs to be in the classrooms, and I've worked with children in schools, and I believe, there's so much shit that needs to get out of the classroom and more relevant information that can come in. So, I'm on the same page with you there. But yeah, do you think, you talk about how it's so great to work with scientists and work with mathematicians, and you've obviously been doing this for so long and you've traveled the world. I mean, is there stuff that's out there that goes against what you're talking about and,
Okay, here's how it works. Here's how it works. You're supposed to always speak with respect about your teachers, who are your peers. And the problem is that those teachers would not know what each other is saying unless they standardized mathematics, or no one would understand anything that's being shared. And so what happened is they made some very serious mistakes. And this is not going to make much sense to you because it seems so innocent and so simple, but it isn't. And if I had the sheets handy, but Lisa won't be able to find them, so I'll just, no. There's no good sheets. We need a whole curriculum, a teaching module. We've never had time to do it. No, I'm fine. So there was a student of mine, close personal friend. We had a lot of good times together, Agustin Camarino. And he could take any number, a 20-digit number times a 20-digit number in his head and multiply it and come to the answer in his head. I think he used a book called Math and the Trachtenberg Method. It was a man who was in a Nazi concentration camp, and to keep his sanity, he figured out completely different ways to multiply numbers and to do mathematical calculations. It's a great book. It's only like 50 pages, and they sell it on Amazon. Trachtenberg Method, Math and the Trachtenberg Method. Augie memorized it, and it was amazing what he could do. And he would never listen to my math. He never liked it, and he would always interrupt me. And then one day, I don't know how, we were in a school, in the classroom, in the whiteboard, and he was giving me a math class, and I just was always quiet. I wouldn't interrupt him. I would just let him go. And he was explaining something to do with squares, and because he felt I didn't understand what was going on, he skipped several steps and just went straight to the answer because he was being lazy. And I stopped him, and I told him what the steps are that he skipped and what the answers were of each of what the numbers were for each of those steps. And he went speechless. He couldn't talk, just could not talk. He literally never was the same after that. And because he instantaneously realized I could not have known the steps he omitted unless my math worked. He liked to explain my math. After that, when we'd be eating over dinner, he would explain my math. He would always ask me how I can put up with him and how I can tolerate it. And he would say, the math that he knows, that he teaches, is like a crop duster. It goes around the mountain. He said, Vortex Based Mathematics is the only math that goes straight through the mountain. And so this innocent little mistake that people make is not so innocent. You see it in the problems with pi. For instance, everybody starts a number by beginning with 0, okay? and they'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That's a number line. Okay, that's completely false. Completely false. This is not there. Okay? Okay, 0 is not on a number line, and 0, like we use in the Cartesian coordinate system, and 0 is not in any multiplication series. Oddly enough, Augie used to always say to me, I'm only mentioning this because he was right at the time. He would always say to me, why do you hate 0 so much? That's what he would say to me. Why do you hate 0? I don't hate 0. Okay? Then correctly, this would have been 9, this would have been 1, this would have been 2, this would have been 3, this would have been 4. And what would have this been over here? It would have been 9. And this would have been 8. And this, because a number cannot be created or destroyed. And there is a 0, but it's not a part of the 1. 1, 2. It's the hole in the vortex. Okay? And this is where 0 is. And then, as I said the other day, I said, this is called a vortex well. It means, are you healthy? Well. It's called a vortex funnel. Every euphemism in English, are you having fun? The fun and well, the most greatest adjectives in the English language, are describing this whole. So this is the whole. WH, this is the whole. And every whole must have a hole, or you don't have positive systemic flow. You have shutdown. Must be always in, out. We have check valves in our veins. The blood must not be going the reverse direction. Okay? It's a positive systemic flow. Okay? Of implosion, explosion, compression. Except in every model, nobody shows these arrows, that there's something driving it. And that's called the mystic word of God. And this whole, this is called a magic circle. It's called toroidal pinch and fusion. And it's also called the primal point of unity by me. And I can go on forever. So, what were we talking about? So,
How we don't disrespect our teachers. How we don't disrespect our teachers.
Oh, thank you. So we must always respect our teachers, so they standardize us, so they communicate. Really, I'll tell you all that, in my opinion, is going on. It's just blind imitation. It's following in the blind footsteps of our forefathers. That's all it is. Look how far we've come so quick, and how primitive we've been for so long before now. And even now, even though we're so far along, it would replace it. It obsoletes every single book at the university, every even elementary school book. But if this should be a teaching curriculum. But I work on this nonstop all the time, and I still don't have barely anything done. Okay?
And so, you know, the people that you work with, the people that write these, as you call, white papers, these professors, all these different connections that you're having, like, they're supporting you by writing and saying, yes, this is like...
It's very hard to get them to write a paper
this is the cleanest,
and to finish.
You know, this is the cleanest, highest, you know, whatever word that you use. Like, are they taking that information and applying it into their work? Are they doing anything with it? Or are they simply just recognizing you and then writing papers?
I think that should be not glossed over, her question. So let me see how we can approach it. Do you have Russell Blake's patent? I don't normally share this.
I'm very new to your work, so thank you for...
Say it again?
I'm very new to your
they're actually, your question has been troubling me immensely because it's heavily omitted. So actually, whether you're new or old, your question is as relevant as can be. So, you know.
You know, because when you first started the presentation, when you first started the presentation, I was thinking, okay, like.
But you're talking too fast. When you first
started talking to me, like after my brain got past, the first layer, I'm thinking, what are we doing with this? How can we apply this to everyday life?
I'm going to tell you. I'm going to show you if she finds it. And I'm going to give you not one example. I'm going to give you at least 3 or more different examples.
Right.
You're going to wish you never asked. Okay. I got a call from one of my best students. What? Ready?
Yep.
Okay. This is a patent. Oh no, what happened? Okay, tell me when you're ready. We could not have had this if Lisa wasn't pulling. I never could have pulled this up. This was not a part of my presentation.
Thank you, Lisa.
Okay, so this is a board game with multifunctional pieces. Carla, Marie Blake, and Russell P. Blake, inventors. This is a game. Do a search for blind. Can you do a word search in it? B-L-I-N-D. In the patent. In the patent itself.
Sorry, I can't see it.
What happened? Okay. This is a game, a board game, to make accessible to blind players, the board game. Okay? Now put in the word computer. This patent is not limited. It also could be implemented in computer software and played as a computer game, suited to play on distributed computer systems. Maybe it's true. Maybe that's all it is. How would I know? I only know one thing. Okay? Now go up to the top and then we're going to scan through it. I'll tell you what I know in a minute. Okay?
What year is this? Oh, 2005?
Yeah. Keep on going. We're not going to read the description. The tiles, the language, the patterns. This is the class I've been giving you in a whole different way. He translated my work into this. Okay? Keep going. Keep going. Do you recognize it? Keep going. Keep going. Oh. Even little duckies, bears, hearts. Okay. Russell Blake, you haven't seen what he's done with Vortex Based Mathematics. You haven't read his papers. He's written brilliant papers. He says he did the math, and in a sense, if he's referring to, which he is, the algebraic document, it's called the mathematical formulation of the Rodin torus, he is. You can just keep on going. Okay, here's what he told me. For 3 years, when he left the United States, the only book he said he took with him was my book, which I gave him a copy. It was called Aerodynamics, the Dandelion Puff Principle, Point Energy Creation Physics. It was my monograph, my original math book, which is too hard, and that's why we don't even show it here, and too verbose. Did you go to the end? You did. So, go down, or pick a page, stop right there. Just leave it there for a minute. So in that book, when he bought a trimaran, he's just, he retired from Microsoft. And it was when 9/11 happened, and it was a big problem. But during that time, he said that, and he took his family, during that time, he said he knew that there was an application to computer science, to computers, hardware and software. And he said that it took him several years. Well, what he did was, I got a call. He said, I just left my patent attorney. He says, I finally figured out how to apply this and how to use it. And he said, the patent attorney said that this is so valuable that I can't share it with anyone, not even you. And so he said that no one's going to know this except investors. And so if you keep on going, I don't know, you just pick randomly and I'll tell you. Stop. You can look, you can see relationships like I was talking about, 2, 3, 4, 5. Anyway, it was all based on Vortex Based Mathematics. I'm not upset or angry with him. It's certainly, he came to me and he said, I would like to sign, I am willing to sign an NDA with you to learn this and to do this. And I said, no, I don't operate that way. I don't do things that way. I said, you don't have to sign an NDA. And he didn't. Okay? So I am happy that he made these discoveries. If he wants a patent, I'm happy for him. Okay? This is how the world works. So as long as we're on Blake then, and that application, for her sake, let's pull up any documents from him in any order. It doesn't matter. Let's just cut through them.
You want the artboards?
Oh, no, except the artboard. Save it for last. Because that's my class instruction for him, and that's not going to be easy.
So did the patent rest with Microsoft, or does it rest with him?
Say it again?
Does the patent holder Microsoft that he was working for, or does he own the patent?
He wasn't working for Microsoft at that point.
What is he doing with it today?
You would never believe, and I'm not going to jump ahead. It's that stupendous. Well, let's just first cut through the documents we do have.
You want to pick one?
But it's a duplicate of everything I'm saying. Free energy, the same thing as everybody's saying. He's saying he's found free energy using this. 0-point energy over unity, perpetual motion. Okay. I'm going to be hard on her. We're waiting for you. You ready?
Yeah.
Okay, she added spice to your question. She asked, what is he doing with it today? And I said, it's stupendous that he has found free energy over unity. Okay? Here's a letter that he wrote. We don't have time to read it. That's why I'm not going to be doing classes. Well, I'm going to have to do this a whole different way myself. Probably have to publish this at a website. I don't even have a website right now. He goes into extraordinarily lengthy efforts. I have reviewed previous and current work on theories of Marko Rodin. Remember, this is the head of the departments of advanced operating system. You're dealing with as brilliant as they come. Mr. Rodin has discovered a series of regularities in the decimal number system heretofore undocumented in mathematics. I can never claim that I discovered something new, only he can, because his degree is all in math, as you're going to see. He's a computer scientist. These patterns lay out on the surface and within the internal volume of the torus. That's a big deal, okay, inside it. A number of science engineers have voluntarily joined Mr. Rodin over recent years to explore the implication of his findings. The Rodin coil, and it goes on. And I just can't read all this, but this answers your question, except he was one of the first to point out that the field is vertical, poloidal, and not toroidal. And he talks and talks, and all I can do is just scan through it. I can't read this whole thing. Keep going. Our next page. Keep going. Evolutionary applications, motors. He keeps on going. Covers all of it. Antennas. Well, whatever was there. It doesn't matter. Transformers, electromagnetics, revolutionary applications, theoretical issues, prognosis. Anybody should wish that they have such a good prospectus on their work.
Do you know when that was written?
Yeah, that one doesn't have the date, but I have the original. Okay, let's just keep on going. That's all analysis. Let's just do this simple cover. Well, oh, that's one of his applications. Well, those are other things that he's went into, that he's working on now, including free energy. But I didn't want that. Let's skip that for the time being. These are all public domain published documents by him. Let's do
Circa 2000.
Let's do it towards a mathematical function. The effects of particle creation in space. Essentially what vortex-based mathematics does, you could call it higher education. Essentially, they break their glass ceiling once they learn this, and they're set free. Okay, here we go. Wait 1 second. Okay, you ready?
Yeah, we're dialed. I was gonna sneak a photo of that document, but I think I missed it.
Which one? I'll send you the copy of the
Thank
document.
you. I appreciate it.
You just have to remind me.
I will, definitely. Thank you.
Okay, so this is his mathematical treatise on the document, or a white paper. So let's just go through it. The following assumptions formalize the mathematics of the Rodin torus. The goal is to attain a higher level of understanding of the Rodin torus than can be obtained merely by observing the numerical sequences generating the torus. Key to development is the use of decimal parity. Decimal parity is an operation of that blah, blah, blah. It is interesting that all the same results can be derived. The modulo operator is used in place of the decimal parity operator. The modulo operators, and it just goes on and on and on. In development, we discuss series. Each series has an index. However, decimal parity were modulus. And he goes, and he begins. 1, 2, just starts scrolling. Okay, that's what a white paper looks like.
Those are equations?
Well, I don't read that language, so I can't even describe it. That's how.
They look to be sums and things.
Yeah.
They're equations.
He's constructing the relationships from like basic building blocks. That's what he's doing.
Okay. Breaking it down to tangible.
Making it procedural so that you can interpret it in terms of like information theory
Yeah.
and code.
You must be so fast.
I could not have higher peer review.
Yeah.
But the proof is in the pudding because it transformed their lives. Okay, what next? These are the indexes at the end. Go back. There's one quote in here. There's only one. Whoa, you're too fast. Go slowly back. No, stop there. Now go 1 page, 2 page forward. Look for an italicized line. Stop, there it is. It's the next line. Okay, next page. Let's see if we can find it. Next page.
There or no?
No, that was italicized too, but I was wrong. I think that's it. That's it right there. You can pick what means a lot to you. This is what means a lot to me. Thus, each element is locked into place by being a member of no less than 6 series at once. This is no small amount of regularity, exclamation mark. That's the only exclamation mark in the whole document. Essentially, I have the most coherence and most regularity that he said if anybody told him about it 2 months ago before he started taking my classes, he would have said it's impossible. Because remember, I'm going on different axes, different dimensions, different cross sections of space. I'm going X, Y, Z. I'm doing the W axis. Okay, this is no small amount of regularity. Number 83. You've asked. Now, this is directly applicable to technology. The level of a civilization is never more advanced than its mathematics. This represents hardware and software. But this is unique because this is the only kind of computer where the software and the hardware are one and the same. Okay, let's just keep on going on blank as long as we're here. I'll pick something.
So the world is a computer the size of itself?
Say it again, loud.
The world is a computer the size of itself?
The world is a computer, the size?
Size, it's the size, the computer is the size of the world. Isn't that
Oh,
what
I
you
see what
just
you're saying.
said?
That's a cute saying. The
But isn't
computer is
that
the
what
size
you
of the
just
world.
said?
The world is the size of the computer. Yes, that we're living not in a simulated matrix world reality. We're living in something much more beautiful and grounder.
Yeah.
Okay. But then this is where it starts kind of getting like Dr. Evil when he goes on a date with what's her name. It gets kind of weird because then we start sharing our personal stories and all of these things, and we all know that we've had our own confirmations. Okay, I could talk from here to Kingdom 2 of the paranormal experiences I've been through, and that's not relevant. What's relevant is that these flux fields, that everything is harmonic. Even spirit, even magnetism, even electricity. And that these are principles, universal principles, that we can stop being at the mercy of, that we can instead control, tap into, and harness to end disease, produce food, can travel anywhere in the universe, not have to return back to Earth, to communicate spiritually, psychically, telepathically, let alone beam me up. Okay, so I don't want to go into all his papers on this. I wanted to keep it simple, that is specifically relevant. Go to his, just a letter of introduction. We have many, so I don't know which one. Yeah, take letter. I don't know what it all is, so just take that letter right there. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm blocking you.
Open blank letter doc.
Well, it just says letter right here. I have two one-page letters that he wrote just as a formal introduction. We already went over it, I think.
Yeah, we have these in the keynote, if you want to.
Well, I just want to say that in my career, I've several times discovered new mathematical formulations which led to new products. In the late 70s, I discovered atomic modeling. Okay, and then it's just that now I'm completely convinced that the rodent torus will likewise lead to new and revolutionary advances. I had one more letter, but it doesn't matter. Okay, let's keep going. Instead of Blake, because there is another letter, but I'm going to ignore it. Let's go to...
Have you ever had children in your audience? Like, have you ever worked with children?
Mm-hmm. I've taught at elementary schools. I actually, instead of teaching here amongst all of you today, if I had my way, I would be at the Red Rock High School or at different schools. And as John knows, Sam has invited me. Only reason I haven't gone to the schools is you can't give an 8-hour class and you can't be all over the road like I'm doing. What I really wanted to do is bring the parents with the children here to humankind and do it here and keep it really simple. But I haven't asked to do that yet, and people have been waiting on me because I don't have the animations and the presentations. There's too much of me improvising that I don't like. Let's pull another person. I hope I answered your question. Let's pull Greg Volk, since we were talking about him. So here's a sample. Let's do that's gonna, okay, you can't read this, but that's what you wanted. There's a document. It turns out that there was a mathologger, his name is Erhard, who did a video on Vortex Based Mathematics. He couldn't believe that it had millions of views, and so he decided to address it. And he made a huge mistake. The mistake that all the teachers make, that is not a conspiracy, but it's because of their education misleading them, teaching them false things. And their education taught them, oh yeah, that was it, taught them that it's arbitrary what base you count in, that you can count in binary, you can count in hexadecimal. This is an article written by Greg Volk showing, so he's saying there's nothing special about mod 9, okay, that you can do this in any base. And he's absolutely right if you're in 2D, which doesn't even work. It has rips and tears. It's actually a faulty system that people then have to do backwards flips to repair the damage. Let's take away mathologger. It's all okay. Go to, oh, was that from Greg?
Yes.
Oh, that was his response, explaining where the mistakes was made by Erhard. But it's too much. Just pull up Greg's paper. We're just going to go through it for a second and then move on. That paper. Yeah, that paper. So why mod 9b is special, Gregory D. Volk, 2025. Just scroll down. It doesn't really matter. But believe me, it has to do with prime numbers. Hi, Cyrus. So here is Cyrus. I sold out of T-shirts. Everybody here bought one.
No way.
Yeah. Where is come up for a second, Brian. Wake up. Okay, this is the Baha'i Falcon. If you would like a copy of this shirt, T-shirt, they're $28 each. And Cyrus's phone number is, go ahead and tell me, Cyrus, and plus postage, $28 each plus postage. And again, 396, the 124875, that's where the 0 is, Baha'i, the Day of God. It's the Baha'i Falcon, and that's the motto of the Baha'i faith. That's our theme anthem is the Day of God, because that's the Day of God. This is the Day of God, and nobody's speaking in it but him. Has to do because we're in the age of manifestation, and the Baha'i scriptures are literally considered the word of the mouthpiece of God. Okay. Cyrus will take orders for $28 each. You have to tell him, text him your size and everything, and color. Your phone number is 510 290 4895. And tell him Marko sent you. Okay. Thank you, Brian. So, what word? Oh, well, this is a hell of a reference. But wait, what was I thinking about?
We did the Greg one. but-
No, I didn't do his actual book. It's called The Rodin Universe. I wanted to see. This is all still on your question. I can't tell you how much time I invested with these brilliant people that became my students. I can't tell you the discipline they have to learn a new language. Most people are too old who are scientists. They don't have the strength. They're retiring. They're exhausted. To learn another language is so challenging. The Rodin, no, that's not it. Oh yeah, that is it. A study of 9 base B. So keep going. Let's see the chapters. This is introduction, introduction. These are white papers. Okay. New ways to look at numbers. Hold on. I got to step back so I don't block it. Oh. No, I like it big. No, I can't see it because I'm sideways. So there's what you asked about, ternary numbers. He asked about how making the hardware more efficient, why base 3 is better than 2, the 4 rules of carry digit, blah, blah, blah. You're already, that's it. That chapter, you're going fast, but just keep on going. This is an academic mind. This is a properly peer-reviewed way of doing things, okay? Because then it can be published and you can get feedback. Okay, keep going. Rodin maps, numbering of bivectors. It keeps on going. The coordinate system, all the different mathematical functions, zooming in and out forever, minimal gates for maximal expressivity. Now, if I was giving you this class today, or if he was, I don't think you'd understand a word of it if it was based on this. It's too hard, okay? Not for a lot of people out there, not for many people in the academic field, but for us, not for them. So I'm explaining to you how they learned it, how I taught them. You're getting a repeat. Oh, we didn't pull up Blake's boards. We'll do that when we're done. You'll see the actual class I gave him. It'll be blurry, but I have it. Okay, eigenfamilies, eigenvalue whales. They've already said that using this math, they can totally do, God, what's it called? It starts with a D. Number system for primes. Do you see the work that goes into this? Maxwell, the structure of matter, 6 kinds of rotation, apparent translations, standing wave realizations on a Rodin path, gap element, it goes on and on and on. Phase calibration. And this was all done without a budget. Everything you're seeing in this class today was done without a budget. It was all paid for by out of our own pockets, by our own sacrifices and financial hardships. Okay, so there's the beginning of the book, chapter 1. Can you read that? If you can, then he'll give you a copy. Almost no one can, at least on our level. This work changes when I say it obsoletes every book at the academic level, I'm understating it. From electrical engineering to microbiology to computer science, it obsoletes everything today. It's a whole nother world. That's why it's called the gut equation, the grand unified field theory, or theory of everything. Can we have Blake's our class boards? And this is just for your fun.
It was in here, I don't see it anymore.
Just type in maybe art boards, art or poster.
Yeah, I'm in his folder. You see anything? You would have put it, I know what.
Right here, here, and here. It's easy to find. 2, 3, because there was 3 of them. 1, 2, start with 1. We'll go in order. Okay. I'm the only person who can claim that the director of advanced operating systems for Microsoft came over to his home every day of the week and took personal classes for many hours. This was the first, not the first day, but this is the first artboard. Tell me when you're ready.
Which one is?
I don't know. You can only open one at a time because otherwise I'll get confused. It's the bottom one. So that's it. I'm only saying this because I want you to understand they came to me. I don't reach out in my old age. I don't network. I don't socialize. These flyers for the class was my reaching out, and that's it. And that was only to preserve and document it right now so it doesn't get lost. Very blurry, isn't it? I wish we were going more into that. What you doing, Lisa?
Making it smaller so you can read it?
No. You make it bigger, not smaller.
Well, it'll get blurry, it'll lose its
No, I can't read that small. Got a lot of stuff down below that's kind of in the way. You can't read. Well, first of all, what I did is I created that he sign it. And the reason I had him sign it is because you would never know then that those patents that are in his name or anyone else's were based on Vortex Based Mathematics, like that board game that's meant for blind people and could be applied to a computer. So that's his signature right there, Russ Blake. There's my name, and then the other person signing it is Heidi. And she's the mother of my twins, Venus and Cloud, are now 25. And they weren't born yet, so that dates this pretty well. It even says the date, but it's too hard to read. I have higher resolution copies on a hard drive. So that's how I taught it. I can't tell you how hard it is to write everything. I haven't been doing that with you. Everything I said, I wrote down. And make it a little bit smaller. And I wrote down, and again, smaller. Now you can't make it small. I wrote down, and any words I said, I did everything. I explained it in detail. So this is a Vortex Based Math numbers class. Then the next one, again, a lot of this you've been learning. These are family number groups, which I haven't taught you really well. The shear is also the same as the circuit, but the shear always equals the same value, but it comes from the circuits, there being 2 of them, coming in pairs.
What's the shape in the upper left-hand corner?
Here's the multiplication series. This one right here?
Yeah.
3, 6, 3, 6, 3, 6, 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5. It's showing that it's based on thirds, that it's not really based on a duality. It's not really a binary code. This is showing that there's no, that it's impartial. If you do 1, 2, 3, 4, or do multiples of 4, 4, 8, or 2, 4, 6, that you always have that symbol, which we already said. I'm saying it's ratcheting, only moving one way. It's irreversible. I sort of show the standard Cartesian coordinate system, how it's wrong, and then I show how this is a double coordinate system. Oopsie doopsie. Okay, let's scroll down. I'm showing polarity, what's negative and positive. And I don't think we signed this board. Okay, next one.
That was all three.
Oh,
Two.
one more should have been signed though, but it doesn't matter. Good enough,
Sign in the left-hand corner.
right there. And he took a crash course from me. And of course, I knew what an honor and a privilege is to teach the director from Microsoft Advanced Operating Systems. And there's no question about him being brilliant. There's many more things I could say, but we'll continue. So now she pulls up Tom Bearden. Again, these are the highest peer reviews in the land that a person can get, at least amongst certain circles. And so Tom said, what I discovered, it's called the curl-free A potential I'm tapping into in the vectors, and he talks all about it. Scalar waves prove the Whittaker patents, the A potential. This is a whole nother language that no one can read. Go ahead.
Can you talk about can you tap into the scalar waves for a second?
Can we talk about it?
Yeah.
Sure. I told you, everybody, that she was the avatar for you. Introduction to Rodin coil design by Thomas Bearden. There exists a valid electromagnetic mechanism that will produce the effects reported in the article to follow and other similar effects as well. It is not magic, but electromagnetics of a special kind. Simply, the magnetic vector potential A is defined by the equation, and it's B equals capital V x capital A. I can't read the language, so if I say it, I would be chopping it up. If you choke off or kill the V, capital V, little x operator, which is called the curl operator, this leaves the curl-free A potential. So that's really important. The curl, looks like C-U-R-T, but it should be curl, I think. Curl-free A potential to move out on its own without being tied to the magnetic force field, to a B field, as it is almost otherwise is. Remember, I've been saying all along, what he's calling the curl-free A is what I call spirit. That there's, and he,
Kurt free.
Yeah, he misspells a lot of stuff. Tom did.
Yeah,
Huh?
I'm comparing the two. This is
where does it? Here it is, curl right here.
That's correct.
It should be curl. Curl-free A potential. See, Lisa? Again, you don't get higher peer review than this. It's just that simple. Okay? And so I'm not trying to do this without peer review. And if anybody came and said, and it was a qualified, properly researched, and said it was false, I would trash it. I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be here. It's not worth it to me. I'd be running and swimming, okay, and eating at a smorgasbord. So, but they all said it was authentic, this discovery. Kill the Vx operator, which is called the curl operator, then this leaves the Kurt-free A potential to move out on its own without being tied to a magnetic force, i.e. the B field, as it almost always otherwise is. In other words, one has torn the potential away from its associated force field, and the potential propagates independently in space. However, anything you place in the path of that curl-free A potential to interact with it, that will once again permit the Vx, capital V, little x, operator to occur. Will provide you a normal magnetic field, B field again. Since the capital V, little x usually occurs in, say, something like a coil or wrapping of a conductor, then you get the E field induced also by the time rate of change of the A potential, so that you wind up with a normal EM field containing both E and B fields. The E field occurs by the interaction of the E equals, then there's a little minus symbol, and small a, but it's more of a Greek symbol, but I don't know, and then a large A, parentheses, comma, little t. That's calculus. One of the great promises of curl-free A field utilization is that it propagates into and through media in which normal EM transmission is difficult or impossible, as pointed out in the Galenas patents. And that's really what I'm working on right now personally, though you wouldn't know it. But that's what I'm working on, is that I can, is such a ultra low, that it can go through, it can pass through anything. So obviously, if you hold all the B field inside the coils of the torus and then put something else in the center region outside the coils, you can get some additional potential and field energy there. In the center works. You can also get similar propagation outside the coil and effects on distant objects. Rodin is apparently, he didn't know who I was at the time. He didn't know about Vortex Based Mathematics or anything. He was looking at what you haven't seen, which would take us either to Jean-Louis Naudin, but more accurately would take us to Bill Ramsey. And I don't think we have the documents I wanted on Bill, but we have some that he wrote. But anyway, he didn't know that I did this all mathematically. He thought I did it strictly by experimentation. Rodin is apparently going by elementary electricity concepts, but augmented by excellent native intuition. It's not excellent native intuition. I know that there's always going to be an 8 between a 4 and a 7, and that 7 comes after 8, not before. And that 7 is always in the middle of 8 and 5. But nobody knows that, because we're used to thinking of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But I know that the circuit of 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5 is the pathway that electricity takes. Rodin is apparently going by elementary electricity concepts, but augmented by excellent native intuition. What he really is doing is attempting to separate the A potential, i.e. the magnetic vector potential A, from the B field and utilize the curl-free A potential as an independent field of nature in the central crossover region. There we go. Okay, we're talking about what? An aperture again.
Can you say that again? That sentence, please?
I'll read it backwards. Region crossover central in the, okay, so we're talking about something going on in the central crossover region. So we're going to come back to the 0 at a later point with other articles, okay? Because he doesn't, I think what he was doing was he was doing the peer review for Bill Ramsey's article. That's what this letter generated, this letter. He read Bill's article where he had more magnetism than you considered possible by the amount of copper, that the coil itself, the geometry, was creating more field than based on the laws of physics, okay? Which, that's why they say there's an endless market for this discovery, but that's a whole other story. So Rodin is apparently going by elementary electricity concepts, but augmented by excellent native intuition. What he really is doing is attempting to separate the big A, capital A potential, i.e. the magnetic vector potential A, from the B field. Now remember, we're talking about vectors. You know, I haven't used the term vectors on these numbers on the toroid number map because I don't want to abuse the language, but that very well may be what all these numbers are, okay? And they're not teaching that in school, arithmetic. Mod 9, base 10 are all vectors, okay? From the B field, and utilize the curl-free A potential as an independent field, except I don't call it a field, I call it a flux, and it's actually generating that other field. It's the number 9. Curl-free A potential as an independent field of nature in the central crossover region. Go ahead, Cyrus.
Why do you call it a flux instead of a field?
Because the magnetic field is, I'll give you my best. Let me think clearly. Cyrus has been following my work for over 20 years.
It's because it's dynamic.
I hope so. So, Cyrus.
What's the difference between a flux and a field?
I know. Cyrus said, what is the difference between a flux and a field? What was that? So this is a quad ruled piece of paper turned 90 degrees. Instead of being squares, it's diamonds. I get 100% more data, and I get everything accurate. Again, with no rips or tears or seams. So this is going to be a little hard for me, but
I can get you one.
no, I prefer do it by hand. 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5, 1, 3, 9, 6, 6, 9, 3, 3, 9, 6, 6, 9, 3, 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5, 1, 2, 4, 8, 4, 2, 1, 5, 7. Do a few more. 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 7, 8, 4, 2, 1. Do one down here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 4, 2, 1, 5, 7, 8, 4, 1, 2. Okay. Cyrus, you there?
Yeah.
Okay. This number is positive. This number is positive. This number is positive. This is 1, 4, and 7. Okay? That circuit doesn't occur to over here again. Okay? It's going down. See how it's going 1, 2, 4, 7, 5, 1, 2, 4, 7, 5? Go ahead. Don't raise your hand, just yell. We just yell.
Is this a cross-section of a torus?
No.
No?
It's the actual skin of the torus, peeled out. Huh?
Oh, the skin of the torus?
Skin, laid flat.
Got it.
Okay. So there is something going on with the 396 through all these numerical relationships, through Tesla, through every function, through every calculation, through every equation, every formula. This map has separated the positive numbers. It looks like every other one of them, but it's really being separating them by 3. This group of positive numbers is being separated by another group of positive numbers, okay? And 1 plus 3 is 4, 4 plus 3 is 7, 7 plus 3 is 10 is 1. It looks like every other one. It looks binary. Remember, we're always going to see this optical illusion of duality binary, that nothing is, okay? And what do we have in between them? I'm not even going to put a negative. All the 2, 8, 5s, and they're all separated by 3. Because 2 plus 3 is 5, 5 plus 3 is 8, 8 plus 3 is 11 is 2, 2 plus 3 is 5, 5 plus 3 is 8. 3 and 8 are the maximum distance between everything, okay? Which I'm saying are the poles of the magnetic field, 3 and 6, that are connecting to 9, which is right here. I'm saying 3 and 6 are the first. That's why they flip right there, okay? And why it goes 3, 9, 6, and it goes 6, 9, 3. because it's really going into the internal volume of the toroid number map. You still with me a little? The 285 next family number group, are you watching, Cyrus?
Yeah.
Is going to be, unfortunately, it's way over here. Well, it's right next to it, which is going to confuse you. I'm going to draw it out the way it should be. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we have 8, 7, 6. So this is 9. This is 3. This is 3. This is 9. This is 9, 3. I've been doing this too long. Okay, so this is going 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5 that way. So it must be going 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5, 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5. So the pair, the circuit, that they come in pair are separated by the 396. This is the pair right here. This is the pair to that one. 1, 2, 4 going down. This one's going up. 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5. To go on a distraction for a second, every number here is locked in by those multiplication series. Like here's the 4 right here. Well, 6, 5, 4, 3. Here it is, 9, 4, 8, 12, which is 3. Every number is locked in. That's how I know where to put the numbers. I know what the axes are that are locking in those multiplication series, okay? But I'm only interested in positive numbers because I'm only interested in activation, and I'm only interested in how the energy flows as it moves into the future. So now the positive numbers on this other circuit are the 825, and the 714s are all negative. So they're literally off to me in this other circuit. But when those 825s are on, they could be on elsewhere and other things, but in my mind, they're only on in that circuit. So the only place they're on is over here and this circuit right here, because that's the same circuit, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5, 2, 4, 8. So this circuit is all one circuit woven over and over again, but it's only one winding is on, and the gap space is off, and the other circuit in the reverse direction is off. So then what happens is, this is positive. The gap space comes on. This is positive. This is positive. This is positive. This is positive. And now the 396 is on. So the easy way to say it, but I don't think it'll help, so I won't say it. What I'm saying is this, is I believe one, and it could be more complicated than this, but this is how I simplified it when I did the original work. One circuit's on, then the other circuit's on, and that one's off because it's a different family number group. Right now, this is the 147 positive family number group on. Then it goes to the 825 positive family number group, and the other one's off, and the gap space is off. And then they're both off the circuits, and the 396, 693, the flux magnetic field comes on. When 9 is positive, 3 and 6 are both negative, to answer your question. Cyrus. But remember, this is going into the volume of the torus, whereas these circuits are on the skin of the torus, and they're going diagonal. The energy can only move through the sides of the tiles. It can't go through any corners. In fact, these tiles aren't even here because I just created a mathematical trick. It's called a mathematical interferometry diffraction grating. I took the winding of a spiral barber pole and made the barber pole see-through so I can see the reverse stripes, and I found that those tiles and the sizes, they expand and contract, were tethered to the axis, were controlled by the axis. In other words, half these lines the lines going this way don't even exist. Don't even exist. But I created this tiling system to allow me to see how energy moves into the future. I call it a numerical interferometry diffraction grating. It doesn't exist in the world, except here.
Okay, it seems like numbers have a dual paradigm meaning.
I'll do your dual paradigm. once and do it twice. What's the dual
symbolic
paradigm?
And arithmetic values. So simple, which is more important, the symbolic value of a number or arithmetic value? Does that make any sense?
More than that. Not only are you talking about a dual paradigm, but it's more paradigms than that, because the number is being combined with the surface topology.
Yeah.
Okay? And there's an invisible time component. Everything we're talking about is a time component, which I haven't even gone to yet, and I can't do it easily on this map. But, so the numbers are somehow integrated with all the other numbers.
Yeah.
They,
Is that that's more to do with their arithmetic relationships than the symbolic relationships? Would that be correct?
I hate to make a mess, but I'm going to do it. No, hold on. Stay where you're at.
The reason I've gone.
No. Hold on. Cyrus.
Yeah.
This right here is the number 9. This one over here is 2 tiles over. Okay? But this number over here is 5. But the relationship of that 5 to 1 is 2 times 5 is 10 is 1. There is an invisible time component in all these numbers, which I was going to go into family number groups. I was doing by what is positive, because I was saying then that the negative numbers, that only those few, only 1/6 of the whole number map is ever on at any given instant. So let's take this one in relationship to 2 tiles there. But into these tiles here, we have simple, well, it's not what's occurring, it's bifurcation, but we're going to say 2n for simplicity. 1, 2, 4, 8. This could have been 64, could have been a 1. Where'd I get that 1 from? Because I could have said this 5 is 32, that's 64. There's a timing component that has somehow been dovetailed, okay, into the geometry. That's why I stayed with the arithmetic value into your question. There's a geometry in these tiles. For instance, I'm going to take 4 times 5 is 20 is 2. I'm going to go way over here to the 2. And that's 4 tiles away, and that's 4 times 5 is 22. There's a geometry, a time component, an arithmetic component. In other words, every branch of math has been combined together with the bow tie, with the ribbon. Okay, so your question's very good. You're trying to dissect what a number really is and how they work. Okay, and right now, I'm tying into the numbers to a W axis, not an XYZ. I'm claiming that there's something turning on these numbers, which we call the dandelion puff principle. And I was trying to go into it. So I don't know if I answered your question very well.
He also asked about the flux field, why you call it a flux rather than.
Yeah, that's the original question. Okay, so hold on. Oh well. I got to work on my erasing skills. Okay. Nine, when not positive 9, when positive 9 occurs, it also occurs at the same instance as positive 6 and positive 3. We're not looking at that God's light cone, the VW symbol anymore. we're looking at the skin of the toroid map. And we're looking at just what is positive numbers and negative numbers and when that occurs. And so when you have a positive 9, you always have, which they know, the class, you came late, you always have a negative 3 and 6 in the same underpinning nested vortice. This 3 and 6 that is positive is in relationship to that negative 9 in a different underpinning nested vortice. There's two types of underpinning nested vortices. Really, the two types are staggered and aligned, but that's not what I'm talking about right now. Right now, I'm talking about compressing and decompressing. Okay, another positive 3, positive 6 underpinning nested vortice. And that 9, that positive 9, in relationship to the magnetic, I refer to that as a flux. Okay, but wait, I still haven't answered your question.
So flux may be more.
No.
Of dynamic numerical versus stagnant, which may be the field.
That would be correct.
Flux is when
But
it
wait,
turns on.
as big as a mess as I got here, only 9 lines up over the 0, which they already know, Cyrus. And that 9 is a straight line, and that's the w-axis.
Yeah.
Okay? The 3 and 6,
Yeah, it's dynamic versus stagnant.
okay,
It's the best way to say that.
let's go ahead, Gabby.
It's a good way to say that, yeah,
She,
exactly.
you passed. She gave you a gold star.
No, I like that. One's flow and one's like a pulse, yeah. It's like-
Because a field, because I studied physics, you know, like differential equations, all that. Those are classical numeric theory versus post-classical, which is vortex based mathematics. And vortex based is more based on a dynamic numerical analysis versus a static numerical analysis. Is that correct?
Well, I always go by dynamics. In
Yeah.
fact, my whole interest is the dynamics of the ether,
Well,
which I call aerodynamics, which is an inertia ether,
Right.
which I would say is the number 9 again, but I call it spirit instead of inertia ether.
Yeah.
But it's actually a positive emanation. It's actually imparting motion to everything. That's why I'm pointing out my positive numbers on this map,
Yeah.
because I'm trying to show what's moved, because this circuit is moving that way when it's positive 147.
Right.
And then this circuit over here is moving this way
Yeah.
when it's positive 8, 5, and 2. And then when it's positive 3, 9, 6, one's going in, going out, and one's going in, or vice versa. But you get the idea.
Yeah, okay, the vortex-based mathematics is dynamic numerical analysis, whereas the fields represent stagnant, the classical stagnant numerical analysis paradigm.
Which I call a choreography, like in a theater.
Right.
It is known in physics that this is possible. The well-known Aharonov, Aharonov, Bohm effect depends upon precisely this separation. It appears that neither Ramsey nor Rodin are aware that a tightly wound torus performs this curl-free, in quotes, curl-free. Lisa, were you going to say something? Separation of the A potential by trapping the B field. So the A potential would be the flux, and the B field would be the field. Inside the coiled wiring, so that in a very good torus coil, most of the B field can be contained within the coil, and the curl-free A potential will still radiate from the coil, both to its inside or center space and outside and beyond into space. And I'm saying that I can map that on the torus skin. Okay, what numbers are positive, what are negative, and how it's working. A great deal of work on this use of the curl-free A field was done by Galenus, who patented several patents in this area. I'm still reading this for you. In this area, which were assigned to Honeywell, Inc., the firm for which he worked at the time. Galenus is very famous. You'll see that in the Raymond C. Galenus. I mean, you can't get more famous.
Were you gonna talk about the hologram?
We haven't gotten to it. I think we did, a little maybe. Yeah, I think when we went from 5 to 7, showing how that it scaled up and down. And so if you took out any number, any time, in any of these maps, I took it away, but let's say I took away 9, 5, 4, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5, 3, 9, 6. Let's say I took away this number right here, and it was gone. Or let's say I took away this number right here, it was gone. Or let's say I took away this number right here, it's gone. You can't get rid of it. A number can't be created or destroyed. That's this hologram. That's what I'm defining as a hologram. That it's self-repairing, okay? And that it scales. I mean, how many ways can I define a hologram? No information destruction, okay? Self-repairing. Scales from, as you saw in Greg Volk's paper, infinitely in his description. Okay, how many other ways can I describe a hologram? So what's this number right here? Okay, this number is going to be a 5. Change my color. It's just too easy.
In partiality, no number is used more amount of times than any other number.
That's right.
No redundancy or omission. No results were ever manipulated. If there's an error, the entire premise would be rendered invalid.
One error and the whole thing's thrown away.
So if we are moving towards superconductivity.
But wait, I'm not going to let you ask your question yet.
Okay.
Till I've put in the missing numbers. Okay, what number is this? This is a 4. That's a 5. And what's this number over here? 8, 7, 5. This was a 6. Boy, am I sloppy. 6, 7, 8. 6. Let's see. 8, 7, 5, 1, 2. Oh, it's easy to build. We got multiples of 5, and 5 times 5 is 25 is 7. Let's see. This is a 5, 4, so this is a 3. 5 times 4 times, let's see, 5.
I can bring that up.
6 times 5, huh? No, don't bring it up. I want to force myself. It's just so sloppy, it makes it hard.
There is no noise, quantum error.
It would be a 2. I should have known that instantly, because that's a shear. 2 times 5 is 10 is 1. 4 times that, I should have known. But there's your missing numbers. In other words, you can't create or destroy a number. And numbers, but no one has ever taken numbers into a torus, which is 3D. And if you have the 3D right with the torus, which this is, then you have the 4th dimension, 5th dimension, 6th, all the higher dimensions immediately fall into the proper place where they belong. Okay? And so, and in my view, that anything above the 3rd dimension, and it wasn't me who claimed this, it was a scientist, and he was ridiculed to scorn. He said all the higher dimensions are compacted together. And that's how I do it. I ignore them. I'm really ignoring all this. I'm ignoring the 3, 9, and 6 and all that. I don't put a conductor. I just leave a gap space. Let the higher dimensions take care of themselves.
And so what about like a base?
Wait 1 second.
What about like
No, she had the next question too, and I interrupted her. And Cyrus is on his phone. Go ahead.
Well, does he have a, I was gonna take it in another direction, so keep going, Brian, on this one.
just like the base torus with the minimum amount of wrappings of mod 9 torus, like is that significant how many numbers there are on it?
I understand his question. Yes, I think that there's a lot of torus models that have been made, like just with 9 vertical, 9 horizontals, circumference, whatever. and I don't think they're correct. I think there is a minimum number. In the scriptures, it says all things are complete in 27, or it's the minimum. But it's an interesting point. I could be making a mistake from the very beginning. Randy has pointed this out to me, because he does do coils that are on the certain minimums. Chuck made them for Randy, and Chuck did a great job. I actually do, there's a question whether the windings, I can't even describe it right. It's at the very heart of making this and how it's made and how it's done correctly.
Because as you do the wrappings, the
There's
number-
questions about the wraps and the windings, but I don't want to make it that way. I want to make it molecularly.
Yeah.
But the very issue that if Randy was here, he could point out, and he has a very good memory, Randy Powell, that he believes that there is a different solution or answer. And it has to do with the fact that how they connect and how they wind. Because we haven't had good CAD/CAM animation, at least in my case, I've had to use my skills and abilities to compensate for it. And I could make an error. Randy would have a lot to say. Honestly, we're doing modules, like we're doing them on people like Tom Bearden. He's not alive anymore, but Randy's alive, as best I can tell, when he's in a good mood. And Randy would, and so my modules actually consist of interviewing these people individually in front of a group session, in front of but I'll probably do it alone because I'm kind of not doing this much more. But so my modules would consist of preserving their discoveries, because they've all made so many discoveries, like Randy's made. He's applied it to the periodic table and all different things, the flower of life. So I would let him state it, because he can tell it much better than me. So Zinka, Cyrus, who has the next, before I go back to reading this?
There was one final point that because there's no noise, quantum error correction is unnecessary. It self-corrects, right?
That's right. There's
So
no
there-
noise in this.
So my question to you is if there,
That's a hard one to understand. People, it's called decoherence, entropy, or noise, or random collisions, or parasitics. Okay, every system is believed to have that. Maybe Woody would help me with this a little. It is believed that every quantum today experiment by Google, and who else is doing it? Microsoft, and I was thinking, okay, they all are struggling with disturbing the data from the outside, and then it loses the information, be it a vibration, light.
Yeah, I mean, my understanding is that that's why they have to be super cool.
That's why, exactly, that's why they're using cryogenics, that's why they get us super cooled, which is an understatement. They're trying to get us close to,
Basically freezing electrons.
because otherwise the data doesn't survive and there's a lot of errors, and and this system that we're looking at right here does not have that problem. Now what is the one-to-one analogy between the toroid number map and, which is a geometry. The toroid number map is a geometry. This is a geometry on many axes, like the conductors, I think, expand and contract. Maybe the frame changes too, so in reality a single gauge would work. But these are all engineering issues that I'm not in a position to address. But the thing is that I think that I'm looking for a molecular way of making this, or growing this, versus winding it, like they grow silicone. Go ahead, Lisa.
So, is the key attribute of your map that it's quantum and that it scales? So you'd be able to truth someone else's map immediately and know if it emulated nature because it would not have that quantum mathematics. So you can truth other number maps or create other number maps and truth them with the whole.
That's a
quantum.
very arrogant statement, but no matter how arrogant it is, no, it's true. You can proof or peer review. This gives me so I've caught a lot of man-made errors, blind imitation errors from many of my friends.
And you can truth your own work. If it falls apart at the quantum level, it's not. If you can't scale and the mathematics isn't perfect in your truthing, then you've made an error somewhere. Yes?
Yes, absolutely. In fact, that's how they get involved. They tear it apart and they try and dissect it and rip it apart. And
That's the beauty, though, if you get into R&D on a Rodin coil and you're playing out a certain thesis in your construction and your research and development, you know when you've hit a roadblock if the math falls apart.
math has never fallen apart.
So I have two questions now that she asked her question. So the follow-up question to her question is that earlier today you said that your work is beyond quantum. It goes into hyper. Is that hyperdimensional or
Hyper,
why?
anything you can put hyper in front of. Hypercomputer, hyperdimensional. But hyperdimensional is really omnidimensional. And omnidimensional is actually omnidirectional. And all that, to me, is I call it the dandelion puff principle. It's just it's just like a dandelion. The best analogy is a queen on a chessboard. The woman.
Yeah.
She can go in any direction she wants.
So. in
Okay, she can go
quantum,
diagonally,
it's
she can go
one-to-one.
vertically, sideways. The king, we just get to go one step at a time.
That's quantum. You're going from one position to another position.
Well, not so much as that, as that the emanations, the flux that we talked about with Cyrus, is being revealed by that symbol, by the vertical. Every one of those numbers is revealing a flux. How am I so familiar with it? Let's think. We had that red diagram with the little red circles on it, and I had the straight lines coming out of it. We had the 9 above the 0, which is a straight line. It's the only vertical line. Okay? These are all, as Edgar Allan Poe would say, telltale clues. Okay? I live with my mind. I don't think it's that deranged or deformed. I don't think it's that deformed. Okay? The fact that only 9 lines up.
Can you X out?
No, I know you're going to bring in a diagram, but I want to finish reading this really. Reading this for her was our main point. The fact that only 9 lines up over 0 and everything else is horizontal, but based on the flux fields, 3 and 6, the fields, okay, the magnetic. It's just, when you live and breathe something your whole life, you get good at it. And they're separated by 3, all these points. This was your standard lazy 8. That's all I've got is your standard lazy 8. But I gave it 3 numbers on each side for 6 total numbers. I gave them different lengths. I've taken it to a new extreme geometrically. You still with me?
Yeah.
Okay, but it's still the same thing that we've all been dealing with. Infinity, lazy 8. Okay? And I'm just saying that matters. That 9, 18, 27, and it's a straight line, okay? And it makes a perfect diamond when you add in the 3, 9, 6, these trapezoids, whatever you want to call them, okay? That's a diamond, and it's not a diamond by accident. It's not by accident that in our folklore, diamond represents perfection. That's why you get a wedding engagement diamond ring, okay? Okay, I'm dealing with perfection. I'm dealing with an axis. I'm dealing with a gyroscope that is based on thirds. And so when I draw those lines the way I like to draw them shooting out, I do a short one, I do a long one, and then I do a medium one. 3 different lengths. There's a reason why that donut, okay, is a flat apple. okay? Flat on the top and bottom, okay? Okay, why is the Earth a flat apple? Okay, it has to do with that 3, 9, and 6, okay? And it has to do with the flux fields. Okay, a flat apple, that the poles are concave. And so, but again, this thing is the, I won't use words, I'll just show it. As simple as can be. The words are good, but I'll just show it. 1, 4, and 7 are occupying completely different. If I had a 1 over here and a 4 and 7 over here, something would be wrong. That 1 is at this unique position, and that position is unique to this one because they don't line up. That's connected to a short little, call it, line. This one's connected to a medium line. Is it medium? How is 1, 4, 7 different than than any?
It is, yeah.
Huh? I don't know how to explain it.
The 4, 8 is the long one.
Yeah, so I was saying long or short or medium doesn't really do it. But you get my point. And then the 2, 5, 8, which I'll make a different color, but unfortunately in this map, they're a different polarity. Here's your 2, your 5, and your 8. This is explaining the ultimate Mazda car engine winkle. There's something going on here that there's, everything's as far away from everything as it can be. Everything is utilizing anything that is different, but not the same. This point, okay, this point is different from this point, is different from this point. Okay, it's a language. No one ever, there is number theory in physics. Why our civilization has not decrypted this doesn't surprise me really. Okay, because when I even went with the binary code being periodic, nobody's ever seen that it's recursive. That the binary code is actually a closed circuit. Okay? So it doesn't surprise me we don't know this, but should we? It's not that hard. It's yelling and screaming, it's self-evident if we just look at it close enough. There's so many more things that could be extrapolated this in CAD/CAM. It's just sky's the limit what could be discovered. But it takes a lot of skilled and trained people. So then the 396, so I was only showing positive 285, but it's not on the same map. Now I'm doing positive 147. Remember, it's not this circuit. Positive 147. And now I'm going to do positive 396, but remember, it's not in this circuit because they never come together. When 9 is negative, 3 and 6 are positive. And when 9 is positive, 3 and 6 are negative. This is just the most simplest, compressed, distilled way of universal information, of compressing data that you could ever have. So let's finish with the letter.
Real quick, Marko, when you have 1 as
You don't have to be quick.
when you have 1 as positive, how do you know what the 9 and the 3 and the 6 are?
Oh, I hate that question. What kind of friend are you, Brian? I don't know. I don't know.
Because it shows up in the grid, but not necessarily here.
Precisely. It shows up on the toroid number map, but it doesn't show up here. Precisely right. Unless it is showing up, but we just don't know how to look at it.
Yeah, well, and it could be.
He's done his homework. He's been studying this for some time.
It's in a different dimension. It's out of the page.
Can you repeat that question, please?
Yeah, so if you follow the number map, it goes.
Now you can bring up something.
It goes positive.
You're decide. No, it's symbol of enlightenment with polarity or something.
Yeah.
responding to his point.
Negative, positive, but outside of the 396. So you can't, from this view, you don't know which is positive or negative on the 396. But that does show up on the topology.
Here, stop here. That's the beginning of his question. -9, +3, and 6. Okay, but we're not seeing it on a toroid number map. We're only seeing it in the symbol, and we're not seeing the 1, 2, 4, 7, 5. But I brought this out because I call this the first family number group. Lazar calls it a binary triplet, how the binary code is really based on thirds. I'm mentioning him. Next time I put that in, keep tripping over that rug. It's a Bajar. They roll naturally. They're woven on a wet loom. So keep on pulling up things, whatever you want, Lisa. I'm not going to go into dimension.
One quick question. So if your math and your structure is pointing to the highest possible outcome, the 9.
It's always pointing.
Right.
That's right. It's always worshiping. It always has a focal center. There's always an epicenter. That's what this is doing. It's literally prostrating, bowing down, and adorning and worshiping.
Right, which I'm also obsessed with understanding the end point where we're going, so we figure out how to get there. So when you reach,
I didn't understand that, but go ahead.
okay. When you reach superconductivity,
Mm-hmm.
do you get a dimensional gate, or do you get a white hole?
You only get one gate, one place, one thing. This is a weird one to bring up. Those numbers aren't right anyway. Lisa's having fun.
Do I get whatever I want? But you're gonna
No.
get a sure thought, right?
Just bring me up
You're gonna get it in the secret.
God's. Well, then go to it. But
Can I play it?
I never would have put those diagrams up. Oh, you're going to play it?
Yep.
Okay. No such thing as male and female. There's no such thing as weapon. There's no such thing as a duality. There's no such thing as polar opposites. But it's beautiful. It turns out that the minimum, because everything has an invisible source that causes the splitting. It's spirit that causes the bifurcation, that causes the doubling. So what happens is that the yin and yang, which we all embrace for representing polarity, opposites, is 3 and 6. No, stop for 1 second. 3 is a magnetic. 6 I don't know what I'm going to say. It's been so old. No, keep the image. So Brian made a point, and his point was excellent. In that map, I have the polarity of the 396, but because what is the greatest thing I never want to do? I don't want to propound or confirm something that is wrong, that's false, especially since this is perfect, okay? So he is absolutely right. There is no polarity being shown on the symbol. Although there is a polarity, I don't know what it is. That's your job. May you suffer for the next 50 years with it. Okay.
The fifth dimension.
It's probably to do with the ratcheting too.
Now it is have to do with the ratcheting. It completely has to do with that. That it's a Wankel, that it's forced as it's activated, or we'll call being fired. That the firing is causing it to move to the next.
Yeah.
That's exactly what's going on.
So is it probably the 9 and the 1 are the same polarity then?
I didn't hear you, but just a second. Now, Zinka asked about this. That's where they emanate. Well, there's two places the emanations could be coming from. Not the last word at all. They could be coming from the center of the torus, from the ring inside, but I stick with this. There are multiple answers, but there's only one right answer. Until better minds than mine, like Brian, work on it, we don't know what the answer is. 3 lengths. 3 lengths. Okay? Coming from here. But that 9 lining up, over that, shooting out of there. This is a language. So what has happened is I developed this tool. I created it because I was interested in the syllables. how to say the name of God, because the B to the Aleph, which is the 1, A-L-I-F, right here, and the 2, and the 5, the Ha, the H, the Ha. It's the number 5. I just connected them like that, the 2 and the 1 and the 5, the 1. And I made this waveform, okay? And for 24 years, that 3 and 9, 3 and 9, 6 were solid in my map. I did not know. It was Scott Gosler who discovered that this is a coil, a Mobius coil. This is a circuit. And every coil has an associated magnetic field. And it took 24 years to separate the 9 from 3 and 6, because that's how tenacious I am. That's how long I stuck on this, and that's an understatement. Okay, because it took many years to discover all the different axes, X, Y, Z. Took 24 years with Scott's help again, which I haven't explained how he figured it out with a compass and my funny symbol, to turn it into a toroid number map, to turn it into a skin. Okay? This is not an overnight discovery. This is a lifetime discovery. And the applications and uses are immense, and they happen to do what Russell Blake said, bigger than the steam engine. You think I could say that? Or bigger than the electric motor generator. Okay? But it has to do with underpinning nested vortices. Vortices within vortices within vortices. It's just like the song, the world is a wheel that, what's Randy's favorite song? The world is a circle that begins. It's in Music and Wheels, right? Which is Wheels Within Wheels, which was the later version of Shangri-La. What happened?
Can you X out?
That is Shangri-La. It's called Lost Horizons. I forget who wrote the sound score. Okay, so she did this for me, X, Y, Z. We don't see the W, but it's there. It's probably diagrammed. It was done before. It's amazing. So there's one more axis, which is this one right here, the W axis. There's really 4 axes, or really 7, if you add 1, 2, 3, 6, and 1, or 8. If you make the W, every axis has a positive and a negative. To see and visualize the W-axis in this system is almost impossible. To see the invisible invisibles, to see the undetectable is almost impossible. So that's what I've been trying to explain. So we didn't finish Bearden. Let's finish Bearden.
X out. You want to go to Bearden?
Who do you want to go to? Then we'll go to Ramsey afterwards, if everybody's still breathing.
I'm sorry, Bearden.
So it does not bother me if I look foolish. It doesn't bother me.
I think we did Bearden.
We didn't finish it. I know exactly where I left off. So fortunately, insults don't bother me. What I'm concerned about is just doing the best I can to present this, because otherwise you're never going to hear about it. So we left off with Biren saying beyond into space, which is exactly what we're saying. But when at a certain point, it creates a toroid number map, and at a certain point, it causes that, the 396 and the 12475, to create that flat apple. Okay, and that's when numbers come into existence. When this W-axis rarefies the skin of the torus, a number comes into being. It's the best I can understand it. A great deal of work on Professor William Tiller of Stanford University, also a noted and highly competent advocate of the curl-free A field. In the late 70s and early 80s, Bill Teller, Frank Golden, and I worked on curl-free A potential antennas. So this whole thing comes to power generation, power propulsion, power antennas, alternators, generators. The curl-free A field. In the late 70s and early 80s, built on curl-free A potential antennas, and Golden built dozens of curl-free A field coil antenna variants. One of the most interesting variants he built was quite similar to Ramsey's buildup of the Rodin coil. Simply, he built a coil embodiment of the diagrammatic geometry for a twister. Okay, we haven't covered that, and we're not going to, unless we really did go to the sheet on John Louise Nodden. This has to do with spinners, twisters, has to do with torsion fields, things no one has ever heard of probably. That was shown by Roger Penrose. We all know who that is. That coil antenna exhibited about what Ramsey and Rodin are reporting, dramatically extended the communication range of a small CB radio from, say, its nominal 114 mile to about 200 miles or more. The A potential from the dipole antenna falls off about inversely as the square of the distance, while the normal B field falls off about inversely as the cube of the distance. I wish that was more addressed about I call the 396 the equal potential measure groove gap space, or higher dimensional flux field. I wish that would be a white paper right there. There is one other fact that deepens the curl-free A potential phenomenon. Any vector field can be replaced by mathematically decomposed into two scalar fields. That's what you asked for? For the proof, see Whittaker 1904. With some difficulty, one can even assemble a curl-free A potential from two multi-frequency transmitter arrays that transmit two harmonic series of wave pairs, where each wave pair consists of a normal EM wave and its true phase conjugate. For the proof, see Whittaker 1903. Each of the arrays transmit one of the scalar fields, scalar waves, in parentheses, that together comprise the curl-free A potential. So the curl-free A potential is exactly a part of the Stoney-Whittaker scalar electromagnetics that I have so long advocated. You know, Tom has suffered most of his life trying to share and get this understood. At any rate, Rodin and Ramsey should certainly continue their research and experimentation. References from about 300 or more pertinent papers in the literature. Raymond Galinas, U.S. Patent Number, Apparatus and Method for Demodulation of a Modulated Curl-Free Magnetic Vector Potential Field, and it just goes on forever. So, two scalar potential functions. I'm trying to address a little. I think you would, Tom Bearden probably was the greatest advocate in history about scalar fields. Are you familiar with him?
Yeah, I just moved from the Midwest like a month ago to Arizona, and a few summers back I got in contact with someone who was kind of really starting to open my mind to it, and he had so I was using a scalar frequency device, and it was the most incredible feeling I've ever felt my entire life. It was like I was able to create this vortex in my home, in my house, just by working with frequencies. And the device ended up breaking, and I haven't been able to replace it because he no longer works with it anymore. And so, yeah, I mean, from sound waves to light waves to, frequencies, etc. Obviously, I'm in Sedona now, so it's got its own energy field here as well.
I can give you the name of somebody who can fix it.
What device are you talking about? Which scalar devices are we talking
Here's
about?
my point, though, that I haven't made, is that it's a two-sided sword, the field of scalar interferometry. Tom Bearden wrote a lengthy book about it, this thick, on weapons applications.
Soviets are using it as weapons.
mean, I think that we can essentially get to a particular frequency within our own field that we're not required and like dependent on a device. I mean,
We're not required, what?
that like, I mean, my own personal shift within my energy field has exponentially like grown and shifted since I first had that device. And I was dependent on it, like I was very much like, okay, I want to go into this space, I'm going to do this, like from meditation to cutting cords to whatever it was it was a very supportive tool. I'd never experienced that.
Ultimately, any machine,
And
any radionic device is external to the human temple and is secondary.
yes,
And ultimately, if you knew how, which everybody really doesn't, you could tap into that directly yourself.
that's what I'm getting to, yeah.
So go ahead. Say that. You were singing, and I interrupted you, so.
That's okay. I guess I'm just curious as to like what you had found about it. I mean, what we know about it, what it, you know, I mean, what it looks like. What it's like. It's energy that we're touching, right?
Okay, so that'll be a segue into not necessarily a bullseye answer for what you want, but let's continue. So go to Jean-Louis, well, we were going to go to Bill Ramsey, but let's start with Jean-Louis Nodden then, because I don't think I have all the papers I want with Bill Ramsey there. I wish I did.
Was it a Winfrey?
Because the higher perfection, the more you propagate, right?
Hmm?
The higher your perfection, the more you propagate, the more you scale, the more the field scale.
Little circular device.
The higher,
Yeah.
The higher, the closer you are to the equilibrium of the toroidal field, the
Dots.
more that propagates.
Talk to you about it.
except if it was that easy, we would all have it already.
Well, but the universe doesn't want you to print if you're not in that higher
Well,
state.
I don't think that's necessarily true.
There's-
I know for a fact, actually, that the whole universe is battling behind us, trying to get us to do it and succeed and accomplish it. But okay, so
I have another question.
it's like gravity. They're still struggling to find a graviton or what is the source of gravity. So obviously, it is more in depth than our society and our culture understand. Religion has the answer, and it addressed that, because religion doesn't just omit. It doesn't just cover, fasting. It covers everything, including this energy. It's just that's why I was reading those quotes out of the Hidden Words when I began. But we don't see it. We don't go to religion for it. We don't see that God has his own vocabulary for calculus. That's the hard part. It's learning God's own language. Okay? It's too painful for a lot of people. It's Elizabetharian, Shakespearean. It's too flowery. It's too poetic. It's too, it turns a lot of people off. Okay? Except I know for a fact that it's from God and it's authentic, it's real. And if you're going to learn something, you can go to academic and you can get a professor, but they're the first ones that are flesh and blood and are prone to error. Or you can go to the scriptures, but I'm not talking scriptures that were made by other people or man-made. I'm talking about what's called it's called the Abha pen. Okay, the screech. It's a whole source of revelation. I know I'm being mystical. Okay, she just brought up anything, so this is fine. I really was thinking of the torsion page. This is showing the hole when a Rodin coil versus a conventional coil, but it doesn't show a conventional coil where the hole doesn't happen, that it doesn't move the filings out. But let's just keep going. I'm not going to make too big of an effort on explaining Jean-Louis Nun's work. Just scroll through anything, huh?
Want to go to Gosler, or?
That's all you have on Jean-Louis Nodden?
Yeah, that's all I have on him.
Then let's go to his website. Type in JLN space labs, if you would, please. And it'll be Jean-Louis Nodden.
Is it worth asking what we believe the size of this?
You guys are dangerous.
Because because I work in imagery, I work with visions, and I haven't been able to kind of get this, you know.
You
like-
must be something else to even realize that you can't determine, and you've been trying to determine what the ratio of the hole, it's called the hole in the center is called the ID, inner diameter. And what I believe you just asked was, what's the ratio of the ID to the OD, which is the outer diameter?
I mean, I'm talking yes, and like
Huh?
the whole thing. I mean,
Yeah,
do we
yeah.
believe like?
I am
there
too.
There may be 3 maps. Maybe there's only 3 maps that cover everything, or is there trillions and billions of map 1, map 2, map 3? Like, yeah.
And I'll look forward to your white paper on that. That's come up many times, the relationship of the inner diameter to the outer diameter. And do you have Jean-Louis Nada? Okay, so the thing is because it's made in stars, those circumambulating, those windings, those star lines. A star is a torus. When you look at a star from the side, it looks like it's an S-curve, and it looks like, when you look top down or bottom up, it looks like you have a point on a star. How many coils have you made stars? Thousands? Okay, thousands? It turns out that the whole is defined by very simple things, okay? By the number of spires, by the number of times that the winding circumambulates around the hole. But nothing goes through the hole. Everything defines the hole. And there is this definite ratio in electrical magnetism and spirit, where you will get better results or free energy. We can come back to that 1,000 times because it really should be done with illustrations.
This is everything you had in that non folder.
Okay, so just scroll one after another, please. I'll make it big. And thank you,
Looks like
Lisa.
it's just on the website, so you want me to go back to the website?
No, let's see what images I grab. Maybe it'll make it easier. So there's showing the filings, the standard coil. That's what he's saying. He's saying the magnetic field lines at the top of the normal coil has been shown. In a conventional coil, field lines which are only divergent are not sufficient to initiate the spin of the magnetic energy. Only the motion generated is the well-known EMF effect. So I have used a special toroidal coil named the Rodin's coil. He speaks French. This coil has been invented by Marko Rodin, and this seems to be a good mean for inducing a twist or B-field torsion effect in the ether. So it's B-field. Except I say that it isn't in the ether. I say it's an inertia ether that's actually creating the twist. Okay? So, but no one would know because nobody has my math. Okay, so they're showing it. So this special topology of a coil, there's your star. See, this is great because there's your inner diameter, ID, to your OD. Okay, do you see it?
Yeah.
It's self-determining based on your, whether it's 360 or 270, it's all multiples of 9. But the windings are always based on having a gap space. See how he left it alone? This is winding 1, this is winding 2. They go in opposite directions. He did a really good job. And that hole, and what the numbers we use, and what the application, and what the effect we want to get, and that's actually a nozzle now. That can be actually used as a spaceship. It's imploding, exploding. See the fractal arms? Of course, it has to be ramped up and scaled up, but that's what we know how to do because of prime number squared. So this is just the beginning.
Are we just all our own torus?
Yes, that's why. What is our body called? A human torso. We're all toroids, and our red blood cells are little dimpled hockey pucks.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, because like when we talk about apertures, like I used to be a photographer, and
Well, then I'm sure you still are a photographer.
okay, yeah. So I got to the point though where I was like, you know, what I was seeing in the world wasn't like properly making it onto a camera, right? I'm like, you know, my eyes are more of a camera than this camera. Like, it wasn't serving its purpose anymore, it wasn't capturing it, and I really just started to see my eyes as the aperture, as the camera. And so, I mean, we're clearly looking at a picture of our eyes right now, like the torus.
That's
is
right.
our eyes.
This
So-
is the iris.
so-
This is the pupil. This is the pupil. That's right.
So, we're all our own toroidal field, and, you know, when you talk about like weather, right, you're like, that's one of the main points you said, it's like, one of the biggest responsibilities is to maintain temperature. I mean, we're seeing that both within our bodies, like we all function within like a temperature, out of other things too, and then obviously on a planetary level, right? Like what we're doing to our planet, and like why.
And
we're
a solar
maintaining
system
it.
level. And the,
Yeah, interesting, yeah, so.
but we're very destructive. This discovery, he's interested in vertical lift. He's interested in spacecraft, John Louis Naudin. I can show you very clearly, but we'll try and stay on task. This makes mankind, this discovery, this nozzle, this is an engine, okay? It creates a colloidal field, okay? That with it you could do all different things. Typically in fusion they use it for plasma confinement to create hot fusion. But this can take you anywhere, this is Bill's article, through the universe. Mankind doesn't have to return back to Earth for fuel. So here we have mankind being the custodians of the universe, the curator of the universe. I'm sure there's many other life forms, but giving us that power and ability, and here we're not even able to take care of our own rubbish, you know? I can't get goodwill, I get a little pissed, to stop selling used Teflon pots and pans, okay, that are all scratched up, that are 20 years old, that should have gone in a landfill. We have no oversight by the FDA. There's 1 to 2 inspectors per each state. The United States government has destroyed its existence by the people having the PFAs, the forever chemicals, and there's nobody, no oversight, no supervision of DuPont, of Monsanto, of anybody. Our country is a disaster. Let's go back to Jean Louis Naudin because I wanted to show something. So these are all great points, but
The website?
what you, well, no, did we do with all the slides? Let's go to it then, to his website, just to be thorough. There's no point in not being thorough. Tell me when you're ready. So he's interested in over unity, vertical flight. He's a forward thinker, way before most people even heard of these words, many decades ago. But go to, slide down please. This was the first use of the Rodin coil online. This was the first place I ever saw it. It's quite a miracle I got his peer review, because it's the same like Blake, Russell Blake from Microsoft, or Greg Volk, or Tom Bearden. Stop right there. The ethyl tensile stress with B field torsion. So let's go there. That's obviously me. Over here. So there is the Rodin coil, and he talks about it. But the reason we went to the trouble to come here is, let's see, more about torsion fields, because I want to give you all the adjectives. Woody already knows about this in Russia and other places. And I'm sorry I'm making you all so cold, but I'm overheating. Okay, so here we go. Go down. No, keep where you were. Vacuum spin fields, torsion fields. I'm trying to give you the vocabulary. So in the future, when you research this and read this independently, you'll know what to look for. Torsion fields, so John Louis Naudin is doing a tremendous service by compiling all this. Spin fields, axiom fields, stress fields, spinal fields, long-range spinners, fringe science, crackpot, proto-science. Okay, and so here's his articles. Russian English translator, and here we go. Who wrote all these articles? Shipov, G.I., Frolov, let's see, Akimov, Tarasenko, Okay, the United States was well known to be lagging behind every other country in the research in this field. Of course, we don't know how much is under wraps and is under the radar in our countries. Okay, so there's Kozrev, Nachalo, Pakramo. This is, okay, the basic of torsion mechanics. Torsion fields, these are all torsion finger shock, torsion fields and their experimental amount of, it just goes on forever. Magnetodynamics, are you listening, Cyrus?
The Metatron uses.
Are you familiar with these sources, Cyrus?
No.
Okay, these are all the sources of what you're interested in. Axiom spin fields, okay? This is all at that time, the cutting edge. Gravitonics, okay? So this is what it's called. All I'm doing is trying to introduce you to something new.
Hang on a minute. Did I just take a photo of that?
Well, it's online.
Have you ever seen that Russian device, the health device that uses torsion fields to read your entire?
Say it loud for me, okay.
There's a device called a Metatron
I know,
that's Russian
yes.
that uses your torsion fields to understand.
Did you know Lucy when she lived here?
No.
She was a rep for that.
Did you think that was good?
I
tech?
haven't, good tech?
Yeah.
It's not fair. First of all, you're asking Mr. Scorched Earth to critique somebody else's work, and I'm very, very scathing on lots of people. I have not peer reviewed that, I haven't read it, I haven't looked at it. Everything works, one way, shape, form, or another. It also can be very dangerous. You can get overexposures of many radionic devices. The Rodin coil was in more medical devices than any other coil. Has been, is. I have a friend who was marketing it, selling it at an expo on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at a convention. He said he almost died. He says it made, and I'm not going to go into which machine and all the specifics. Everything's a two-sided sword. So he had size of $50 because they never turned it off. He stood there next to it at the booth for 3 days. And he had sores that were oozing out of his skin that were the size of $50. And he said he was sure he was going to die. I have friends that have had fast-acting cancer that went in for treatment and said that a device in where was it? Puerto Rico made his cancer explode. These things are two-sided. They can help, they can do good. Some people have the greatest results ever. I went to a doctor that had one of the machines with my coil in it. I said, does it work? And he said, I had a patient come in on light, sensitive medication, heart medication. And he said she was playing tennis and her skin was cracking and oozing and stuff like that. And he said within one treatment, she was out the next day playing tennis again, completely fine. I don't like critiquing other people's work. I don't like critiquing anything, really. Some people's, it's worth it to me, like Professor Nelson's, his discoveries. Oh, we forgot to do Phillips axis prime number sieve because we did Fibonacci, but I won't worry about it right now. What are we looking at? So anyway, I was just trying to show you the different kind of topics and stuff like that. But there's laws. The FDA has put out alerts that, and come and confiscated a lot of these machines because they found them to be dangerous and stuff like that. People have invested hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars into creating these machines and stuff like that. So the healing science is the king of sciences. iPyramid here was, the first coils made were by Jamie Buteroff. And we talked for many hours, Jamie and I, about how to apply the Rodin coil to the healing sciences and how it's the king of sciences. And it started here in Sedona. I would say that it actually, all the machines, well, it actually started on the Big Island with Doug Oranger and the Vibe machine. But the the best, and it was done with Jim Gerard making plasma tubes and Rodin coils, but the best windings of the coils, getting the best results, were done with Jamie Buderoff. But you never make medical claims, you never talk about medical applications, it's illegal, it's a jail offense. Royal Rife was a Baha'i, and he invented the Rife machine. And all his machines were stolen by other jealous scientists or confiscated by the government, and it was made criminal. And we know how his machines had better results than any other machines. And he was a Baha'i. He had a Baha'i funeral. He has a Baha'i grave marker in San Diego. And the government is very strict, and you have to have to go through all the proper licensing channels before you start doing things. Okay, so this is Phyllotaxis prime number sieve by Professor Scott Nelson. Instead of the Fibonacci, he used vortex-based mathematics. Every new growth, it's called a nuptial on a plant, predicts a prime number. This is a paper he wrote, and we talked about it in my last talk, so you can keep scrolling. And it's too hard to even guess how he did it, it's so hard. So we'll just look at it for the beauty that it is. But again, this is the same person who did the pyramids using vortex-based mathematics. So he's predicting the prime 3, the prime 5, all through the growth of plants. I can't tell you how hard all this is to do. There was the prime 17. He's showing how it was determined using this map. So this is a sieve for predicting primes, but primes matching up to biology and the growth of plants. These are the kind of things you asked about, white papers. Professor Nelson shared a lot of his work, not all of it. Unfortunately, most people won't share the discoveries made in vortex-based mathematics. They proprietize it, it's too valuable. They have to have a cutting edge with their competition. And so most of the things done with vortex-based mathematics become proprietary and lost. Okay, so that was by Professor Nelson. And if you ask me for that paper, I'm going to put it up online. That's probably my next priority to do. You would think I would have done it by now, but I just don't have much time every day.
He's still alive?
They say he's not. I don't know for a fact.
Felt like he wasn't.
I haven't bothered him lately. I certainly have his contact information, but either way, he likes his privacy, so it's really up to him. Did someone say something?
I had missed the question. I got an answer. Thank
No,
you.
I just wondered if he was still alive.
So this is the article. Okay. Go ahead. So you were going to go to Ramsey next, and you had a question.
No, I answered her question.
Oh, you answered it?
She didn't hear his question.
Oh.
I just relayed it to her.
Well, I will commend you for talking about spirituality so much in this and God. And I do really believe in my own personal life and knowing a lot of other people that a lot of folks are turned off by spirituality because they were raised in a religious household and they didn't align with God because God was associated with religion. And I think that this has destroyed a lot of people's connection to source and creator and all that. And they might say that they're religious or that they go to church and they just are kind of acting as if God is in their life, but they have no attunement or connection or relationship. And it's, I think, something that we're really missing in our world. And I did visit the Baha'i temple in Illinois.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, and, I went in there thinking it was like a Jewish religion. I was completely,
That's what everybody thinks.
and I was working in a kindergarten classroom, and so we took a bunch of 6-year-olds. And, I'm standing there as they're all in the field, humbling myself and realizing that it's really just this universal, it's kind of if I were to describe it, if I remember it correctly, right, it's kind of combining all the religions into one and almost honoring all religions. Is that how you would say it? Again, if you were to explain it?
Say it again?
It seems to me, I think like
Hmm?
Baha'i is
They
like a
endorse
seed
progressive
that grows into a tree, and all the other religions are the branches. That's kind of like how I see it.
Thank you, Cyrus. He said Baha'i is like the tree and all the other religions are its branches. It's a tough one. It's a tough one because there's so many people of different religions, and they're from God. I lived in Hawaii for 30 years, and I can tell you that there was a revelation to the Hawaiian people in the Hawaiian language that was authentically from God. You know, that he raised up prophets, manifestations, oracles, and all the four corners of the earth. He didn't abandon anybody, any group of people, any race. In the Hawaiian language, the word ha is the breath. Okay, we all know that. That's what when they don't like somebody there, regardless of the color of your skin, they call them hali, which just means no breath. And my family is Hawaiian. I have family still there. I bought a house there and it's still there. And so that ha is the half of my equation. It means garment, robe. But even the native Indians, every religion, every group, every culture was always prophesizing, whether it's the return of Christ, whether it was the 12th Imam in Muslim, the Messianic spirit in the Jewish religion. Nobody's really well versed in their religions because they're very ancient religions going back thousands of years, depending. And because of that, it wasn't meant for the people today. It wasn't meant for this time. Every religion, those religions expired. And then, but that's why the Book of Certitude is so important to read, and it's a hell of a difficult read. It's very hard. I mean, not only did I read it 20 times the first time from front to back to learn God's vocabulary, and if you get the old edition, not the recent ones, but the ones with the gold paper, or I have a link to the old translations with the, there is a glossary. I don't know if I put a link up to the glossary or not, but I should. Well, I did. I put Marcia Gale's glossary. I should do a second glossary, though, the one that comes with the book, the old translation by Shoghi Effendi. The thing is that, and then I even read the book backwards. No one reads a book one page at a time backwards. You can't, but I did, just to learn God's vocabulary and what was being said. It's called, as Lisa pointed out, it's called Progressive Revelation. Oh, here's the cover of it. Don't mind me going on a tangent for a second. So this is, and in the beginning of it, it says, in the name of our Lord, the exalted, the Most High, and it ends revealed by the Ba and the Ha. And this was revealed in 2 days and 2 nights. This is the cover sheet. This is the edition. There's not that many still floating out there. There's some on Amazon and some on eBay. So go to the next one. It's called a dust cover. Oh, then we go to the hidden words. But wait, go to this one with the with the dust cover. So it says, it's just a simple quote taken out of the whole book, and the whole book is a quote. This is the day in which the testimony of the Lord hath been fulfilled, the day in which the word of God hath been made manifest, and his evidence firmly established. His voice is calling you into that which shall profit you, and enjoineth you to observe that which shall draw you nigh unto God, the Lord of revelation. And so here in this dust jacket it says, this book was revealed in 1858 in 2 days and nights. Okay? And this book explains what the invisible thread is, the interconnectedness of all the religions. It's a very difficult thing for me to get in anybody's face about religion. The thing is I had to succeed at my goal of reverse engineering creation, of figuring out the secret of the mind, intelligence, of creating free energy. And the only way I could do that was not learning in any college, because the math taught in the colleges are all man-made. The only way I could do it was I knew that the name of God was created the entire universe. The whole universe is imprinted with it. And so by taking the name of God and decrypting it and then applying it to conventional science, computer science, electrical engineering. So this is a sample of the prophet's writing in the form of a high cow. It's a man in the form of a star. That's in Persian or Arabic. The scriptures were in both. This is about the star tablet, that there was 360 derivatives of it, 360 derivatives by the Bab. This is Abjad. This glossary was translated by Marcia Gale, who does a superb job. She was the first woman. Everyone wants to be a man. When a child growing up wants to be a fireman or a policeman, at least it used to be. Now, go back to that, Lisa. Marcia Gale was my hero, because she was the first woman ever allowed to be the editor on an Iranian newspaper. That's how brilliant she was. And she translated the 7 valleys and the 4 valleys. And it's the 4th valley that talks about the precise mystic intonation of the most great name of God, although it's woven throughout it, and the mystic word of God. I'm really doing a crash course. We're talking about Apogee 9. These are quick sentences out of the different Baha'i scriptures where Baha'u'llah, the prophet, talks about. This is the hidden knowledge which will never change, because it begins with 9, which indicates the treasured, manifest, well-fortified, and unapproachable name. Okay, the name of God created everything. Say, verily, and there's many names that are still not revealed, that are still treasured and hidden. Say, verily, we have caused the signs to descend after 9 conditions, each of which is a proof of the dominion of God, the protector of the self-existent. Any one of these conditions is sufficient to convince whomsoever is in heaven and earth, but the majority of the people are heedless. Had we willed, we would have revealed the signs after other conditions whose number could not be reckoned. That's the discourse of the temple. Surah High Cow. All Baha'i temples are 9-sided. That's in India. That's the Baha'i temple in Chile. That's the one in the United States that you visited, where you can look through the ceiling. It's glass sandwiched in between cement filigree. It's stunning. Some of those are in Africa. This is the discovery that the 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, that the binary code, first of all, the center of the circle is way up there, but that center is way off center. Did my battery die? Yeah.
Round of applause for John.
Very good. Thank you. Yeah. So that symbol, then I made the Baha'i falcon as the lattice for it, which I haven't gotten to, but I want to produce as a necklace or a ring or a bracelet or something, a T-shirt. Cyrus did.
Hey, Marko.
Those are in Africa.
You said that the Book of Certitude,
Kitabi Khan, Book of Certitude.
it was like,
Explains progressive revelation. It shows the relationship of the Jewish faith to the Christian faith to the Muslim faith.
I'm finding my words. It went through a person in 2 days.
2 days and 2
Like,
nights.
Who was this person that it went through?
I wish I could describe it better, the nature of the Holy Spirit. In Arabic, they call it fitrat, and so the things, how I see the Baha'i scriptures is it's the most eloquent, the most beautiful, the most poetic, that again, just like the Troy number map, there can be no error, and it has to be infallible, freedom from error. It is that day star, that touchstone. I mean, I can show you how beautiful it is, but you may not see it as beautiful. Like, let's see, like here's some hidden words we read earlier. This is the beginning. So his pen, when he spoke, His amnesists, his secretaries could not keep up. They even had, his calligraphists couldn't. They called it Mirza Jani, they call it scripture writing, whatever. Go to,
So it came through a man.
huh?
It came through a man.
It came through the prophet, Baha'u'llah. He explains it. I can even come to it. But let me just see if I could even find this, though. I'm being a little selfish. Type in,
It's just the start tab.
huh? We should put in a picture of Mirza Jani's, it's called scripture writing, whatever, him trying to keep up with Baha'u'llah. They said nobody could read his notes but him. Could read,
Are we pretty sure this is his?
well, this is calligraphy by Baha'u'llah, I believe. So I believe this is the Surah of the temple. This is in his handwriting. But not all of his tablets were done in his own hand. Some of the scriptures he actually narrated and spoke out. So if we were to go to markorodin.com for 1 second, please.
Just so you know, you're at 4:30, so we're
It's 4:30 right now? Thank you.
give you a time check.
Yeah, that's me. Okay, so go to more, scroll down. So we have, there's different ways you say it. Each book is written for a different type of person. Some are written for the academic, some for the Occident, some for the mystic. Show you how different they are. This was written by his grandson, Shoghi Effendi, God Passes By. It really is excellent explaining the religion in its context, though most people won't have the patience to read it. So start with, we don't have the Surah of the Temple here because I have it over under the videos and a different link. Go instead to, go scroll down to another place. No, come off of that, X out of that, go to a different video because they're only limited to 10 links there.
Okay, so
Not there,
everybody, I'm
go
Rod,
back.
And this video is just
Good luck. It's brilliant, most profound. No, I would prefer to go to a different video. Just go out of it. Would it be easier for me? Scroll down. Don't go to that one. I don't want that.
So Marko, do you believe in spirituality as like a practice if someone isn't?
Not necessarily. Spirituality is kind of a generalization, so I don't know what you mean.
Well, I'm saying like there's a lot of people in this world that don't associate with religion, right? Yet they want to feel as though
I'm listening.
they'll say like, oh, I'm spiritual, or like, you know, I believe in spirituality, but I don't believe in religion. Like, what are your thoughts? Like, because you're claiming
Even the
that
people
all
who live in spirituality, I intimidate and scare and are frightened of me because here I am taking spirit and I'm using it technically. And I'm actually describing it. I'm saying spirit is the fifth force. And I'm calling the toroid number map spirit density mapping.
So all religions have expired except the Baha'i. That's
The
your
most
belief.
that you have to be, you're absolutely right. This is a gauntlet. To deny the most current religion, the most recent revelation, and not recognize it is the same as denying all the older ones of the past. The very goal of all those religions and prophets were to prepare the way and prepare you to pave the way to recognize the one that you're in, the most recent one.
Do you think that we'll ever live in a time where we're not?
Where we're caught up?
Yeah, we're not like we're not.
Great
religious,
question.
or
I
we're
doubt
just-
it.
We're just pure spirit.
That, huh?
I mean,
Well, there is no further prophets. We are the prophet. It is time for us to apply in our own lives the prophecy. There's no one's being sent again. We're the ones that have to embody
well, that's what I'm
everything.
hearing is that like the job that is happening right
Pull
now
that
is
one.
too big for one prophet. It's like it's about the group.
Every single person,
It's about the
ordinary
group.
person
Yes.
must do the thing
Yes, it's about
together now,
Yes.
right now.
This is all I get when I go there.
That's all you, no, it'll take you there. Go back. It was fine, it was working. See, it took you there.
Oh, just a little longer. Thank you.
There is a delay, that's how they make their money. They show you an ad.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
They didn't used to do that. there's no way that I can do justice to this. And this is a very difficult tablet. I really don't even recommend this tablet for anybody. This is a surah of the temple which God has made the mirror of his names between earth and heaven and the sign of his remembrances among the people of the world. He is the wonderful, the most gracious. Glory be to him who has caused the signs to descend to those who perceive. Glory be to him who has caused the signs to descend to those who understand. Glory be to him who guided whomsoever he wishes to his path. Say, verily, it is the path of God to those who are in heaven and on earth. Blessed are they who hasten towards it. Glory be to him who hath caused the signs to descend to those who know. Glory be to him who speaketh from the might of command, and who is not known to any save his noble servants. Glory be to him who quickeneth whom he wishes by merely saying, be, and it is. Glory be to him who elevateth whom he willeth to the heaven of bounty, and bringeth down that which he pleaseth to a predetermined measure. Blessed is he who doeth what he pleaseth by a command on his part. Verily he is the true one, the knower of secrets and unseen things. Blessed is he who guideth by inspiration, to whom he willeth that which he wishes through his hidden and irresistible command. Blessed is he who assisteth whom he pleaseth by the hosts of the unseen. Verily he is the doer of that which he willeth, and he is the mighty, the self-existing. Blessed is he who strengtheneth whom he pleaseth by the dominion of his power, and confirmeth whom he wishes to accomplish what he willeth. Blessed are they who know. Blessed is he who hath ordained to everything a measure decreed in a hidden tablet. Blessed is he who hath ordained, Blessed is he who hath caused to descend upon his servant that by reason of which all the hearts and minds will be enlightened. Blessed is he who hath caused to descend upon his servant that kind of calamity whereby the hearts of those who rested inside the awnings of eternity were burned with anguish, then also the hearts of those who are near. Blessed is he who is to descend upon his servant from the cloud of fate, the arrows of disaster, and still he findeth me in supreme patience. Blessed is he roll it up, please. Blessed is he who hath ordained, it sounded like it went far, to his servant that which was not ordained to any one of his servants. Verily he is the one, the mighty. So this quickening or whatever is unique. It happened to two prophets, but you don't know about the other one. It was called the Bab, Ali Muhammad. He was called the Gate. Glory be to him who hath placed his beauty under the claws of the rancor of the immoral. Verily we are contented with that, and no one can comprehend save the discerning. Glory be to him who hath entrusted El Husan, that's who's talking, among the factions of the enemies, while at all times the spears of hatred and ill treatment were brought upon his body. Verily we thank him for all that he hath, he meaning God, decreed upon his servant, the sad, the distressed. Go up to here. This is a weird way to be answering your questions, but when I saw myself at the culmination of calamity, I heard from above my head the most wonderful and melodious voice. And when I turned, I witnessed a hori. It's called a maiden or a nymph of paradise or an angel. It's the highest station of a woman, whether it's a human woman on earth. It's called the hori. Everybody has a station that we can aspire to and attain. Of the celebration of the name of my Lord, suspended in the air on a level with my head. I saw her that she was indeed rejoicing within herself, as though the embroidered garment, that's the garment of Ha, that's the letter H, was manifesting itself upon her face, and the brightness of the merciful was apparent upon her cheeks. And between earth and heaven, she was uttering a call by which all the hearts and minds will be drawn. At that time, gladdening all the limbs of my internal and external being with glad tidings that made my soul rejoice, and those of the noble servants. Then with her finger she pointed to my head and addressed all those who are in heaven and earth, saying, by God, it's quotes, by God, this is indeed the beloved of the universe, but ye do not understand. This is the beauty of God among you, and his dominion within you, if ye are those who know. This is the mystery of God, the treasure, the command of God and his glory. To those who are in the kingdom of power and creation, were ye of those who reason. This is the one whose meeting will be longed for by all who dwell in the everlasting spiritual world and who have taken a station for themselves in the tents of El Abha. Abha is the mathematical equation that I use to create the toroid number map. This is where I got it from. It's in every religion. You'll find it everywhere, in the Bible, the Torah. I could go on, and I should do a whole class just on where it's in the sacred scriptures of those religions. But this is the most relevant, most recent. While ye yourselves have turned away from his beauty. And it just goes on and on and on. O people of Bayan, should ye, that's the Bayan, the book that came before. Should ye not assist him? God will assist him by the hosts of earth and heaven and those of the unseen, through his command, which is be and it is. And he will send forth by his will certain people who are unknown to anyone but himself, the protector, the self-existent, and purify them from the strain, I would have put stain, but from the strain of surmise and passion, and elevate them to a rank of sanctity, and by them he will cause to appear the traces of the glory of his kingdom on earth. Thus was it decreed in the part of God, the mighty, the beloved. O people of El Bayan, do ye deny, I'm going to stop here. I'm going to stop pretty quick. Do ye deny the one for whose meeting you were created, and still ye are those who sit in your place and rejoice? Do you object to him, the one hair on whose head is before God better than all there is in heaven and earth, and still do ye scoff at him? O people of El Bayan, show forth that which ye have, that I may know by what proof ye have believed in the manifestation of the command of God in the past, and today what evidence do ye magnify yourselves? By the one who hath created me from the light of his beauty, I have never found among the neglectful one of such negligence, or among the ignorant one of such ignorance as ye are. Ye take as an evidence for your belief in God the tablets which ye have in your possession, but when the signs came down and the lamp gave light, ye denied the one through whose pen all matters were decreed in a preserved tablet. Do you read the signs and deny their originator and revealer? Thus hath God seized your sight as a punishment for your actions were ye of those who perceive. Do you write the verses at eventide and dawn, and from the one who caused them to descend ye conceal yourselves, and today the supreme assembly will see you in the mischief of your deeds and disavow you while ye are of those who do not hear. And the one will ask, and then another, what do these ignorant people say, and in what veil do they rest? Do they close their eyes while yet they see? By God, the people, the inhabitants of the city of names became perplexed by your actions, and still in the barren valley ye are bewildered and do not conceive, do not perceive. O supreme pen, hear the voice of thy Lord from the divine lote tree in the brilliant spot of unity, that thou mayest find thyself in exhilaration and cheerfulness by the melodious voice of thy Lord, bring it up for me, please, the merciful, and be sanctified from all sorrows through the strong fragrance which was diffused from the region of my name, the pardoner. Then from this temple, send the temples of unity to speak in the kingdom of creation of their Lord, the supreme, the most glorious, and be of those who obtain by the lights of their Lord. Verily, we have ordained this temple to be the beginning of the existence of the new creation, that each one may become convinced that I am indeed able to do what I wish by merely saying, be and it is. And by the shadow of each letter of the letters of this temple, and this whole tablet breaks down the letters, each part of man, the tongue, the eye, the brain, the letters of this temple, we shall send forth people whose number is not known to any save God, the protector, the self-existent. And from it, God shall create certain people who will not be veiled by the illusions of those who acted wrongfully against God. And they were to drink at all times the pure water of life. Verily are they not of those who are the successful. And it goes on. It's considered an unbroken stream, unfettered revelation. Each tablet is so different from each other one that one of them you might not even believe or recognize. And then the next one, you would have the ability. It's up to you to go through all of them till you make a decision whether it's real or false, whether it's authentic and valid or false. And so, but that's where I got my math from. That's where I got the numbers from. Because if I had been at a university, I would still be there now trying to figure it out. So academia just doesn't have it. All right, so that was just one tablet of many, and I just picked that one arbitrarily. I could have picked from the Book of Certitude. I could have picked anyone. But yes, if you're not, you have to, it's incumbent upon you to make a decision. It's not like it's at your leisure, okay? Or I would not have been so confrontational. That's why you have to read the Book of Certitude. That's why you have to read the Hidden Words. That's why you have to read the 7 Values and the 4 Values. That's why all those other tablets that I put are there. Now, Lisa, is there any other tablet you would want to hear from, briefly?
How about Jimi Hendrix?
Jimi Hendrix? Jimi Hendrix says, bold as love, the axis, he knows everything. You remember that? Oh, here we go.
No, I'll give him a...
Continue it a little longer. Just the axis.
Just ask.
Oh, just ask the axis. Maximum accelerated, in my belief, is a torus, that it creates a vortex well at the center. So, thank you, Lisa. Oh, she's bringing in all these stuff. What are you going to do? Torture everybody?
For a while, I'm getting ringing in my ears.
Do you hear the kookaburra? What happened to it? In Australia, the kookaburra.
You're gonna do your version now, Marko?
When I was a little kid, I could make that sound so loud that you could hear it from miles away. I saw it in a Tarzan movie, but it really comes from Australia. But the thing that I discovered is that it was like a mantra or a form of meditation, that it created a superhuman strength. Oh, she's really going for broke now, isn't she? Okay, well, then you explain them. See, I feel like this is my obituary. Okay, that's what I told her. Okay, where'd my pen go? It's somewhere around here.
Reach a little bit. It's like way, yeah. You'll feel it back there somewhere.
Thank you. Okay, well,
Marko's a product of the brain revolution.
it's my mom, and that's me wearing bell bottoms. And that was my mom. We were in Palm Springs, where we used to live. That's my dog, Puli, Hungarian sheepdog, which is my favorite kind of dog. Talk about stamina. They didn't run around the flock, they would run over the flock. They'd ride the sheep. My sister, Allison, again, my mom. And of course, this is the symbol with Blake, the Ancient of Days, right there. And again, that's the discovery, separating that 396 is a different world, different dimension, a higher dimensional heavenly world than the 124875, which is our world of superconductivity. That's a pathway, that's a conductor, and that it's the longest mean free pathway of least resistance with no resistance. And we can keep going.
That's it.
That's it. Biophysical harmonics, which I haven't really gone into. The B changes in Baha from a stop to a plosive. And that's why it's referred to as the trumpet blast and the bottomless sea, which none shall ever fathom, and the blackest of nights to which none can find his way. So when I say, for instance, Baha or Abha, I don't make the B a stop. I just breathe it. That's a whole other story. And I'm really focusing on the Hamza, or the breath, there's a lot about it in the scriptures. So what do you think we missed, Lisa, that would be very helpful? We didn't go into Bill Ramsey's design, so we didn't explain that. We went way through that too fast. Essentially, Bill Ramsey did the same amount of copper. He wrote well on the conventional coil and then a rhodum coil. But that's the first coil that he made. Okay? And then, but this is not all under Bill Ramsey. Do you have a folder that just says Bill Ramsey?
I do, but I want to start with Gosler and how primitive and
So this was the first coil that he made. It doesn't, go back one thing on Scott.
that's,
Is that the very first? Yeah, see, this is better. This was done by Scott. There was him making great circles with the compass, and what happened is, and he's showing that this symbol is all triangulated, which of course relates to electricity and transformers. And he went ahead and took the symbol and matched it over the center of the circle and matched the numbers to the intersections, but he did 12 because he didn't know to do 18. If he'd done it with 18, it would have worked out. But I knew as soon as he showed me that, when he made this discovery by lining up the holes, the hole in the torus and the hole in that symbol, by then he had already discovered that the 396 was a flux field and this was a coil. So we were already very far along. And so then he was trying to make, this is when he was trying to make the coil this way before this. So go back. So when before he discovered that, he did this is him, Scott Gosler's drawing. That's the first coil ever made, and it was not right. And I wasn't happy with it. But I never would have dreamed in my millions of years that this is a schematic for a torus. I can't tell you the length of the gap of the distance between knowing this and then making a torus. But nonetheless, if we somehow came out the gauntlet out the other side, survived, and found light at the end of the tunnel. So we went from that to this. And then I realized I could put one number on every tile. It took me several months to prepare to buy a architect's compass, and it was a huge undertaking to fill in all the numbers, where they went, making the great circles. I was on a huge blueprint architect's draftsman's piece of paper. And we even have a picture, if you were to pull it up, of my first Troy number maps that I ever did, don't we? But I don't think you're going to find it, will you?
I just had it the other day because you emailed it to me, but
She says she just had it the other day, but such is life. Don't worry, it doesn't matter. And then, but where's Bill Ramsey's papers now? He started with Scott. This was done for plasma. This is Bill Ramsey here. See, they're all mixed together. This is not, we never organized these yet.
all the Rosen coils into one
which is not what I wanted. I wanted modules, each by person.
I do have that too. I'll show you everything we have on Ramsey.
And this is why I didn't use this presentation today, because it's all not properly sorted. As long as we're over here, I'll jump track. No, stop. Oh, that's a Bill Ramsey paper.
Would you like to see the paper?
No, well, yeah. There was one page before that. What happened to it? There's one page before that where he shows.
There's the whole paper.
Okay, so let's go through it a bit. I don't need that. Don't need that. This I want. Showing that, okay, go to the next page so you can see how it's a star. It's like, this is showing the magnetic field when he measured it. And it was, the Rodin coil focuses the magnetic field different than a conventional coil. So he's showing that what the output was for the amount of wire. And when that was shared with the satellite coil company, manufacturing company in Orange County, they said if the numbers are correct, there's an endless market for it. And that's the article right there that Tom Bearden was writing his article on, okay? So 53% gain. But that's still the tip of the iceberg of what's been done since then. But if it wasn't for Bill Ramsey doing these original tests, and I was referred to Bill Ramsey by Dan Winter. Dan is who introduced me to Bill, because I said, Dan, I need someone to make this coil, and who do you recommend? These were tests taken on it and stuff like that, but I'm not even going to go through all this because it's so crude. But those were tests done at HP. So you did a good job finding this. There was one more article about how he couldn't turn it off one time, but that isn't in here. And if we had it, we would read it, but we'll find it another time. So now let's go, as long as we're here, where are you going through? Let's go to, as long as we're here, let's go to Farron. Not related topic. Am I blocking your, oh no, you can see on your laptop. So there should be a lot more pictures. Why don't you just...
Can I go back into the presentation?
They're in the presentation? Okay. So Farron is a professor. And he was the one who discovered that mod 9 comes from 3 squared. This is all his original work, I think. This is his, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, these are all his. And keep going. Keep going. So this is different. And that's when he explained it to me. He said, I was at the beach and he called me up and said, I've figured out why your discovery makes a torus. And he said, it's because 3 squared. And he said, if you take 5 squared, it'll make a torus. This is 5 squared with 4 circuits, not 2. There's your 4 circuits now instead of 2. There's your gap space. The high dimensional flux field gets longer, but never wider. 10, 20 is replacing the 3 and 6. 25 is the 9. Probably it could even be more complex than I'm describing it. It's just the best I can do to comprehend it. And now you're seeing that this circuit, instead of being 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, is now multiples of 14. He just did this all right in his head. After he did it, he laid down on my couch for an hour and a half, and he just literally blacked out. But there's multiples of 4, that circuit, multiples of 4. But remember, that 11 and that 21 is not base 10, mod 9. That's in a higher base number counting system. That's base 26, mod 25. Again, 25 replaces 9 at the axis. To do this in your head is just, for me to see this, for him to figure out why Vortex Based Mathematics works and what it does, is a miracle in my lifetime. If I never would have even taken it to that application this far without these scientists that I've collaborated with. So now we're back to Jean-Louis Naden. Okay, so what else do you want to do? Anything else? Let's see who the list is. Go back to the other folders, not this list. Go to the folders that we never finished.
Did you go into how to ramp up and increase
Say it again?
the folder, how to ramp up and increase the
to ramp it up. There's many ways of doing it. One is you just do it based on mod 9 base 10, and then you change the number of nines,
I just wondered if you.
of windings and turns.
Folder.
Is there a folder there, how to ramp it up?
Oh, I know what he's talking about. I'll put it up. It was basically in, so it's in the voting coil. Just give me a second. John Shear.
So you have this company who said that if this works, it's an unlimited market, so are they producing these things?
There are people doing it, but it's up to them to share what they're doing. I'm not gonna,
Well, they're just selling their product, why would they not want to make money?
well, everyone has a different outlook. It's up to them to, if they want to create a video and create something, or if they want to share it. But everybody, there's a time, everybody has a different time when they want to share and announce. And some people are frightened of the government and don't want to share, and are worried that it's a disruptive technology, and because it's a game changer, and because it obsoletes Texaco and Shell and Arco and everybody else, they consider it too dangerous. Other people are willing to share, and other people even say that they have the support of the industry and the government. But I didn't go into other people's, in this presentation's hardware and discovery. Hopefully there will be other opportunities and other times when it can be shared, what they're doing and what's happened. There's been hundreds of thousands, tens of thousands, I don't know how many, of these inventors and people applying it. I could show you some of them.
This is to answer his question. This is where.
Oh, what a good memory you got. I didn't do justice to this. I didn't go into the depth that it deserved, because it was Randy Powell who did all this. And he's just had 3 kids in the last 5 years, and his hands are full. And what we did is I asked Randy to go all the primes up. Here's radix 122. Here's 50. I asked him to go up to, here is radix 122, which means that's, what's 121 square root? 11. So that's 11 squared. That's only 11 squared. And you see all these maps with all these circuits, with 9 now being replaced, or 25 or 49 now replaced by 121. And the gap space field is getting longer, but never wider than a single tile. And that occurred to me by just seeing that the number of circuits increased 2 per prime, showing that there's a pattern, that also would be a way to make it, to ramp it up. Do you follow what I'm saying, Woody? That would be a way to scale it up. But what's most fascinating to me is you still have one boundary condition. Of course, there's going to be other kinds of boundary conditions in between there, but nobody's even explored that. But you have one main boundary condition, and then you have one gap space. Do you follow what I'm saying? And that is the higher dimensional flux field. What this means and how to use it and how to harness and how to wrap it up, I've never had the resources, so I can't pursue that. So, but you can be sure that will be explored and understood by academia. So there's many more primes. We have a whole notebook. This is just a snippet, and this presentation, unfortunately, was just a few pages on each topic. And that's why that's why I'm not happy with it. That's why I'm going to have to change it into where I can do it much more. 3 and 6 are now revealed by 10 and 15 is the 3 and 6. Do you see that? 10 and 15. There's your 9 replaced by 25, because that's the next prime 5 squared. And it's getting more complicated and more complicated. Where's the 3 and 6 on this map? This is 7 squared, 49, base 50. And look at that, 35 right there, all by itself. And 14, all by itself. I honestly believe that this is the engineering technology of the future. That all the secrets of the universe are hidden in this.
There's a slide with like, yeah, the one above it, with this,
That one right there?
yeah.
That was a way to render, it's an artistic rendering because you got a glass onion? You know the song in the Beatles, A Glass Onion?
Looking through a glass.
Looking through a glass onion. So I took an onion, and this one we had, well, I put 1 to the second radix 1. I don't know if I was right or not for doing that. I certainly know that everything after that is right. So then we have base 10, base 26, base 50, base 122, which we just saw. Now we got more, but they all hold up. They all do the same thing. Now, Greg Volk and Randy would have a lot to say about those other bases because they've generated themselves. Greg's even generated it with software. And what they would be saying is that there's still something unique in 3 squared, in mod 9 base 10, in that coil. But I'm not going to try and explain what they would say. I'll wait and I'll have them in a video and let them go into it in detail. And I don't think I would be able to remember everything they said. So here I'm saying 1 pair, 2 pair, 3 pair, 4 pair, each time you square a prime. I devoted enough of illustrations to this because of the fact that because its primes are so significant in computer science and encryption. So I went ahead and devoted a lot to it. Just like pi, I should devote a lot more. And I was working on pi, but I ended up not using that work that I did this week, that presentation. But this again shows essentially you cannot bisect the circle in pi. This is the best way to describe pi. This is number 1. This is going to be a whole topic I will go into. And and it's already, what time is it, John? 5:15. 5:15, it's very late. And it needs to be a module and a topic of its own at great depth. Because you're balancing things with other things. It's creating an equilibrium. That's where I start using the word dispersion. But suffice to say that pi, that the straight line is offset by the whole. And so to get from here to here, which is the closest you can get to pi, you have to go around 1 step, 2 step, 3 step, 4 step, 5 step, 6 steps, which is half the winding, which is, of course, half is across. Okay? But you had to do it in spires. Everything's by spires. That's why trees have grains. And that's why you have to work with the grain. And every coil that you've made has a grain, which you know, because it has a handedness. And you know you've gone around many spires till you laid side by side, because the side-by-side winding of one is going to be, it really isn't 6 because it's a different conductor that comes next to it, but we'll use this as an example. So I'll go 1, 2, 3, 4. So it went around, there was 4 steps before it ever even came side by side. But it's more complicated because this is only one winding of 2. Again, by going around, let's go backwards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Did I do that right? Or maybe I should have counted that one.
Yeah, because that's the 5th.
1.
4/5.
Okay, so I can't remember what I'm doing now. I go which way? 1, 2, am I doing it right? 3, 4, 5, I'm all mixed up.
When you start at the 1, you go one way, you're going to end up at 4 steps. But if you start going the other way, you're going to end up at the 5th step, because with the circle
4 or
of
5.
and the circle of force is the same.
Same
depending on
thing.
Which direction you're going.
Perfect, thank you very much. But that's the longest tripping you can go around before you ever get side by side. Whereas a standard coil is wound, wraps next to each other in so many turns. But this affects the magnetism, spirit, and electricity. So, and that spirit is the same thing what they're looking for, that missing particle called the monopole, which they've never been able to find. So, but this is also pi, because you cannot bisect the whole. Does that make sense? So these are perfectly weighted from each other. This is weighted by these two right here. You see it going right there and right there. This one right here goes right here and right here. So, and all these numbers and all these windings are really a result of a higher dimensional W-axis spirit. There's a better way to show the weightedness of this and numbers, but this map doesn't have it. This is just simply showing the wraps and the windings, and it won't be there either. Those were done by Bill Ramsey, those illustrations, I believe. Those were all done when he made the first Rodin coil. This is showing the gap spaces where the 396s, you leave it alone. This is, because it's a stranded wired coil, I don't agree with that with multiple wraps and turns. I know I'm so difficult. If it works, it works. You can't argue with anything. But that's not how I do things. And it's showing the electron shear, because those are really two separate conductors that eventually gaps. Okay, next. Too much. Next. Colloidal flux fields. So here's a fusion reactor, the Rodin, showing what makes a fusion reactor. This is the ITER, International Thermonuclear. This is the most expensive scientific experiment in the history of mankind. It's showing number 8, colloidal field coils. That's what a Rodin coil is. That's why I put that in there, showing that science does know about colloidal fields, even though you never hear about it. ITER. If Lisa types in, goes to the internet and types in, is ITER, just do a Google search. How much does ITER cost? Or is it the most expensive? It turns out it's so expensive. International Thermonuclear Experimental.
And what was it used for?
Hot fusion. They're trying to create fusion, plasma confinement, create a magnetic bottle or colloidal fields. Let's see. It's so expensive that the United States cannot afford to do it alone. So it has been delegated, the cost of it. How expensive is ITER, I-T-E-R, the ITER project?
Tell me more about what it would do for mankind.
They will in a second. They'll even take us to their website. So make it big. The ITER project in France is one of the most expensive and complex scientific endeavors in history.
$5 billion.
It is the most expensive. But it didn't give the price, did it?
$5 billion.
20 billion.
20 billion?
Oh, 22 billion, right.
You could do it, like,
The cost to swell between 22 and 65 pounds. Is that pounds?
Euros.
Euros. So what is that in dollars? That's more than 65.
Over
25
budget by
to
about 2
30.
billion. Yeah, it's roughly about 30, 20 to 30.
Yep.
And as you know, that's obsolete. The whole technology, the whole engineering.
So basically, what is a cover up to say, oh, we can't do
It's not a cover-up. It's just, huh?
They already do
It's just that everybody's just human and made out of flesh and blood, and you can only do so much in a day. So we were showing the ITER project. So because it's so expensive, Japan is picking up the tab. The EU is picking up part of the tab. France is picking up part of the tab. So everybody is trying to now make different components for it and distribute the burden. So this is pretty hard, but it doesn't matter. Go to the next one. Its symbols do not move. Essentially, this is what he said is if the universe operates deterministically, which is an open question, and what he says is too hard of a question. He says the sole axiom is the original configuration of all particles at the beginning of time. This is so grandiose. That's what you've been looking at this toroid number map. I never went very deep into in fact, I haven't gone to it at all, the time component. Anyway, what he hypothesized here is what you've been studying and learning on right now. It has been solved. Go back. But he put it eloquently. He actually described what I'm doing. His symbols do not move. None of these numbers have been moving on paper, but rather a three-dimensional vacuum, space. That's what you've just been looking at. That's what the torus is. The secret of the donut is the hole. The torus is a donut. They are the elementary particles of which everything is composed. He hit the nail on the head. Of course, that book that came out of won more mathematical awards. It's in the top 5 of all books in history. So of course he should, and did. But my work is so alien and so foreign. Numbers. We always did Sudoku, we always did jigsaw puzzles and numbers and stuff, but nobody ever thought that it was more than a game or a toy. So, any questions? Lisa's just moving around. We could move around forever. There's so much. The purpose of this class was just to give you a quick cross-section of this discovery. It's been 8 hours long. I did them extra long with the hope that I can go into the depth and detail that I'd never go into, and I have. But now it's clear to me I got to do them as bite-sized nuggets, like 5 minutes each, and present it where all the material is in the same folder, in the same module, because it's just too spread all over the place. That's a pretty somber note.
It's progress, progress.
Oh, my friends, we shall not come again, but will conceal God's secrets in the scriptures and his books, as bidden by one mighty and bounteous indeed. And so this is just all me and you. It's just my trying to preserve it before it's all lost. This is a Baha'i prayer. I say it every day, and it's very cantankerous. It's very rowdy.
But the final paragraph gives you the keys to the kingdom.
Because it says the holy reed, doth the holy reed, the nightingale of paradise, warble its song. It's life eternal, that's the aleph, the breath. And draw the transient world, it says, impart to the temples of dust the essence of the Holy Spirit and the heavenly light. And draw the transient world through that's what that symbol's doing. It's uniting the worlds. And draw the transient world through the potency of a single word, that's the aleph, unto the everlasting kingdom. So it goes, be thou the people of hellfire, but be not a hypocrite. Be thou an unbeliever, but be not a plotter. Make thy home in taverns, but tread not the path of the mischief maker. Fear thou God, but not the priest. Give to the executioner thy head, but not thy heart. Let thine abode be under the stone, but seek not the shelter of the cleric. Thus doth the holy reed intone its melodies, and the nightingale of paradise warble its song, so that he may infuse life eternal into the mortal frames of men, and impart to the temples of dust the essence of the Holy Spirit and the heavenly light, and draw the transient world through the potency of a single word unto the everlasting kingdom. Thank you, everybody. I guess I'm done. Drinks are on the house.
Thank you, Lisa.
You're welcome.
Huh?